guests of honor. Later today, we will be joined by Mr. Sourav Ganguly, who is a board member of Blue Ocean Corporation and former captain of the Indian cricket team. And also Ms. Amruta Devendra Fadnavis, chairperson of the Divija Foundation. They'll be joining us a little later on. In the meantime, a heartfelt thank you to our media partner, B4U, and our knowledge partners for their invaluable contributions in making this event such a success. So a huge thank you to the Association for Supply Chain Management, the International Purchasing and Supply Chain Management Institute, the Chartered Institute of Logistics and Transport, the Chartered Institute of Procurement and Supply, the Chartered Management Institute, the International Air Transport Association, the Project Management Institute, the American Purchasing Society, the American Certification Institute, and the Computing Technology Industry Association. Please do put your hands together for all of our partners. Well, before I give too much away, to get us started and for our welcome address and to tell us a little bit more about today's theme, I'm absolutely delighted to now welcome Mr. Abdulaziz, our esteemed group chairman. A very warm welcome.
Thank you, Laura. What a beautiful morning. What an elite gathering. The sun shines over the city of wonders, where innovation dances with the tradition and ambition meet horizon. The esteemed delegates, speakers, our partners, and pioneers in global trade. Welcome to the biggest international conference on supply chain and procurement 2025. Under the patronage of His Excellency Sheikh Nahyan bin Mubarak Al Nahyan. Welcome all of you to this great gathering. Let me begin by introducing our theme of this season, IPSC 2025. Redefining global trade, UAE shaping sustainable supply chain for the future, digitally driven, sustainably committed. I repeat, redefining global trade, UAE shaping sustainable supply chain for the future, digitally driven and sustainably committed. We all know that UAE is no stranger to the turning bold visions into reality, from golden dunes to global hubs. We have built bridges between continents, but today we are building something even greater, supply chain that don't just move goods, but transform lives. Supply chains that are resilient and yes, responsible as well. Those powered by bytes and blockchains, by yet anchored in ethics. Look around you. Dubai's smart ports, Abu Dhabi's solar-powered industries, and UAE's pledge to net zero 2050. They aren't just projects, they are promises too. Promises that sustainability and technology can go hand in hand, and this is a future we are crafting together. At Blue Ocean Corporation, we have always believed in navigating uncharted waters. For the last 28 years, we have been empowering individuals and industries to marry skills with purpose. Today, we invite you, the leaders, thinkers, and doers, to join us. Let's reimagine procurement as a force for good. Let's design supply chain that don't just save markets, but nurture communities and heal ecosystem. To our incredible speakers and delegates, the stage is yours to share your boldest ideas, challenge conventions, and forge partnership that outlast conference. As our visionary leader, His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Rashid Al Maktoum reminds us, the future belongs to those who can imagine it, design it, and execute it. The future belongs to those who can imagine it, design it, and execute it. So let's create a future where trade not only connects economies, but also uplifts humanity. In closing, let's draw inspiration from the city's skyline. Every towering achievement began as a dream. Let's dream bigger, act faster, and leave here not just inspired, but ready. We have an exceptional lineup of speakers today who will inspire the audience with industry insights and leadership sessions. Team Blue Ocean has done a wonderful job in getting this conference in place. It's not a day job, as you rightly know. The wheels started rolling months back. They have put all their efforts to get it done flawless. Put your hands together for them. So far, everything is good until this moment. There are two more vital components we need in this room to make this even more effective and benefiting. We need more energy in this room, a very positive energy in this room, because we're going to be together for a few hours from now. So we cannot be sitting like this. So to bring in more energy to this room, can I request all of you to stand for a few seconds, please? All of you, put your hands together. And another vital component to make this success is the networking. So I request all of you to give your hands, people next to you, front, side, and back. All of you, with a smile. I can feel the energy now. That's a beginning. That's a beginning. All of you know each other now. The rest of the day, we're going to meet, we're going to talk, and we are going to network. Thank you, everyone. Have a seat, please. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Well, a huge thank you to Mr. Abdulaziz for such a spirited opening and for hosting us all here today. Very impressive turnout so far already, so thank you so much. Right, ladies and gentlemen, we would now like to take a moment to explore the world of Blue Ocean Corporation and showcase its 28 plus years of legacy, global impact, and commitment to excellence in consulting, training, and conferences. Take a look at this.
Welcome to Blue Ocean Corporation. In a constantly evolving world, we excel as a premier partner for global business and career transformation. A multinational conglomerate with footprint across continents, Blue Ocean operates worldwide with headquarters in London. The quality and impact of our services have positioned us as a leading brand in the consulting and training industry.
We are proud to support a strong community of 500,000 alumni worldwide from across 75 plus nationalities and strategic partnerships with 2,500 plus corporate clients. Our integrity, quality, and consistency has won us 30 plus awards and recognitions.
Blue Ocean exemplifies commitment to surpassing industry standards and setting new benchmarks of excellence. Our innovative approach and quality services has captured the attention of global media, showcasing our impact in English and Arabic media. At the heart of Blue Ocean lie three key verticals: consulting, training, and conferences, designed to steer your journey towards unparalleled success. Our expert consultants are committed to transforming your challenges into opportunities. Together, we scale your business way for a competitive advantage. We have partnered with the world's top accreditation bodies to offer a comprehensive suite of training programs tailored to meet the evolving needs of individuals and organizations across multiple sectors. Our global conferences and events bring together thought leaders and industry experts from diverse industries and sectors. Dive into the heart of supply chain industry innovation with our flagship event, the International Procurement and Supply Chain Conference. The IHRC is another signature event of Blue Ocean, designed to push the boundaries of people management, talent development, and organizational excellence. Another flagship event by Blue Ocean is BOLD, the Blue Ocean Women Leadership Development Conference, which is a transformational journey fully organized by our women force to ignite the potential of women. Our journey is supported by the teamwork of our diverse team of dedicated professionals from 18+ nationality backgrounds. It is because of this collaborative effort and visionary mentorship of our leaders we have soared to become market leaders. Connect with us today and take your first step towards transformation and excellence.
What an incredible introduction, beautifully capturing the essence of Blue Ocean Corporation there and its remarkable contributions to the industry. Well, ladies and gentlemen, our first keynote session this morning will start right now, and that is now going to focus on future-proofing procurement, the digital mandate. So to shed light on this critical shift, we are absolutely honored and delighted to have Mr. Nabil Susu, who is the VP and Chief Procurement Officer for Africa, the Middle East, and Southeast Asia at PepsiCo. Please give a very warm welcome to Nabil Susu.
Well, good morning. It's a great privilege and honor to be among such a huge group of decision makers, thought leaders, innovators, and change makers. And of course, I have to thank Ocean Blue for giving me this opportunity to be amongst you today. Well, let me start with just one statement, and I would call it a bold statement. The future of procurement is actually not just about digital. It is intelligent, it is predictive, and it is purpose-driven. We're actually at a crossroad that is a defining crossroad for our industry, where we, as change makers and decision makers, are going to basically look at not only how are we going to make our supply chain resilient, but also how can we make it purposeful and add to the prosperity of the societies that we operate in. So this is a great responsibility and power that we have as procurement and supply chain leaders. So let me start by giving a quick update or example about what does really procurement changes mean. I've been in the industry for almost 30 years. I've worked in pharma, and I also worked in PepsiCo for 25 years. I had the chance to do roles in supply chain and in procurement across numerous countries within Asia, Middle East, Africa, and even China and Australia, New Zealand. Now, during this period, I could tell you that it was an incredible transformation that I have witnessed for procurement, moving from a simple transactional back office organization to a business partner that drives sustainability, innovation, growth of revenue, and power and productivity for the organizations that operates in. So we saw procurement going all the way to the C-suite. Now, some of the good examples are great examples that I would like to talk about in this slide is an example actually that was so inspiring, because procurement is not only in corporate life or in government life, but also it is in non-GO organizations. So the first example where we can see that procurement had played a big role and changed a lot is the World Food Program, where procurement became a tool for economic empowerment. And through the Purchase for Progress program, they started sourcing food locally and from small farmers, impacting more than 1 million farmers, mainly women. And this allowed these farmers and women farmers to gain access to stable markets and to be consistent suppliers. And by the way, it came with without any increase in the cost, a reduction in the lead time. So imagine if a non-organization was able to do that, what type of ripple effect can we have when we take this across our corporates and governments? At PepsiCo, we actually have a governing strategy for the whole organization that is built around PepsiCo Positive. And with that, we source our ingredients, we make them, and we inspire them in a different way, in a purposeful way. The role of procurement with that have really changed to become a real hub for digital innovation and sustainability. So we started implementing the activities that we do in procurement, enabling us to generate millions of dollars in productivity and savings, enabling the ESG agenda of PepsiCo to be accelerated, and of course, to make procurement a top-line driver for growth and innovation for the organization. I was talking earlier today with some of our colleagues that we started doing stuff at PepsiCo, which we call the supplier roadshows, where we bring in our suppliers and have them meet with our business leaders and create that notion of togetherness and delivering of a win-win situation where we tackle very important things that we have today from innovation, growth, and sustainability. Now, moving from corporate life to government life, interesting ones. So the smart government procurement is really, in the Dubai government, is had to move from a paper and siloed organization of procurement to a completely centralized, data-driven procurement model. And that is happening through the smart procurement platform that is available on the Dubai Now application. The impact is very clear. It was able to unify procurements again across 40 plus government entities, improve the efficiency and vendor experience, and of course, the transparency of how procurement is happening, and of course, support the vision of 100% paperless and AI-enabled government. Another example I would like to share with you is what ADNOC did with procurement in their in-country value program, where basically procurement shifted to national value creation and digital excellence. This enabled around 140 billion AEDs to be spent in the country very transparently and with companies that were meeting the requirements in terms of, localization, emiratization, and the other imperatives that the government is looking at. This again created a portal and of course generated a strategic procurement, economic diversification, and innovative process. Well, moving on, we all have lived and are continue to live through this era of what we now started calling it hyper VUCA. We lived through the pandemic, we lived through a lot of geopolitical tensions, we live and continue uncertainties. The new tariff, if I can call it war, that is happening is all creating a lot of hardship to all of us in terms of supply chain and procurement. Now, if you couple that with some of the statistics that are there, currently or up till now, we have been seeing that more than 50 are not really into looking into strategic ways of solving the solution, solving issues. And this is where we talk about poor user experience. Driven by commodity, which we are seeing going up and down by almost 20%. And that is causing us a lot of cost pressure and making it very hard to work in our environment. And again, if you take the lens of the Middle East and Africa and the countries we operate in, couple hyperinflation with the forex devaluation that we saw, that became even exponential inflation that we met. 50% of our company's expenditure is with a third party, and that's very important. So how do we make sure that we have the right business continuity? How do we make sure that we choose the right supplier that will ensure us to deliver the and keep brand equity that we have and protect us against any mishap that can happen? And this is where we talk about the stakes are high. Finally, around 66% of our company's ESG footprint is actually lying with the third party and the suppliers. And in PepsiCo, it's around 70% of what we call scope 3 lies with the suppliers. So this is where the impact of the suppliers is high. So why I'm talking about this? I'm talking about all of this because we need to prove procurement to this new era of change that is really very hyper. And how do we do that and do it quickly? We're actually doing it by digitalization, but not as a buzzword. It's as a culture, as a business imperative. So at PepsiCo, we started using a lot of artificial intelligence that is helping us to move to the foresight. So we're becoming more proactive versus reactive. We have implemented AI-powered spend analytics, supplier scouting, and of course, delivering real-time insights of whatever is happening in the countries that we operate in and where our suppliers operate in. This is allowing us to respond very quickly to any change that can happen. We invested in predictive risk platforms, which are actually replacing the manual tedious assessments by using systems that will enable us to know what is real impact instantly of any geopolitical or any change that happen in the world, either on us or on our suppliers. And this is why it helped us in a number to be clear and aware of what is happening, like the earthquakes that happened lately, like the tariffs that is happening as we speak. All of that helped us reroute our supply chain before we had any issue, because at the end of the day, we need to make sure that our products are in the hands of the consumer all the time, and we cannot afford to be outside and without stocks. Blockchain, or now what is called now agentic artificial intelligence and smart contracts, is basically helping the organization drive more trust and traceability and speed in the supplier onboarding and payment. And we're seeing that across the GCC. And finally, digital supplier engagement platforms is key. We need to be talking to our suppliers instantaneously. We need to have that win-win relationship. We need to be in the same camps. Gone are the days where the supplier is somebody that we pressure to take savings. It is the time that the supplier is our partner to deliver our agendas. Now, this is a very nice depiction of what I call the wheel of procurement. You can call it the wheel of fortune, but this is basically where really digitalization will enable procurement to grow and move across all of the elements of the procurement cycle. So starting from the category strategy sourcing, to the supplier management, to the analytics, and to the contract, this whole cycle will actually enables digitalization to take place and to work across all of these pillars that represent the integrated procurement. And these are some of the numbers when we that are by the industry. When we used these different digitization mechanisms, we were able to generate improved revenue, improve the demand, reduce the risk, and improve in the delivery of sustainable targets, reduce any wastage, increase savings, and improve our operating cash flow. Now, we'll see here that the investment in the overall digitalization for procurement in this year is around $7 to $9 billion. It is growing to be doubled by 2030, and here is the way that they are going to be spread. There is a lot of work on procurement platforms, predictive analytics, AI-powered sourcing tools, risk, and supplier collaboration. Now, it's important to note that digitalization is not just about making the tools available. It's making sure that the team is upgraded, is capable, is adapting the tools that we prefer to provide them. And this is where we have been doing a lot of AI training and AI colleges for our people in PepsiCo to be friendly with the new technology versus relying on the old ways of doing it. It's also important to show that we need to have an agile movement, an agile and very flexible process. So it's all about speed to market. And the last curve over there that we're talking about is that there are some organizations that look at one tool to do the digitalization for the whole cycle of procurement. From our experience, it could work for others, but in our case, we will go what we call the best of the breed, which basically in each and every element of the procurement wheel that I shared, we look at the best of the breed and make in terms of the new sources and the new startups and the new softwares to enable them to be able to deliver the right way and to communicate with each other. And finally, we talk about using all of this to drive the end goal of the procurement function within any company, and that is to foster a driven and purposeful culture. Now, I will leave you with this final message and final comment. The future is not something that we predict, it's actually something that we procure. We need to build boldly, lead digitally, procure with purpose. So we need to build our digital roadmap. Don't wait for perfection. Start small, scale fast. You need to skill and upskill relentlessly. It's all about people. It's all about the process. It's all about making people adapting the tools that you put at their hands. They're not very cheap tools. They are very expensive tools, but they generate efficiency and productivity. We have to collaborate, and this is where I talked about collaborating with new startups, with academia, with other companies if we have to deliver on our agenda, because at the end, we're moving beyond just purchasing. We're becoming more, as I said at the beginning, a purposefully driven organization, which is taking me to the last point, where we make ESG and inclusion core to procurement KPIs. I hope that it's been quite very quick. Thank you very much for listening and hope to talk about it. Thank you.
A huge thank you there to Mr. Susu. Absolutely fantastic presentation. Please do stay on the stage though, as we have a small token of appreciation for you. And I would very much like to welcome now Mr. Ramachandran VS, who is the Chief Finance Officer at Blue Corporation, and Mr. Rajesh Bandari, who is the Senior Director of Academics at Blue Ocean Corporation, to hand out this token of appreciation.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yes, a huge thank you once again. Some very interesting points made in that presentation as well. If you do have any further questions, please make sure you speak to any of our speakers as they come off the stage as well. Let's hear it one more time for Mr. Susu. Thank you. A couple more photos. In the meantime, I'd just like to remind everyone that we have a QR code on the back of our lanyards here. Thank you so much again. Absolutely fantastic. We have a QR code on the back of our lanyards. That's where you can get your photographs from today. And you can also use our hashtag, which is IPSC 2025 Dubai. And I'd just like to say we've had such an overwhelming response to today. We're fully packed, and apparently the roads outside are pretty blocked as well. So it's been a really incredible response today. So thank you so much. Right, we're now going to dive into emerging trends, innovation, and strategies that are shaping the future of supply chain management, highlighting the importance of resilience in today's global landscape. So, to tell us more, I'm now delighted to welcome Subir Hazra, Chief Commercial and Strategy Officer at GMR Group. A very warm welcome.
Okay. Hello, good morning. Namaste from India. I'm Subir. I work with GMR. And because of the limitations of time, I would not take much time to introduce things like that. I will straight away go to the topic. And thank you very much, Blue Ocean, for giving me this opportunity to attend such a huge gathering today. I'm excited to kind of share my thoughts. These are thoughts which are, bugging all of our minds, the supply chain professionals, the leaders. And these are all personal opinions. There is nothing called right or wrong. Sometime you may have a difference of opinion, but that's okay. Whatever that. Well, the thing that I am like to deal and try to focus is, all of us try to create value, and how in the current situations, which is VUCA and Vani, how we can create value with innovations which can bring resilience to survive. Because, I would like to introduce two buzzwords. The VUCA, my previous speaker already spoke about it, and that's a acronym of the volatility, uncertainty, complexity, and ambiguity. But there is a now the world has moved from VUCA world to even more difficult situation, which is we define it as a Vani world. Vani is a brittle, anxious, non-linear, and incomprehensible. Like the terrifying things are going on, which is sometimes is incomprehensible to us. Things are non-linear. We don't able to understand how you can predict the future and how the uncertainties will get unfolded in the days to come. Now, in such kind of situations where the disruptions are more common, every day something or the other, some news alerts which second of your confidence and change the world. How you can actually flawlessly, immaculately, you can transact, you do your business, and particularly in a supply chain scenario, in a concept like this, how you can work with your suppliers, something which is beyond your earlier, like we there was a thought process that you try to kind of squeeze the suppliers as much as possible, but gone are those days. Now the time has come to work with them as a partner. Consider them as is your partner in business, and try to create value together. That is what the supplier value management talks about. Now, I will come all of that how we can survive such kind of situations, how you can bring resilience. Resilience is an English word, but building that competency in an organizations, and not only in your organizations, it has to be, because we are all interconnected. And in such kind of things, how you can create value, how you can create resiliency in your systems, so that you can, the organizations become all-weather vehicle. You can survive any kind of turbulence. And what kind of processes that you will adopt, how will you benchmark, how will you learn from others. These are answers all of us are trying to kind of delve into. How you can, there are all of us kind of face such kind of situations, that how you can predict the future, not just seeing the history and you predict. You have to bring in the artificial intelligence, which will incorporate the evolving scenarios. So these are the challenges that typically that we face, that the forecast driven planning, data challenges, innovative scenario planning, such a complex kind of, global organizations like, say, Pepsi, the organizations that we have seen, such a global level, that they operate so many components, so many suppliers, so many they have customers all across the globe. Such a kind of situation, these English words sometimes doesn't make sense, but how to create that competency, how to bring in that resiliency in the systems. That is what is important. Now, when we talk about bringing in resiliency through innovations, let us go down to figure out, to understand the basic model, the fundamentals of innovations. There are, mainly there are many models which all of you have must have read or seen, but the model that I generally discuss is that there are incremental innovations, there are architectural improvement, there are disruptive innovations, and there are radical innovations. And you can see that I have tried to create a kind of, how to make things clear for you, that if you get into a new technology, you are getting into new market. That is what is called radical innovations. That is where you are entering into a uncharted territory. Now, need of the innovations and resilience kind of scenario. Now, some people say globalization is over. Now, all of these things are happening. We are seeing the world is coming, from a unilateral, multilateral to kind of, bilateral things are going on. But in my opinion, the globalization process is a irreversible process. People across the globes are all connected now. The people and the processes are getting connected. So globalization is not over yet. It is here that we have to embrace globalizations. Customer complexities, the requirements, because the understanding of a product or a technology has gone up significantly. The customer's requirement has gone up, and everybody is facing that challenge to cope up with the increasing demand of the customers and increasing complexities of their requirement, network complexity and the product complexity. Well, I think I have already shown the time, so I got. Now, what are the things that is shaping the whole world? And all of us are talking about artificial intelligence, machine learning, blockchains, and how those things can be effectively utilized, deployed, competency been created to use that. Now, just talking about artificial intelligence is not something, developing a kind of, network analysis and the algorithm for artificial intelligence. That is what is important. Not just talking about artificial intelligence, how you will create the algorithms which is suitable for you. How you will make architecture of a machine learning so that gives you the desired benefit. Sustainability and circular economy, this is something that at this point of time we cannot ignore. Zero emission 2050, all of us. The circular economy and how you can reuse things and redeploy, how you can enhance the life of critical components or equipments, those channel logistics. That is where again I am saying that because the globalization is an irreversible process, and with that, survive with that. Before and deploy it for your future development. Digital twins. That I personally feel that is going to change the world if when we adopt digital twins. What is digital twins? It is very simple technology. You only have to move. It is a kind of simulation exercise that you do. This will enable you to sustain in this current world. What is the current world? The key word is, you don't even know what will come next. It is so unpredictable, non-linear, incomprehensible things. This technology called digital twin, which will help you to embrace all the variables which is not under your control, and you try to kind of it's like a graphic equalizer in a music system. You change the variables, you play with that, and you try to create a best fit solutions which will help you to kind of survive in unforeseen situations. And blockchain, all of us know the benefit of blockchains, but then implementing a efficiency is what is important. And you for all of that, somewhere you need to collaborate. You need courage for that. Autonomous vehicles and all of that, continuous improvement. Here I will say agility. Now agility again is an English word. The agility brings in when you are confident, when you kind of have trained your people, the competency has been created in your people, and data driven approach. How you can resiliency build, you have to understand that for whenever that you are developing a strategy, the long term strategy horizon concept has gone forever. You have got no choice but to kind of plan for a few quarters. You cannot even plan for few quarters now. Yeah, sure. In order to become bring in resiliency, you need to have multiple plans: plan A, plan B, plan C, and you need to create alternatives at every level, so that there is a thing called business continuity plan, BCP. You switch over to plan A or plan B or plan C, depending on the situations. Sometimes you cannot even you have to create a plan which is something that you cannot even imagine, or you cannot even think of at that point of time. So you have to bring in such kind of flexibility in your system. Okay, I will not talk about all of this, how we have done. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Please do stay on the stage, as of course we have a token of appreciation for you. And to do the honors, please give a very warm welcome to Mr. Percy Jal Engineer, Senior Director of Academics at Blue Ocean Corporation, and also welcoming further. Wellington, as I mentioned just a moment ago, to see such an overwhelming response to today. We have a full house, as you can see right now, and we have more people coming in as we speak. And as you can see, we are setting up the stage for our next dialogue, just rearranging the furniture a little bit. But in the meantime, I'd like to remind you of our QR code at the back of your lanyards there. It's quite clever. You basically go onto the QR code and I think you scan your face, and if your face is on there, all your pictures will pop up. So very innovative there from the team. Thank you so much. Additionally, just to let you know, your certificate of attendance, if you're looking for that, will be sent to your registered email address. So please do check your inboxes for that. We also have a photo booth outside to capture any moments from today as well. Please do share them on LinkedIn, Instagram, and Facebook, and any other of your social media platforms, and anything else that you've heard of interest today. Please do feel free to share that for us across your social media. You can use our hashtags, which are IPSC 2025 Dubai, and the other hashtag is Blue Ocean Corporation. I mentioned the QR codes as well. And also, we really do hope at the end of the day, you have a really fantastic experience with us here today. And additionally, just to let you know that we will be welcoming very, very soon, in fact, His Excellency Sheikh Nahyan bin Mubarak Al Nahyan, Member of the Cabinet and Minister of Tolerance and Coexistence. He will be joining us here today, and also our guests of honor are also going to be joining us in just a few moments' time as well. However, in the meantime, we move on to innovating for sustainability, transforming UAE supply chains in alignment with the Green Agenda 2030. And I think we've almost set the stage up. As you can see, we have quite a few on the panel for this next dialogue. And our next guests are going to take a look at the strategies and innovations shaping the future of supply chains in the UAE, particularly in alignment with the nation's Green Agenda 2030. And to lead our discussions, I'm absolutely delighted to welcome your moderator to the stage. So first and foremost, let's welcome Mr. Bassem Salama, who is Procurement Director for the GCC in Egypt at Americana Foods. Welcome to Mr. Bassem Salama. Please do come on up. Wonderful to have you here. I'm going to bring the rest of your panel up very quickly. So let's now welcome Mr. Moataz Naim, the Head of Strategic Sourcing Contract Manufacturing for the MENA region at Bell, who's also with us here today. A warm welcome. Mr. Bogdan Kotirlan is the Director of Procurement and Contracts at Expo City, who also joins our panel. A very warm welcome. Dr. Nawaf Al-Awadi is the Vice President of Procurement and Contracts at Fly Dubai. He also joins us here today. A very warm welcome. Mr. Andrew Sanderson is partner at Kingsley Napley, who also joins us. Welcome. Mr. Sam Achampong is the Regional Director for Asia, Australasia, the Middle East and Africa at CIPS, the Chartered Institute of Procurement and Supply. Wonderful to have you here as well. And now I'm going to throw over to Bassem. It's now over to you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, gents. So I believe we are lucky that we are the first panel. Guys are still fresh, away from the lunch coma. So good to be here. So just before we start with our esteemed panelists and the great leaders and experts we are having here today, I'd love just to take you briefly about the main topic we're going to discuss today. So today we are going to discuss the critical topic of sustainability, how we can innovate in this space, and the alignment with the UAE agenda and vision of 2030. But before we go this, I need to ask you a question. I cannot leave these all supply chain leaders and procurements here without this question. I couldn't have an answer. Who's keep inventing new supply terminologies and concepts every day? So the moment you are mastering one concept or terminology, 5 new more are invented overnight. So you just feel that someone is just waiting for us to sleep, and in the morning, come on, we have no new more 5 concepts, correct? And also the fancy statements. So I remember earlier in the meetings, we used to say we are running out of stocks, correct? We have a case of running out of stocks. Now we go to the meeting. I'll try to get this statement correct. We are saying that demand planning has encountered an unexpected forecast variance. Wow, very fancy statement, but okay, the conclusion is we're running out of stocks. So it is the same. And last, not least, the circular economy. I believe this circular economy concept, it has been there 10, 20 years back. It's considered as a new concept, but I believe I saw it in my home. My mom was the best circular economy follower over the globe. I believe some one of you here will agree with me. So whenever we were running to get the cookies from the cookies box, you find something else. You will never find cookies. You'll find something else. So she is mastering the circular economy and the rotation job as well. You will never, everyone was looking for the cookies. You will never find. So let's back to the heavy topic. I don't want to take a lot of time. So back to the current days, the game has changed a lot, and it became more about rethinking the whole supply chain and our legacy, because supply chain and the sustainability, I believe it's not more only about business and profession, it's about ourselves and our families as well. So I just need a small favor from you before we start. If we can give a round of applause for you, because having all of these great faces and experts here, and for our great panelists, please. So I will start introducing our first panelist. I'll put some suspense. He has a decade of leadership at CIPS, so now everybody knows. Before that, he held the senior management roles at Majid Al Futtaim and MTN. Please, let's welcome Mr. Sam Achupong, the Regional Director for CIPS, governing Middle East, Africa, and Asia Pacific. Up next is a procurement leader who's led procurement through both Expo 2020 and now Expo City. With more than 20 years of experience, his superpower are digital transformation, process efficiency, and building supplier relationships. Please welcome Mr. Bogdan Kotrilan, Procurement and Contracts Director at Expo City, Dubai. Next, I try to summarize number of circuits and awards he's having. So he holds a doctorate in procurement and organizational performance, an MBA in general management as a chartered fellow of CIPS. Also proud graduate of the UAE Government Executive Leadership Program and a member for the Mohammed bin Rashid Leadership Development Initiative. Wow. Let's give it up to Dr. Nawaf Al-Awadi, the Vice President of Procurement and Contracts at Fly Dubai. Second panelist is special for my heart because he's coming from the same industry. He is a sourcing and procurement leader for 20 years. Out of 20 years, 17 years at the same place, which is one of the biggest FMCG companies. That says a lot. He has been leading strategic sourcing across the region for almost 11 years. Please, let's welcome Mr. Mu'taz Naeem, Director of Strategic Sourcing and Contracts Manufacturing for MENA at Bell Group. Last and not least, and just came from UK, just landing. Our next panelist brings a legal and regulatory lens to the procurement. He specializes in transport law, international trade, disputes, and health safety. He is also the co-founder of Matrix Risk Solutions, a firm made for former intelligence officers and legal minds. Please, let's welcome Mr. Andrew Sanderson, partner at Kingsley Napoli in London. So the first question will go to Sam, Mr. Sam. How are you?
I'm good.
Yeah, got your coffee? Not yet.
Not yet, but Doesn't matter. I'm awake.
That's great. Okay, so Mr. Sam, procurement is often seen as a transactional function rather than a strategic one. What are the key mindset shifts needed to position procurement as a driver for sustainability and the business success?
Interesting. Good one to start the panel, right?
Yeah, I'm sure about it.
I mean, to be honest, I think that I'm a little bit bored in all of our conferences still talking about procurement being transactional. If any of our functions are still transactional, then really, yeah, I don't think we should talk about it anymore. I think you just dismantle it and start again. I think it's probably education, knowledge. I don't believe that any procurement professional carries out their role in a transactional way anymore. Because if they're a professional, they know that actually, look, procurement is not a transaction. It's not a process. It's actually quite straightforward. There's only one thing you're doing with procurement. It's you're obtaining goods and services for the lowest total cost of ownership. Procurement is not getting 3 quotes, running a tender. All those things are processes associated. So, so how do we stop this prevailing impression? Because obviously you're correct, Bassam. There is still a view that procurement is transactional amongst our stakeholders and the wider community. And the only way really to do it is for us as professionals to carry out our role in a non-transactional way. Make sure we're focusing on business outcomes. Make sure we're adding to the conversation and articulating ourselves properly. And it's only us who can change that perception, because if we're carrying out our role in a transactional way, then procurement's always going to be seen as transactional. So we can only look at all of us in the room to change that perception. No one else is going to change that. So yeah, I would say the way to navigate away from that within your organization is to come up with business solutions and focus on business outcomes.
It's a great perspective. I believe it's coming. How the people are looking at procurement nowadays is changing a lot. How we are having a chair on every strategic decision, not only procurement or supply chain, is also means a lot these days. Okay,
it's a good point.
Yeah.
COVID put us there. We're at the top table. We now have to stay there.
Thank you so much. Thank you. So I will fly a little bit to the cloud to Mr. Bogdan. Expo City is a flagship legacy of innovation and sustainability in UAE. Could you share how could we leverage procurement to embed sustainability into the infrastructure and operations, and what this means for future city developments under Vision of 2030?
Sure. Indeed, Expo City, as you know, is a great legacy of Expo 2020. Expo 2020 wanted to leave a legacy of sustainable infrastructure, a place where you can develop sustainable solutions that can be, developed to the wider economy. And I would like to talk about the role of procurement in Expo City, and I'm glad that Sam started with this topic. We must go away from the transactional part of this function. In Expo City, we see procurement as a driver, as a platform, as enabler. I think maybe this should be the buzzword for us in procurement, and I'm glad that we have such a great audience today. And I think this should be the buzzword in procurement, to be enabler for the business, for the company. Why I'm saying driver, it's a driver of sustainability infrastructure. Basically, procurement built the foundation for a company to be sustainable, for the procurement sustainability. You support all the vendors to be compliant with ESG requirements as a as a conditions of doing business. This is what we are doing in Expo City. All HSC, worker welfare, sustainability requirements are embedded in our RFP documents as well as in the contract clauses. So bottom line, I would like to highlight that procurement must reinforce or enforce actually the green standards for the future infrastructure, for the future city infrastructure. Platform, why a platform? Because procurement must be a platform for sustainable economic growth. In Expo City, we support small and medium enterprise businesses, not only doing business with Expo City, but helping them and supporting them to reach ECG compliance and reaching our ECG requirement for the business. What we are doing in this way is to build local capabilities for future infrastructure, large infrastructure, green cities. You support the local businesses to reach that level of maturity and to reach ECG compliance requirements that are required for the future projects. The last but not the least, procurement is enabler for innovation hub. Expo City serves as a test bed for green tech, for the smart innovations, and procurement partnered with green startups by creating flexible conditions and flexible contracts that can accommodate scalable and pilot-ready projects. So again, procurement has an active role of accelerate the adoption of the new technologies, smart technologies, green technologies that can in the future be beneficial for another green project.
Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot for the deep dive. And you have highlighted a very important point that if we need to go green or following the green agenda of UAE 2030, it will never happen without the well-established integration between supplier and partners together. Otherwise, we will never be there. So the integration, the well integration has to be there. Otherwise, it will never happen. So thank you for deep dive. And as long as we are still in the cloud, I will stay there. We'll go to Dr. Nawaf. Dr. Nawaf, what role does leadership play in driving sustainability transformation in procurement? And also, how can senior executives ensure sustainability? And it's not just a compliance, because the early stages we started as it's just only a compliance. How can be a business driver as well?
Very important question, Basim. Today, I think procurement leaders have a very crucial role in terms of driving the change of procurement sustainability and driving the procurement sustainability transformation within an organization. It comes from change management. First thing you should do is change the culture and the mentality of your employees, meaning that you have to embed your sustainability objectives into the organizational strategy and then align the procurement strategies to those sustainable organizational sustainable strategies. Additionally, it is very important to have sustainability policy within the organization, where the procurement policy would embed sustainability specific policy aligned to the organization again. So it's all about cultural change of the employees aligning to the high level organizational strategy.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I will just give you a quick also if we need to highlight about the most overlooked sustainability risks in supply chain. Just in a quick.
I would add one more point, Basim, since we're talking about sustainability today. I think the UAE has positioned itself as a leader in sustainability initiatives, and specifically in aviation. UAE has invested a lot in sustainability initiatives. For example, the sustainable aviation fuel. We're one of the leaders, specifically in UAE, that are aligned with the mandates that are there in Europe. We have lots of policies within the UAE that as most of the government, public sector and private sector are aligned with, whether it was the 2030 vision, the green procurement, and etc. Additionally, I believe local sourcing. We have Dubai SME, for example. I'm sure that most of the procurement departments within Dubai, they have a specific mandate with Dubai SME. So local sourcing is something that is initiated within Dubai, and most of procurement departments are mandated to follow those.
Thank you so much. Thank you for the info. And thank you for the safe landing as well. Now jump to my favorite sector, and it will keep always have a special part of my heart. They always say people will never stop eating. So FMCG will always be in demand. So I want to ask you the same thing, but regarding the FMCG. How sustainability risks in supply chain today, and how can company proactively mitigate them from supply chain and procurement within the FMCG?
That's a good question. Firstly glad to be within you, within all of these amazing people today. So a quick introduction about Bill Group to who doesn't know Bill Group. Bill Group is a dairy champions for sustainability and cheese production. We mix always sustainability with profitability. So it's in our core value. So Bill Group is a company producing brands like Lavash Kiri, Baby Bell, Porcelain, and many others. So when it comes to risks, while CO2 remains dominating the discussions all the time, but I want to shift our focus today to another important topic, which is rising. It's water. So while we all take water as a granted resource, but now it's more than ever to be tackled in our industry because it became now like a business continuity point. So if we look at fresh water, so only 0.7% of fresh water is accessible for human beings. 1 out of 3 people in the global has access to fresh water. And food security is water security. So 70% of food for agriculture depends on water. It's 70% consumption. And if you look at the risk of the water, so we operate in a region where we all know that, you know, it's on the map, you see it's really vulnerable. So we expect that in 2030, we might need 56% more water to sustain our needs. That's why we need really to focus on this in our KPIs when it comes to tackling our CSR points with our suppliers, especially in our region. So how we can do this? So we need to onboard our suppliers in the region on water importance. We need to put measures. We need to start follow up on these measures to reduce the water leakages, water consumptions, to recycle the water. So in development countries where we operate, they don't recycle. Like 80% of the water is just going to nature. So we need to integrate this in our strategy.
Very, very important point. It's also, I believe, it's a very important file within the UAE Agenda of 2030, the water file. So yes, you're totally sure. I believe the water file needs to be open across all the industries, across everywhere, because it's a game changer for sustainability for sure. Thanks a lot. And last and not least, for Mr. Andrew, how you find the weather in Dubai, Mr. Andrew?
A lot better than London. We don't have any problems in terms of water, but it's fantastic to be here. Thank you for the invitation from Blue Ocean. It's a real pleasure and a real honor to be here today.
It's our pleasure, and we are lucky to have all of you guys here. So, with your expertise in transport law and compliance, what are the biggest legal and regulatory challenges business face when integrating sustainability into their supply chains?
I think the biggest problem is on an international basis, when you look at regulation, when you look at law, it doesn't keep pace with business. And I think then you have a problem whereby the regulation and the legal framework is out of date with business, and it stops business doing what it wants to do. And then there's a real challenge. My view, and this might be controversial amongst fellow lawyers, is that the purpose of regulation is to help business and to get business to do what it does best, which is employing people, making money, innovating, pushing forward on various projects. And I think where regulation is out of date because it takes too long to update, then it impacts on business, and that's not a good thing. In the UK, we face challenges with our regulation taking too long to come up to date. And business will often speak to me and say, look, we're frustrated. We want to do this project. We want to move forward with things, but we're being stopped by the legislation. We're being stopped by regulation. And that's not a good thing. So for me, the biggest challenge is regulation being out of date and not keeping a pace with business. And it's got to change. It's got to be there to support business and to help push business forward, I think.
Thank you so much. So going back to Sam, and CIPS plays a great role in shaping procurement excellence. So how do you see procurement professionals in the UAE and Middle East aligning their capabilities to support the vision of 2030?
There's a massive effort. I think if you talk about the individuals, let's talk about the companies that support them. So the capability development is huge in procurement at the moment. If you just talk about the organizations that we're working with in the UAE, it starts from the government downwards. From the very, very top, I think organizations realize that to upskill procurement professionals is the only way to ensure efficiency, capability, performance, and to enable everybody to reach the goals of 2030 and beyond. So yeah, lots of organizations, we have a great engagement with them, and they're very keen to make sure that their teams are skilled to know how to carry out strategic procurement in the current era. So investment in IT infrastructure, investment in upskilling people to be able to integrate with IT infrastructure, investment in professionals to understand what sustainability is, investment in people to understand what ethical procurement is. Over the last months, I see organizations such as ENOC, Abu Dhabi Islamic Bank, a UAE Space Agency have all completed the ethics module of the SIP's globally recognized ethics standard, which means that the whole organization, the entire procurement team, is not only upskilled but also have specifically focused on ethics. So I see it throughout organizations, and it's interesting because there's procurement and there's sustainability or ESG, and there's no more focus, I think, around the world than in this region or the proximity of this region. With SIPS ourselves, we're just about to appoint a global head of sustainability, but that person will be based here in Dubai because this is where this is almost the epicenter of that thinking. And it's no surprise, it's no coincidence that from a sustainability perspective, COP27, Egypt COP28, UAE COP29, just down the road in Azerbaijan, are all centered in this region. This is where the expertise is. So government organizations understand what the goals are, they understand what the targets are, and they're upskilling their teams to be able to have the skills to ensure they can achieve those targets. Because when you talk about sustainability or ESG, we all know that it centers on procurement. 80% of the impact comes from procurement or the suppliers. If you look at the the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, most of them are featured on impacts that come from procurement, whether it's the employment of miners or the sourcing of supplies or emissions or carbon emissions. They all center around things that procurement will do. So we have to have the expertise. There's no substitute for us having the expertise. We have to know. We have to have the expertise. And for me, I think if there's one thing that I would like to see before 2030 is for us to stop talking about sustainable procurement. Okay, I really, by 2030 or before, I really want that word to be retired, because there shouldn't be a way to procure in an unsustainable way. Okay, so procurement is procurement. There shouldn't be a way to. There shouldn't be unsustainable procurement. Okay, procurement by definition is obtaining goods for the lowest total cost of ownership. If the cost of what you're doing is having an impact on the planet or people, then that's a cost. So it should be included in your calculation of whether you're going to procure that item. So sustainable procurement for me is a misnomer. Procurement, you shouldn't be able to procure in an unsustainable way.
Don't worry, there will be more 4 or 5 new terminologies and concepts are coming, so don't worry about this. There will now be more sustainable procurement. And just want to highlight on one very important point. I'm always telling the team and everyone that the most important investment is a people investment. So if you didn't invest in people, you will not be able to achieve anything. So I will keep saying that this is the most powerful investment you need to do is the people investment one. Mr. Bogd, for the impactful technologies, what are the most impactful technologies currently driving sustainability and procurement? And they are just telling me that they're gonna kill me. So we have 1 minute and then we'll have to wind up.
Okay, I'll be short here. I think my opinion is that in our journey towards net zero or circular economy models or ECG compliance, the spotlight is data. So data offers us, the information, the past information and the future information. So in my opinion, the technologies are going towards data analytics first. And secondly, we need to partner also with external collaboration for ECG supplier performance platforms.
Thank you. Thank you
Yeah.
so much. I'm sorry
Okay.
for interrupting, but please, let's give it up to all the great panelists here. And I'm honored and thrilled to be here with you guys. Thank you so much. And thank you for all of you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. An excellent panel there. Please do stay on the stage as we have a small token of appreciation, of course. So I'd now like to invite Mozamil Isa, who is the Program Director, and Mr. Kiran Vari, who is the Director of Academics at Blue Ocean Corporation. Please do come on up. And yes, an excellent panel there. Thank you so much. Taking a look at innovating for sustainability and transforming UAE supply chains in alignment with that Green Agenda 2030. Now, if you do have any other further questions, of course, as always, please do make sure you speak to any of our guests as they come off the stage. Thank you so much. Yes, please do join the photograph. Thank you so much. Please do join the photograph. And yes, very soon after this, we will be welcoming His Excellency. So thank you so much. And yes, thank you to our panel. Let's move on to our next panelist for their token of appreciation. Thank you so much. Please do come to the side, and we will be getting a group photograph just at the end after these individual shots. Yes, and yes, and our next panelist, please do come forward to collect your token of appreciation. Thank you so much. Please do come forward. A huge thank you there to Andrew Sanderson. And thank you again, once again, to our panel. And as we move on to our next panelist for that token of appreciation, thank you so much to Sam Champong, Regional Director for Asia, Australasia, the Middle East and Africa at CIPS, as we mentioned. A very quick photograph as we move on to our group photograph, as in just a moment, we will be welcoming His Excellency to the stage. So thank you so much once again to Sam there. And I think, yes, we have one more. We have our moderator, Bassem Salama, who did a fantastic job navigating that topic for us. So thank you so much once again to Mr. Bassem, Procurement Director of the GCC in Egypt there at Americana Foods. A brilliant job. And I'd very much like to invite all of our panel guests now for a group photograph to mark the occasion. Please do come on in. Thank you so much. Let's put our hands together one more time for our panel guests. Thank you so much once again, and what a way to kickstart our dialogues here. The first panel to kickstart today, as we mentioned, on innovating for sustainability. Thank you so much once again. Thank you to Mozamil and Kieran Bari there as well for handing out those tokens of appreciation. And as you can see, we are going to rearrange the furniture. I have a couple of videos for you in the meantime, and we will be back in just a couple of moments' time. So please do not go anywhere.
am Rachit Rungta and I head Central Supply Chain at Reliance Retail for consumer goods. I've been attending the International Conference for Procurement and Supply Chain held in Mumbai by Blue Ocean Corporation. And it has been a wonderful event right through the day. They have very enlightening perspectives shared by the various speakers. Our own session was very informative with all the panelists sharing their views on how supply chain can be the next growth driver for India and the collaboration that we can have with UAE and the Middle East. Thanks a lot for the opportunity to attend this wonderful event.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. أنا مهندس أحمد رشوان، شغال في شركة إيكوم العربية. أتشرف بالحصول على CIPM CIPS CICCM من بلو أوشن. تشرفت بمعرفة برضو الطاقم جميعا، الأستاذ شعيب والأستاذ محمد عطية والاستراكشر حقنا مهندس أو أستاذ مزمل، الله يديهم العافية جميعا. وأنصحكم بالبلو أوشن.
It was really a nice moment to join this amazing international procurement and supply chain conference. Thanks for the organizer, Blue Ocean, for this nice event to gather all the professionals in those fields, and for the nice arrangement and setup and the wonderful arrangement of the panel speech and the other segment of this event. Thank you very much, Blue Ocean, and hopefully it will add to the market, it will add to the professional people and to the society of procurement supply chain. Thank you very much.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. دكتورة داليا غيط، أنا استشاري في supply chain management في الكواليتي والدكتوراه في نفس المجال. أنا سعيدة جدا بهذا الملتقى والمؤتمر اللي بيتعمل تحت أمبريلا بلو أوشن، وبشكر جدا المملكة وبشكر اهتمامها بالمؤتمرات وبالديفلوبمنت للناس الموجودة خاصة للمرأة. موضوع السبلاي تشين مانجمنت موضوع مهم جدا، في تحديات كتير قوي، في تشالنجز كتير هيدن وغير هيدن، زي مثلا موضوع المخازن والراكد اللي عندنا مشاكل كتيره فيه، واللي الاقتصاد الدول غالبا بينوء بحمل هذه المخزون الراكد، زي موضوع المشتريات والافشنسي، زي البلاننج واهميته. فمؤتمرات زي كده بتضع ايدها بالذات على النقاط اللي فيها مشاكل وعلى طريقه افشنسي عشان اوصل للفعاليه والكفاءه في الاداء بوجه عام. سعيده جدا بوجودي في هذا المؤتمر الرائع يعني، ودايما ان شاء الله متكرر، وبنلتقي بهذه الكوكبه الرائعه من الخبراء في كل المجالات في السبلاي تشين مانجمنت.
It is great to be here at IFSC in Mumbai, and good part was really to understand and the buzzword which is going on now, ESG, the sustainability part of it. The world is changing on the sustainability, and India as such, we are taking a leap into that and working a lot of structure way to move into environmental, social and governance part of it. And we as a company and organization having a target of
Ladies and gentlemen, please rise as we welcome His Excellency Sheikh Nahyan Mubarak Al Nahyan, Member of the Cabinet and Minister of Tolerance and Coexistence. And we also welcome Mr. Sourav Ganguly, Board Member of Blue Ocean Corporation. Please be seated. And yes, as I mentioned, what a great privilege to be joined by His Excellency here today. And now I would like to welcome to the stage His Excellency Sheikh Nahyan Mubarak Al Nahyan, Member of the Cabinet and Minister of Tolerance and Coexistence.
Thank you for the quick introduction. You don't believe in wasting time. Good. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I'm pleased to welcome you to this International Procurement and Supply Chain Conference, a conference of great importance to us in the United Arab Emirates. I'm especially grateful to the people from Blue Ocean Corporation who have given us so much time, effort, and resources to planning and organizing this timely conference. The topics under discussion at this conference directly affects the quality of our lives. We have come to realize the fragile nature of supply chains and to appreciate that in this globalized world, we must have supply chains that can respond to free trade, to technological advancements, to increase automation and use of robotics, and to the forces of market economies. We fully understand that supply chains must be sustainable, resilient, secure, innovative, data and evidence driven, and cost efficient. They must be effective, responsive to rapid change, and continue to improve. I think of supply chains like electricity in our homes. They are essential to a well-functioning society. Yet, many only talk about them when disruptions occur, such as those many countries experienced during the COVID-19 pandemic, or because of unforeseen accidents on high seas, or as a result of other national or global risk events. During these occurrences, all of us are reminded of the complexity and vulnerability of supply chains and of their collective responsibility of governments and businesses around the world to ensure that procurement systems and supply chains are sustainable, resilient, and beneficial to society and to the well-being of our planet. Ladies and gentlemen, you have come together under the banner Redefining Global Trade, UAE Shaping Sustainable Supply Chains for the Future. You have an opportunity to reflect on the considerable successes the United Arab Emirates has achieved and the vast potential and promise of this country. Our innovative supply chains are strong, reliable, and cost-effective without backlogs or bottlenecks. Our country's essential supply chain model is directly related to our continued progress and prosperity and to our vibrant institutions. It is facilitated by our excellent roads, airports, seaports, trade zone, and other infrastructure, as well as our growing manufacturing capabilities. Our supply chains benefit greatly from our embrace of new technologies and from our policies of openness and transparency. We have reliable and diverse suppliers and wide access to global markets. And most importantly, we have capable leaders at all links of the chain. Our country is known for its ability to change direction when needed, as we are committed to learning from successful experiences around the world. Our successful standing in the global economy has resulted directly from the wise leadership of His Highness the President, Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan, and that of His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Rashid Al Maktoum, Vice President, Prime Minister, and ruler of Dubai. His Highness the President and his leadership team pay special attention to infrastructure, to economic development, to sustainability, and to the smooth operations of society. Our government and our businesses are committed to making all products and services available and affordable. The UAE is an integral part of the global economy. When it comes to supply chains, we wish to succeed. For our sake, of course, but we also aim to provide a successful model that other nations might wish to employ. And to that end, we welcome collaborative efforts with other countries and their institutions. We consider implementing effective supply chains to be a competitive advantage and an important component of our trade policies. Effective supply chain models are an essential element of the prosperity we enjoy, as well as a vital part of our national security. Resilient supply chains are an important component of our national infrastructure for innovation and creativity, and have been central in making the UAE a global hub for trade and financial center it has become. My dear friends, effective supply chains make today's global, interconnected, and interdependent world possible. Ensuring our supply chains remain effective is your challenge. You face many obstacles, including geopolitical trade disruptions, supplier and component shortages, and growing regulatory demands for greater supply chains. In the UAE, I see our contributions to global efforts in this regard as helping to infuse the world with the ability to innovate, to resolve, to respond to change, and the determination to meet the demands for reform and improvement. Our experience has clearly shown that continuous improvements in supply chain models should not be hampered by lack of cooperation or bureaucratic rigidity or outdated regulation. The nature of your work and your presence at this conference are cause for great optimism. Collaboration on supply chains is essential for global economy growth and is an important element of regional and international cooperation. Again, welcome to Dubai and the United Arab Emirates. I thank you all, and I trust that you will find this conference to be both productive and intellectually satisfying. My best wishes for your success. Thank you very much, and God bless you all. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. What a true honor to have you here. We cannot thank you enough. Your vision and leadership, of course, continue to guide and shape the future of our nation. And we are very, very honored to hear from you here. Thank you. And yes, I would now like to welcome Mr. Sourav Ganguly, board member of Blue Ocean Corporation, and Dr. Sathya Menon, Group CEO of Blue Ocean Corporation, who are now going to present a small token of appreciation to His Excellency. Thank you so much. Now I'd like to request His Excellency and Mr. Sourav Ganguly and Dr. Sathya to remain on stage and join us for the prestigious International Procurement and Supply Chain Award Ceremony. It's time now to honor excellence, innovation, and the outstanding talent that drives our industry forward with the IPSC Awards 2025. We are proud to present awards in two categories. We have the individual ones and the corporate awards. And if you do come up, please receive your trophy and then do stand to the side of the stage. So we begin the individual category with the Ambassador for Community Welfare Award. And today we would very much like to honor the chairperson of the Divija Foundation, Amruta Devendra Fadnavis. A huge, huge congratulations. Absolutely fantastic to have you here as well. And a reminder to all the winners to collect your award, and please do stand to the side of the stage. And now please put your hands together. And now we would very much like to decorate our Supply Chain Excellence Leader of the Year. Please put your hands together for Mr. Murray Al-Katani, who is the Minister for Supply Chain at the Ministry of Health for Saudi Arabia. And now, continuing with our individual awards, we now have the award for Supply Chain Innovation Excellence Leader, and the award goes to Mr. Khalifa Al-Mazuki, Supply Chain Management Department Director at the Department of Culture and Tourism, Abu Dhabi. And now for the strategic Procurement Leader of the Year, please put your hands together for Miss Jade Marajaram. And the Supply Chain Resilience Champion Award this year goes to Mr. Ahmed Sedki. The next award is for the Digital Transformation Leader Award, which goes to Mr. Adel Al-Janabi. And our next award is for Outstanding Procurement Professional, and that is presented to Mr. Saeed Al-Mazrui. And the Procurement Professional of the Year this year goes to Mr. Omar Al-Sada. The Procurement Transformation Leader this year is Mr. Mubarak Al-Hamadi. And next, the Green Supply Chain Advocate Award is for Mr. Rajesh Krishnan. Taking home the next trophy for Supply Chain Optimization Leader is Mr. Hamza Al-Musimi. Procurement Transformation Excellence Leader for the year is Mr. Firaz Kasim. The Champion of Procurement Transformation Award for 2025 is for Mohammed Hamdan Awili. The Transformation Woman Leader in Logistics and Transport Award goes to Ms. Rahma Al-Riyami. A huge congratulations to all of our individual winners there as we move on now to our corporate category. And we have some incredible organizations joining us here today whose practices, achievements, and innovations will be celebrated by all of us here today. And continuing with our individual awards as they come up on stage. And I'll move very swiftly to the corporate awards very soon after that. So a huge congratulations to all of our individual winners. And now we will continue with our corporate awards with excellence in procurement. Please put your hands together for the Federal Tax Authority. Next, we will present the Excellence in Tech Innovation in Supply Chain Award. And this year, the award goes to the Ministry of Health, Saudi Arabia. We also have our third award in the corporate category, which is for excellence in supply chain innovation, which this year goes to the Department of Culture and Tourism, Abu Dhabi. We would also like to honor the Excellence in Strategic Supply Chain Partnership Award this year to ADNEC. And finally, our final award in this segment for the corporate category. We have just previously done the individuals, and now we move to the corporate. And our final corporate award is for excellence in strategic procurement. And we would very much like to honor Abu Dhabi Shipbuilding. And yes, a huge congratulations to all of our honorees here today. Very, very well deserved indeed. And please, yes, as I mentioned, do stay to the side of the stage for our group photograph at the end as well. Yes, thank you so much. What a wonderful morning, full of some great dialogue this morning, and a great honor to have His Excellency here today to honor all our individuals and those in the corporate category, some incredible organizations, as you can see here at the International Procurement and Supply Chain Conference. We cannot thank you enough. And very well done indeed to our winners. Thank you so much once again. What a great honor, as I mentioned, to have His Excellency here. And thank you so much to all of our speakers so far this morning. We've had such an interesting morning, topped off by His Excellency's presence and those incredible awards. I'm sure we also have some boxes here as well, if you have your award and you'd like to put it into the box as well. In the meantime, I think we are going to now go into a short break. I think we deserve a break after such an encouraging morning in order to digest all of the information we've had. In just a moment, though, we will resume at 11:50 for our next session. We have about a 30-minute break. Do be reminded you can use our hashtag, which is IPSC 2025 Dubai and Blue Ocean Corporation. Lastly, your certificate of attendance will be sent to your registered email address as well. So thank you so much. And we are going to be back with a lot more content a little later on, some more awards as well in half an hour's time, 11:50. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, please do take your seats, as in just a couple of moments' time, we will be welcoming our next guest of honor, a very exciting presentation coming up for you all. But in the meantime, as you are seated, just to let you know that Blue Ocean Corporation has in fact received 10,000 plus Google reviews. So why don't you join that 10,000 and leave us a review on Google? That would be very much appreciated, as we always very much value your feedback, of course. As you know, the International Procurement and Supply Chain Conference here in Dubai is organized by Blue Ocean Corporation, the global leader in supply chain consulting and training. Also, a huge thank you. We have to remind, I have to remind myself to continuously thank our partners, as they have been a very important element in putting the event together as well. So thank you to our media partner, Before You Plus, and thank you to the Association for Supply Chain Management, the International Purchasing and Supply Chain Management Institute, the Chartered Institute of Logistics and Transport, the Chartered Institute of Procurement and Supply, the Chartered Management Institute, the International Air Transport Association, the Project Management Institute, the American Purchasing Society, and the Computing Technology Industry Association, who have very much helped us put the event together. Remember, if you haven't seen it already, do have a photo outside. So any images you'd like to share from that, or anything that you've captured here on the stage that you think is worthy of sharing, you can do that using our hashtag, which is IPSC 2025 Dubai. And you can also use the hashtag Blue Ocean Corporation. And also, I think I reminded you at the beginning, if you weren't here with us this morning, if you look on your lanyards, we have a QR code. And that's where you can download any images from the event. You can scan your face and any images will pop up. And please do share those if you would like as well. And finally, your certificate of attendance will be emailed to you. So please do take a look out for that. That's for your registered email address. So please do check your other folders just in case. We are going to be starting off in just a couple of moments' time with a very special guest, as I mentioned. So we will be just a few moments. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. What an incredible morning we've had so far. As you can see, we have a full house here today. I've just been told, in fact, that we had to add an extra 50 seats for the event today. So thank you so much for coming out and supporting the event. Right. As mentioned, we are organized by Blue Ocean Corporation, and we are now going to start this side of the break with some valuable insights into leadership, resilience, and decision-making during the most challenging moments. Our next session is titled Captain's Call, Tough Decisions, High Stakes, and Leadership Under Fire. So get ready for an extraordinary session with a leader whose legacy extends far beyond cricket. A man who led India to some of its most iconic victories, made tough decisions under immense pressure, and displayed unparalleled leadership. To share his leadership journey with us here today, I'm absolutely thrilled to welcome our guest of honor, who is a member of the board of Blue Ocean Corporation. He's chairman of the ICC Cricket Committee. He's the former president of the Board of Control for Cricket in India and former captain of the India cricket team. It is the one and only Mr. Sourav Ganguly.
Good morning, everyone. I never prepare for speeches, and you know, for me, it's been an honor and a pleasure to be here this afternoon. Dr. Satya, Jayesh, and Ms. Amrita Fadnavis is here with us. Members of the Dubai fraternity, business fraternity, staff, employees, people who work with Blue Ocean Corporation, ladies and gentlemen. My first event or association with Blue Ocean Corporation was in Mumbai. It was a year ago. And Blue Ocean was launching in India. And since then, a year has passed. And what I see this morning here in Dubai is such a pleasure to the eye. To see so many people, so many business organizations being involved this morning in this event with Blue Ocean really speaks of volumes the way Dr. Satya and his team and all the members of Blue Ocean have taken this company forward. I know they are starting their presence in India. You know, for me, as I always say, that India is the most important and probably the best country in the world at the moment to go to. I go around the world, I see various places. The UAE obviously has been special. The development, the improvement, the technological upgrade which has happened in this part of the world is for everyone to see. As you within the city to other parts of Dubai and Abu Dhabi and areas around, you can see the development in this part of the world. But when you come to India, when you come and see our country, when you see what has happened in the last 10 years, it is just phenomenal. You know, I go to England, I go to Australia, I go to South Africa, but I can tell you, and I say that with a lot of pride and a lot of respect, my country has moved leaps and bounds and gone a long way forward in every aspect of business, trade, sports, and other aspects of the society. For me as a sportsman, I've seen the transformation. You know, starting a career in the mid 80s, 1986, 87, as a young 12, 13-year-old boy, just wanting to play the sport, not knowing exactly where this will take you, where it leads you. Very much like this country, Dubai. You know, I came here first in 1995 to play in Sharjah, and to see what Dubai has transformed in the last 30 years, or to be precise, 28, 29 years. It's just absolutely been phenomenal. You know, from those desert lands to see the infrastructure, to see the modernization is really a treat to the eye. And I've seen with sports happening in India since 1987, with a few grounds around the country, not the best infrastructure. You know, the traveling around the country on trains to play, staying in ordinary hotels, to what it delivers now around the world. India is the biggest and the most powerful and the most developed sporting nation in terms of cricket in the world. I had the honor and privilege to head the board of control for cricket in India as the president for 3 years. The honor and the privilege to be the president of the Cricket Association of Bengal for a period of 5 years, captaining India for a period of 7 years. As a young boy, to see the transformation is just phenomenal, and that's what Blue Ocean does. Blue Ocean Corporation, with its consulting, with its as you say, this supply chain, is on the process of transforming back-end work for the corporates around the world. I know Dr. Satya and his team are trying to make a presence in India, in the various cities, and trying to take this supply chain infrastructure to our country. And I hope that within the few years, his effort, his process will be a very successful one, even in that part of the world. Every time I come to a Blue Ocean Corporation event, Dr. Satya says, you must speak about leadership. I said, obviously I've been a leader of a mad cricket playing nation, but I'm sure many of you in this room have been leaders in your own way, in your businesses, in your professional world, in your jobs, in your sporting world, or in whatever way you want to establish and make a name and create an organization for yourself. For me, leadership, and I get this opportunity to speak at various places. For me, leadership was something which I learned as a young cricketer, and I'm sure it's the same with all of you. Nobody comes into a system being a captain, being a leader, being the head of an organization. It's a process. It's a process which you go through as a young professional. When you come in, whether it's in Blue Ocean, whether it's the biggest industrial office, whether it's in the sporting world, we all start from zero. And for us, the biggest guideline or the biggest roadmap for leadership is what you experience as you grow up in your various aspects of life. I was fortunate enough to lead a country, as I said, which is mad on cricket. So you can imagine, with the madness comes the pressure. With the madness comes the expectations. And I remember the first time when I became captain of my country in the year 1999, and just the beginning of 2000. The sport was different. And the professionalism in sport was different. The infrastructure in sport was different. And the way the world looked at cricket was different. So a lot of my leadership skills, a lot of my leadership work came from just basic experience and knowledge, which I developed as a young professional. I had few basic guidelines of leadership, and over a period of time, being captain and leader in very high profile, high pressure organizations. They say being captain of India is probably the most difficult and the toughest job in world, and rightfully so, because everyone knows the game more than you do, and everyone has an opinion. Everyone feels that what he thinks is right. And I'll tell you a small story. We were playing Pakistan in 2003, and I was captain of India, and I wasn't playing well. I wasn't scoring runs. So I told my coach that, I need a break. I need a break for a week. I need to go home between the second and third test match, get myself freshened up, and come back and play the final test. So as I landed back in the street of Calcutta, came out of the airport, my people from home came to pick me up, put the kit bag at the back of the car, and we were driving through the streets of Calcutta. But at that time, he was with me for about good 10 to 15 years. And as I drove through the streets of Calcutta, he threw the glass of the car, turned up me and said, "Are you training enough?" I said, "Yes, I'm training enough. I'm training as hard as I can." "No, you're running between the wickets have become slow." So I said, "What makes you say that?" I said, "No." He said, No, I saw you take that second run with Sachin. He was a lot quicker than you were as he turned around and came back for the second run. So I was obviously not in the best of moods because I wasn't playing well. So I didn't say much to him, and I knew him for a long period of time. And I said, okay, you please take me home as quickly as you can. I reached home. And I wanted to have lunch. My mother was there, and she was more worried than I was because I wasn't playing well. And I was having lunch. So the lady who was serving lunch, she still works at my place, and she kept putting some rice and dal on my plate. And then she stopped after a while. After a couple of spoons, she stopped after a while, and I said, I need some more. He said, no, don't eat so much. You're not playing well. You need to get fitter. Yeah. So this is what we face in our country. Whenever you played Pakistan, you order room service in the food, and I was captain for 7 years. So I realized that, when you order food, I used to order food, and as the room service boy would knock, you go into the washroom, and and you pretend that you are having a bath or changing yourself, and the room service guy would say, sir, the bill. I said, you leave it. Once I finish, I'll sign it and keep it out of the room. And the reason I did that was because the first thing he would look at me and say, sir, kal century marna hai. You must get 100. So this is what you faced as a professional sportsman in our country. This game was so popular, so close to everyone, that along with it, the pressure was enormous. So in my journey to leadership as a young player in the year 2000, I had no hard and fast rules. I did not know what it was. I never read the book of the art of captaincy. I just did what I knew was best for the team. And for me, the most important thing, and I'm sure it's with all the corporate world, with all of you here who are trying to make a name for yourself with Dr. Satya and his company, Blue Ocean, it's about the people who you work with. It's the talent who you work with. In a team sport, in a corporate culture, your success and failure depends on the people who are with you. Nothing happens alone. Nothing happens just by the leader. And as they always say, a good leader is as good as his team. So for me, the biggest and the first and foremost challenge as a captain was to identify the talent. And I can tell you, in India, the talent in sport is enormous. You go on a Saturday, Sunday on the streets of Mumbai, Calcutta, Delhi, to the smaller cities now, as they say, the tier 2 cities in India, Ranchi. You go to Chennai, you go to Bangalore, you'll see young boys and girls with kit bags heavier than they are at their back going to play the sport, because they all want to become a Tendulkar, they all want to become a Kohli, they all want to become a Bumrah, they all want to become a Dravid. So that is what the sport is and means to the young children in our country. So for a leader, it was very important to identify the right talent, the talent who will actually take your team forward, a talent with attitude, the talent with the right foresight, and the talent with the basic ethics of putting in the hard work. So for me, identification of the talent was very, very important. In a professional world, in a business world, a lot of opportunities. As a young entrepreneur, if you don't get an opportunity to work for a government organization, you go and work for a private organization. You don't get to work for the Ambanis, you get to work for the Jindals. You don't get to work for the Jindals, you get to work for the Tatas. But in your national team, it was 11 out of the millions who played the sport. So on a Saturday evening, you would be playing in front of 100,000 capacity. And if you don't perform, the next Saturday would be a game with 3 men and a dog watching. So that was the drop, because only 11, as I said, of the millions who played the sport could play for the country. So you can imagine the pressure, you can imagine the expectation, you can imagine what the public wanted you to do. So for me, the identification of players was very important. And I don't know how many of you are attached to Indian cricket or followed Indian cricket over a period of time, and have heard about the names of Tendulkar, Dravid, Sehwag, Zaheer, Harbhajan, Lakshman, Yuvraj Singh. They are the MS Dhoni. They are the stalwarts of Indian cricket, and that has happened over a period of time. But as a leader, as a captain, it was important to identify which talent would take the team and you forward. Once you identified the talent, and I was fortunate enough during my time as captain to be appreciated and to be recognized for unearthing a lot of talent who went on to become great players in sport. in the cricketing world. Once you identified the talent, in a group, it was important for you as a captain, and it's important for you as a leader, even in the corporate world, is to take the fear of failure away. Because all of us in this room, in sports, in any business of our life, have this biggest fear that what happens if I can't? What happens if I fail? Everyone fails. Everyone fails in every aspect of society. But the best ones fail lesser than the unsuccessful ones. You know, the great Sachin Tendulkar played 700 matches for India. He scored 100 international hundreds. So the remaining 600 matches was not up to what he expected or not what the world expected out of him. So failure is a part of your journey to be successful. But it is the fear of failure which actually holds you back in your journey to success. And as a leader, as a head of the group in any organization, it's important that you understand and find a way to take the fear factor away from individuals. You know, when you play the sport, as I said, you get scrutinized by everyone. You get scrutinized by the press, by the media, by your friends, by your family, by people around you, everyone. Everyone scrutinizes you because you're playing for the country. It's an understood that, you know, you play for the country means you have to perform all the time. The country has to win all the time, but that's not possible. You know, in a corporate world, you have to have the best quarters every time. That's not possible. You know, you'll have one good quarter, you'll have a couple bad quarters, and then you bounce back to have another good quarter. So the best in the business find a way to handle the fear of failure. It's about creating your own zone of performance. It is about creating a barrier around you which absolutely eradicates outside influence and creates an environment for performance. And I think that is very important in your journey to success. And the most important part of leadership is about taking the fear factor away from individuals. Once you pick a professional, whether it's cricket, whether it's football, whether it's business, you give them the environment to perform. You give them an environment to express themselves. You know, as they say that you don't hire professionals to tell them, you hire professionals for them to tell you what to do. The best in the business learn from the professionals they hire and allow them a free environment to perform. You know, in a world, as I said, in sport, once you pick someone, you don't worry about anything else. You don't worry about the criticism. You don't worry about what the selectors think about you. You don't worry about the captain thinks about you. All you need to know is that white or the red cricket ball which comes out of the hand of the bowler. And it's the same in business. It's about the job in hand. It's about what you need to achieve at that particular moment. Too far ahead. A lot of us, because of their desperation to succeed, look too far than what they need. And I think the matured ones, the only way you can deal with is to look what is in hand, is to do the best of what you have in store at that particular moment. Because if you do well at that particular moment, it takes care of the future. So the biggest maturity, the biggest aspect of life which you need to understand and accept is that live in the present. And that is the most important characteristics of a leadership. Along with the talent you have, along with the professionals you hire, you give them that guidance of taking the fear factor away. You give them the guidance of living in the present. You give them the guidance of making the present the best. You know, it's about scoring. It's about how you go about scoring a test match 100 or a one-day 100 or a T20 100. As you walk in, you don't get to 100. You have to bat for 6 hours, at some stages for 2 hours, at some stages for 1 hour to get 100. And you start from zero. So it's important to focus and live with that next ball, the next project which is in your hand. So for me, it was important about identification of talent and taking the fear factor away. The second aspect which I believed a lot was man management. When you work with a lot of people, work with a lot of group, as you do in Blue Ocean, as you do in a lot of industries where you have thousands and lakhs of staff working together, some of you who you don't even deal with it, don't even deal on a daily basis. As a sporting team, it was a lot easier because you dealt with 15 at a time and you were in first-hand connection with all of them. But sometimes when you work in a big corporate, sometimes you don't even know who the person who's actually making a difference right at the bottom of the ladder, being the leader of the project. So for me, man management was important. We in India, we are a huge country with diversification, with people coming from different parts of the country. A person coming from the western part of India was different from someone from the southern part of India, from the eastern part of India, from the northern part of India, with difference in languages, with difference in attitude, with difference in food, with difference in the way they lead the daily life. And as a leader, as a captain of a team, it was important that you understood to manage every individual, because no individual is same. No individual works the same way. No individual delivers the same way. And it is very important to understand as a leader how to get the best of every individual you work with. A lot of us believe that my way is the highway as a leader. And I can tell you with my experiences over a long period of time dealing with some absolutely talented and God-gifted individuals, it never works that way. The best leaders in business, the best leaders in sport, the best leaders in professional life understand, adjust with the professionals they work with. I had an individual in a team who was absolutely meticulous. If you asked him the night before a game, saying that how do you prepare? And if you watch him in the morning of the game, you'll see him do exactly the same thing. Be at the breakfast table at 7:30, finish breakfast, be at the bus at 8 o'clock, and ready for a game to win for the country. And there was another individual who, when you woke up in the morning and walked past his door, you knocked on his door and said, "Hey, listen, are you up? We have a test match to play. We have a 50-over game to play. We have a T20 game to play." But as a leader, you must understand that both of them are different. Both of them have their own way of succeeding. And ultimately, it's what they do on that field is more important than way they approach the project. So it's very important, as I say, as a leader of a group, it's not to believe in my way or the highway, but adjust to the different habits and the different way of being successful of different individuals in the country. So man management is very important in your journey to success. It's about allowing individuals to express themselves. It's about allowing individuals to play the way they want to work the way they want to deliver the way they want to. And I think that adaptation, that adjustment is very important in your leadership role. I played with some absolute champions. There was Virendra Sehwag at the top of the order. I don't know, many of you have seen him bat. And there was Rahul Dravid at number 3. And people asked me that, both of them were great players for India. And what is the difference you saw among them and how you handled them to success? I said, when you watched Viru play and when you sit with Viru across the table and ask him about his game, ask him about how he wants to succeed. He was an opening batsman and probably the best opening batsman I've seen after Sunil Gavaskar. And then there was Rahul Dravid at number 3, batting for India. And the hardest thing was to sit next to Virendra Sehwag when he would get out early in a test match. He opened for India. He got out early, and then you had Rahul Dravid batting at number 3. And when you asked Virendra Sehwag that how do you make that new ball old, he said, "I'll hit that new ball and make it old." And then when you asked Rahul Dravid to bat at number 3 and ask him, "How are you going to make that new ball old?" he said, "I'm going to leave deliveries outside the off stump." So there were two individuals who went about the job in a completely different way. And then there are 2 times when you had to tell Viru, because you were padded at number 5, he would get out and sit next to you with a cup of coffee, and Dravid would be leaving deliveries outside the off stump. And he would sit next to you and say 4, 6, 4. Then you have to go and tell Viru, your chance is over. You got dismissed out early. You go and sit in the dressing room. You don't sit there and eat my head telling me how to play that ball at that particular moment. So, and when you go about it and when you think about it at the end of the day, you realize that, this is how it works. This is how success works. This is how team building works. Because you have 2 individuals with 2 different ways of achieving success. And as a leader, it's very important that you allowed them to succeed in their way. I'll tell you a small story. I had some great fast bowlers in the team. Zahir Khan was one, a young left-arm fast bowler, and we were touring Australia in the year 2003. We were touring Australia, and Australia were a great side then, the likes of Matthew Hayden, Steve Waugh, Glenn McGrath, Shane Warne, probably the best cricketing team I've seen in the last 40, 45 years. We had a big team meeting the night before the test, and I sat with Zahir for about good 15, 20 minutes and said, this is the way you must bowl to Matthew Hayden. He wasn't playing the short ball well, and I said, I'll give you a field, I'll give you a deep fine leg, deep square leg, deep mid wicket, and you need to just come and bowl short to him with the new ball. We were playing in Brisbane at the Gabba, and it was a very quick, bouncy wicket. So I sat with Zahir the night before the test, and I said, Zach, he's someone who's played very well against us. We need to get him out early if we have to be successful in this series. And this is my plan as a captain, which you need to execute on the ground tomorrow. He said, yeah, everything's fine. Don't worry. I've completely understood. So as the test match started, we decided to bowl first. I gave the new ball to Zach, and I said, Zach, are you ready? And this is the field I give. He said, yeah, no problem. This is the field, and I'll bowl to that. First ball, he runs up and pitches it up. He pitches it up and swings it away. So I look up to him and I say, he's warming up a bit, so maybe he'll take a little bit of time. The next ball, he runs up and pitches it up again. He does it for a couple of balls, and then I walk up to him at mid-on and I say, Zach, we spoke exactly the opposite last night. I have a different field for him. I have a deep square leg, deep fine leg, deep mid wicket, and I expect you to bowl short, and there is 50,000 people watching at the ground, and there is a few millions watching on television, and I look like a fool. He said, no, after our meeting last night, I went back to my room and I thought that, the field you'll give to him, he will think that this is the length I'm going to bowl. But I did exactly the opposite the next morning. He did manage to get Matthew Hayden out. But the crux of our story is that as a captain, as a leader, I sat with him the whole evening, having a different plan for an individual to be successful. And here it was, my premier fast bowler, one of the most important man of the team, who did completely the opposite in the ground the next day, and he was still successful. I was furious after the first over, saying that, I am the captain of the team, I run this team, and you did exactly the opposite. But as I went back at lunchtime, 2 hours after the start of the game, we were at lunch and I sat separately. I was still very angry because I didn't agree and didn't accept the way Zahid tried to execute. But as I went through the lunch and went through the thought processes and calmed myself down, the most important lesson I heard, I had for myself as a leader, saying that, Saurav Ganguly, this is what leadership is all about. Every time what you think, every time what you plan may not be the best for the team, may not be the right plan at the time of execution. But you have 10 other individuals working with you, trying to achieve the same result as you are, and they are thinking it differently. So sometimes in your journey to success, it's important that the people you manage, that the people who you work with, you allow them to do their way. The best leaders in sport, in business, because remember, in sport, there is no retake. A lot of people ask me that, what is the difference between sport and business and real life and films? I said, in sport, when you nicked a delivery outside the off stump of a Glenn McGrath or a Pollock or a Bumrah or a Shami, you couldn't go to the umpire and say, can I bat again? He'll say, no, you'll have to come back for another game. But in other aspects of life, there's a retake. So the risks, the chances of failures in sport are a lot more than any other aspects of life because you don't have the time to correct. And the biggest lesson I had from that test match with Zahir was that, boss, you may be the captain of the team, you may be the leader of the ship, but here is another individual who probably thinks differently than you are. And if you want to be a successful leader of a group, my group was 15, your group could be 50,000, your group could be 10,000. If you want to be a leader of a group of men, it's also about understanding and accepting that sometimes some members of the group are probably thinking better than you are. And I think that is where the management skills of every leader comes into the business. It's about understanding, accepting that in your journey to be successful, you have to be flexible at times. My third most important aspect of success and leadership is about vision, and planning. All of us plan to succeed. Yes, it may not work all the time the way you plan. You know, the best leaders plan, the best groups plan, and then keep adjusting as the process goes on. But it's very important as a leader to have a vision, of where you want to go as a unit. And it varies from individual to individual. And to see Blue Ocean succeed, to see Blue Ocean Corporation reach where it has over a period of time, is so happy. Is so happy to see in the last 1 year. And I was with Dr. Satya this morning, and he said, Saurav, when we started this business, we've gone to India. We had a certain idea in mind. We had a certain way of looking things in mind. But as 1 year of my work has passed, whether it's in Dubai, whether it's in England, whether it's in Cairo, whether it's in India, I see a much better result, a much better goal, a much better vision, a much broader success path in this last 1 year. And I think that's what vision is all about. It's about identifying what you want to do, and then keep adjusting in your journey as you keep growing bigger and bigger. When I first became captain in the year 2000 for India, we were a great side. We had some outstanding players over the period of time. The talent which India has had over a period of time was phenomenal. But as we went outside the subcontinent, as we went to England, as we went to Australia, as we went to South Africa, we were a bunch of very good, talented young players with exceptional personal skills, exceptional ability. But when it came to winning in different conditions, in quick bouncy wickets, in tough situations, we did not manage. There was 100 from Tendulkar, there was 100 from Ganguly, there was 100 from Dravid, but somehow India wouldn't win. And for me as leader during that period, the biggest vision was to change the culture when we went away. Because in India, on turning pitches, we had some outstanding spinners in Harbhajan Singh and in Anil Kumble and Ravichandran Ashwin in the later years, Ravindra Jadeja, who would just win you test matches on their own. And sometimes as a captain, in those conditions, you would actually think, what am I doing as a captain? Because these people are so good in these conditions that they win you games on their own. So the vision was to change how we travel, how we play abroad, how we adapt to those conditions, and that required a massive change in the mindset, the massive change in the way you thought, the massive change in the way you approached. I've always believed that if you think positive, if you think about winning, if you think about success all the time, it is going to happen at some stage or the other. The best professionals, the successful athletes, the successful professionals are more positive than the non-successful ones. Yes, they are a bit talented, more talented than the others, the more talented than the non-successful ones. But it's the mind which actually is a lot stronger, a lot better, and a lot positive than the unsuccessful ones. So vision and planning is very important in your journey to success. It's what you want to achieve. It's how much you want to achieve over a period of time. Sometimes we put too much pressure on ourselves by planning too much. Sometimes we put too much pressure on ourselves by too much expectations. That this is what the person who's watching me, the person who's judging me expects me to achieve. But in sport, in business, in the professional world, it's your own expectations. If you're always running to fulfill, make up, live to somebody's expectations, it's going to be a very, very tough journey. It's about understanding your vision. It's about understanding what you want to achieve and then working towards the goal over a period of time. Nobody has become the best overnight. Nobody has become the best over a year. People call Tendulkar, Kohli, Lakshman, Bumrah, the greats, the icons, because they have performed over a period of 15, 20 years. So if you want to be the best, If you want to be remembered, it's about performances, it's about longevity, it's about how long you keep performing over a period of time. You will have your ups and downs. There is no one in the world who's been successful all the time. It's like a boxing ring. You know, the best in the business get up when they fall, because everyone falls. As I said, the great Tendulkar has had 100 international hundreds in 600, 700 matches he's played for India. But it's about the next day. It's about the next morning. It's the disappointments of the last evening behind, and looking forward to the next day. It's about waking up the next morning and believing that this is going to be my day. You know, whatever happened last night, whatever happened the month before is past. It's about learning from it and becoming better in the future. So vision and planning is very important. In sport, my fourth point on leadership is about self-belief and hard work. You know, when we grew up in school, in the professional world, there was a very simple word which said, if you believe you can, you can. For me, that word had enormous power. The difference between a successful one and a non-successful one is the faith, is the belief in yourself, that I will make it happen over a period of time. You know, I spoke to a young batsman. I said, you know, you bat for 3 hours, you train for 3 hours, you practice, you have the best equipments, you're hitting cricket balls as much as you do. But what separates you from the Kohlis and the Rohit Sharmas of the world? So he didn't have an answer. I said, it's the belief. It's the belief on your ability. All of us work hard. All of us go to offices. All of us go to our corporate tables. All of us go to the project we are given. But why is it that somebody is more successful than the other? Yes, there is talent. Yes, there is a bit more ability than the other. But it's that deep thought within that I will succeed. I think that's very important. You know, I met when I was a young player in 1996. I first went to England with the Indian national team, and I was a young boy, a young 21-year-old boy, and wanting to make a name for myself in the international arena. I met a great West Indian. We were playing in Sussex in the first game, and I wasn't playing the game, and I was sitting out, and I met a great West Indian, Desmond Haynes. Many of you would have heard his name, Desmond Haynes and Gordon Greenwich, two of the best opening batsmen of that generation. I was so desperate to go and speak to him because I was a young boy who was wanting to be successful, and I met him in the dressing room when his team was fielding, and I said, sir, you've been such a champion yourself. You've played for your country for so many years with so much of performances, so much of runs. You've played in an era where the West Indies were the best in the business. What is it that made you successful? What is it, along with your talent, made you different from the others? He said, Saurav, it was my belief. You know, every night I went to bed thinking that I will be successful the next morning. I have been successful more number of times than not. And every time I went to bed the night before, worried of how the result would be, invariably I did not succeed. He said, I played the best fast bowlers in the world. I played the likes of Dennis Lilly, Jeff Thompson of Australia. I played the likes of Ian Botham and Bob Willis of England. I played the likes of Donald and Pollock of South Africa, the likes of Kapil Dev of India. And you know, my success, my performances, my failure was so closely related to the way I thought about myself. He said, you know, every night I went to bed thinking that I'll play the likes of Lilly, Thompson, and Pascoe with the middle of the bat. I did. And every night I went with a bit of tentativeness, bit of doubt in my mind of my ability. I did not succeed. So I had to practice this mental conditioning of telling myself every morning, every night that I was the best. I'll tell you a story of an actor, a very successful actor. You know, I was playing for the Kolkata Knight Riders in the IPL, and it was raining one afternoon, and I was sitting with my group of boys, and he was there with us, you know, sitting and chatting as it was raining heavily. So I asked him a question. I said, you know, what made you most successful? What made you so successful and so different from the others? He said, Saurabh, when I first came to Bombay, I was not a Bombay boy, and when I first came to Bombay, I had no one. I rented a one-bedroom flat in Bombay on Bandra, and I was next to the sea because I always liked living next to the sea. I had one-bedroom apartment. I had no money, and I was not as good looking as a lot of other actors. I did not have a huge family background where a lot of them came through the various stages of acting and made a name for myself, which allowed me an automatic entry into the world. I couldn't dance as good as some of the others, which is so important in acting. I used to do a practice every morning. I used to have a mirror at home. I used to get up, and every morning before I went to work, I would stand in front of the mirror and say that I would be the best with whatever ability I have, because every individual is differently talented. Some have a bit more talent than the other, some have a bit less talent than the other. But I used to wake up every morning and stand in front of the mirror and say to myself that I will be the best with whatever I can, with whatever I have. Because, for all of you here in this room, for someone who I played the sport with, the talent was different. I batted with one of the greatest batsmen of all time. And a lot of people ask me that, why were you so successful? Why did you become so successful? I said, I played with someone who was much better than I was, who was a lot more successful than I was. And every time I went out to bat for India and I batted with him at the other end, I said to myself that, I have to lift my game up. Otherwise, the world would think that I don't belong to this level. So for me, it was about matching somebody's ability because the entire country was watching. And that made me a better player. And I used to go back every day in the evening in the hotel room and say that if he can do it, I can do it as well. I may not be as talented, as gifted as he is, but I will do it my way to be successful. And a lot of us in this room, a lot of us in this world, waste a lot of time trying to be successful in somebody else's way. It is very important to understand what your talent is, what makes you successful, how you can be successful, which is a lot different from the others, and then believe that your way is the way to be successful. And then you work hard on it. And then you work hard on your game. You work hard on your professional life. Your success, your results is invariably proportionate to what you put in. And I can say that with my experience over a period of 20 years of a professional sport, under tremendous pressure, under tremendous expectation, under tremendous competition from others who were as good, probably better than I was. Competition is good. Competition keeps you on the toes. It's very important to be challenged in life. It is very important to be, questioned in life by people because it actually makes you better. When you compare yourself with somebody who is doing better than you, you actually raise the bar for yourself. You actually work harder to be successful. And with an experience of 20 years being under pressure, the best days of a professional's life is when he's worked the hardest. Performance, result, success, as I said, is related completely to what you put in. And if you go and ask the best, you'll find out that their best days are when they work the hardest. So along with self-belief, along with the talent which you have, along with what has been gifted to you by the Almighty, it's what you want out of it is very, very important. Talent is what you're born with, but your success is what you do with your talent. It's the effort, it's the hard work, it's the time you put in to be successful. So it's very important that in your journey to be successful, in your journey to be a leader, in your journey to achieve what you want, it's about vision, it's about planning, it's about dreaming, it's about believing, and it's about working hard day in, day out to be successful. My fifth very important aspect of leadership, especially when you work in a team, when you work with people, when you work with people who influence your results, who actually help you to be successful, it's about trust and faith in the members. If you want to be a leader, you need to be trusted by the people who you work with. Having captained India for a long period of time, and I was the wall between the players and the selectors. I was the drawing board for the players, their problems, their successes, and the communicator in between the people and the player who made the decisions. So it was very important that you be trustworthy, you be honest to the people you work with. There was one cricketer in the year 1999 who had come as a young player to India, and he played a couple of matches, wasn't very successful, and obviously in a country we live in, he was dropped. I remember a conversation with him that night. I was captain of the team, and I remember a conversation with him that night, and he came up to me and said, Captain, I'm very disappointed. I'm very disappointed that I've not made it. I've not been successful. I've not performed, and I'm not surprised that I have been left out of the team. And it's going to happen to many of you, that if you don't perform, if you don't deliver, your boss will ask you to leave. And he came to me that night and he said, what do I do? I had two options. Either to tell him that night, no, everything's perfect, you're playing well, you'll be back soon, and give him a completely different picture. But it was very important for me that night to give him the right picture. Young boy, 20, 21 years old, just like I was in 20, 21 years old, wanting to play for the country, wanting to be successful like many of you in this room. And I told him, you listen, you've come out of first-class cricket. Level of cricket at this level is slightly higher. You need to become a better player of fast bowling if you want to play for the country. He left that night. I never met him for the next 3 or 4 years. My career went on. I went on to become a better player, a bigger player in the time to come. 4 years down the line, that same player's name came up for selection. And I saw his name, and the selectors were wanting him to play for the country. I picked him in the squad, and I remember meeting him after the first test when he got 100. I went up to him and said, I met you 4 years ago and you were a different player. And what I see you now, 4 years down the line, you're a completely different batsman. What's the difference? He said, sir, it's that conversation that night which changed me completely. I could have easily walked away from that room hearing all the good things from you, that you're good, it didn't work for you, it happens, you'll come back better. But I got the true picture that evening, saying that I'm not a good player of fast bowling, I'm late when it comes to genuine pace. And I went back to my home state, and I worked and worked and worked for the 3 years for this day, knowing what my limitations were, knowing what held me back in being successful. But the most appreciated thing that evening for me was the honesty I got from speaking someone who made a decision on me. And I think that's very important with all of you. If you want people to be successful, because none of us, as I said, will be successful for a long period of time. None of us will be successful every day. But if you want people to come back as successful ones, it's about giving them the right picture. It's about making them believe that there is enough trust in these four walls to make you successful. I played with some great champions who performed over a long period of time, champions who didn't perform for some period of time, but again went up to become the best in their business. And I'll tell you a story about one of my dear friends and a great bowler for India. I remember going to Australia in 2003, and Australia, as I said, was the best cricket team in the world at that time. We were in a selection meeting, and the selectors had a different idea about an individual. They didn't want him to tour Australia because they felt that another person was a better proposition for that tour than him. And this gentleman, for a long period of time, had been enormously successful for the country. I remember going into the team meeting, selection meeting, and saying to the selectors that I want this individual side. The selectors did not agree. He said, no, he's not bowling well, he's not in the best of forms. You cannot pick him. I say this story because many of you in this room will go through that situation. I insisted as a leader. The meeting went on for a while, and then ultimately I got that individual in the squad. And before the meeting ended, those 5 selectors told me that if if this gentleman doesn't perform in the next 2.5 months, we will sack you before, then we sack him. So I said, okay, we'll see what happens in 2.5 months. Obviously, the message went to him when we went to Australia. And I remember a small word on the flight. He came up to me and said, thank you for backing me. So I said, no, you deserve it because, you've been a champion over a period of 10 years. And I still believe in you. I still believe that you can win it for our team. And I'm looking forward to your performance in the next 5 test matches. The series started. He was outstanding, to say. On the 5th test, in Sydney, on the 5th morning, and India was about to win the test match. I remember him coming up to me and saying, Saurav, we are at a very important juncture in this series. We are on our way to create history. And I had a few bowlers who were tired because it was a long series, long test match. He said, you don't worry about anything else. There's 90 overs to be bowled in one day. I'll bowl the 45 overs from this end. And he was my best bowler during the tour. And you worry about the 45 overs from the other end. I said, no, there's a lot of effort in bowling. You'll get tired. I need to keep changing. He says, no, you only change when I tell you that I'm tired and you need to change. He not only had a great series, but finished with the most number of wickets in the world at the end of the season. Even more than what he had achieved when he was at his best and nobody was questioning his talent. And the reason I say to all of you is that, in your journey to be successful as a business, corporate, and whatever you do, you will have people who has made you successful over a long period of time. And just like individuals, just like human beings, they'll also have dips in this period. And I think the real challenge of a leader during that period would be to understand the limitations and the strengths and the power of that individual and support him. Sometimes you get more success by backing individuals rather than replacing individuals. And every time, even now, when we have finished playing for a long period of time, I meet him, spend time with him, I still get that same message that if as a leader of a group, we were not supportive of him during that period when his chips were down, when he wasn't performing, we would have lost an absolute champion. And the reason why he was successful is because as a group, as a unit, you supported your best during the tough times. Many of us in this world, because of the choices we have, because of the opportunities we have, because of the amount of talent we have, we believe that the best and the most important thing of success is replacement. Keep changing, bringing in new people. Yes, that's important too. But it's very important to understand the balance of the best and the new ones. And in the way of doing such things, you actually rediscover the best who have served you over a long period of time. So it's not just about, elimination in life. It's about addition in life. It's about backing in life. The easiest thing is to eliminate someone, but the hardest thing is to stand up for people who have performed for a long period of time. My last, because I know I've been speaking for a long period of time, I was told it was only 20 minutes, but I think I've gone beyond 20 minutes. My last and final thing for all of you in this room is when the chips are down. Now, as I said, when you play for India on a Monday morning, you see 100,000 watching. And if you don't perform on a Saturday morning, you see 3 men and a dog watching you play. That is the drop, that is the jump we have as professionals in life. And it's the same thing for you. The higher you go, the more the expectations, the more the risks, the more the challenges, and longer and quicker the fall. Now, I went through such an experience once when I was captain of India. I was dropped from the team from being captain to be dropped and not getting a place in the team for 6 months. My father, just like every father in international sport, loved me watching, playing for the country. And I used to remember having conversations with him during that period. And every time India would play well, he would come to me and say that, you won't be picked again. You won't get an opportunity again because there's so much talent in this country and they're performing. I would listen to him. Initially, I wouldn't answer. But one fine day, I sat with him on a Sunday morning and I said, I've got two options at this moment. I have achieved so much. I've played for 10 years. That time, I was India's most successful captain. Most number of runs, wickets, 10,000 runs in one-day cricket. I said, I have two choices. I accept what I have achieved and be happy with it. I was 32, 33 years old that time, and I accept what I achieved and be happy, or I give it a try. And all of you in this life, once you get to a phase where you've worked over a long period of time, when you work with corporates, when you work with businesses, when you've been successful, as you're aging, you will face these challenges. There'll be young professionals pushing you. There'll be your bosses, your captains, your owners starting to think that is he gone past his best? Is there a young professional better than him? Is it the time to look up to a young professional who will take this group ahead in the next 15 years? You will face all these questions as you grow older and as you spend a lot of time in your professional world. I told my father, I said, listen, I'm going to give it a try. I'm 32, 33. I still feel I can play for another 5, 6 years because sport is different. Sport, you don't play for longer, you retire early. I said, I don't want to get to an age of 40 where I think and say to myself that, when the chips are down, when people put you under pressure, and all of you will be under pressure in this room at different stages. When people put you under pressure, you did not try enough. I was out of the team for 7 months. And then I came back and we were touring South Africa, one of the hardest places to play cricket. I had a young journalist friend. He picked up the phone and said, why South Africa? It's quick, it's pacey, it's bouncy. They have the best fast bowlers in the world. It's a tough place to play cricket. Why not once you come back from South Africa? And I think a lot of you will face these questions in your journey to be successful. When you have been a top professional for a long period of time, you will get to answer these questions. Now, I remember telling him that, yeah, I can play in India on easier pitches, flatter pitches, but I want to go to South Africa. Because if I perform in South Africa in tough conditions, I'll get the confidence of my captain, my selectors, my members back. And I said, having been around for such a long period of time, I really want to go through this. I worked hard. I played well in that series. I scored the most number of runs for India. And I came back to India, and I hadn't been a part of the one-day team for a good 6, 7 months. They picked me for the one-day team, and I had the most runs that year. The reason I tell you this story is that, I went on to play for another 4 years after that with a lot of success. And then I finished, as all of us do at some stage of a career. And when I finished, I went up to my teammates and I said, I want to hang my boots and I don't want to play anymore. One of the best mates of my team said, Saurabh, this is the best I've seen you bat in your entire career. The last 4 years has been the best I have seen you. And I'm saying this because previous to those 4 years, I have been captain of the side for 7 years with no pressure. Nobody spoke about my place. Nobody threatened my position. India were doing well. And all of you will do this, go through this. That you will not be threatened. People will say that you are the best. And then you'll go through this period where you'll be dropped, where you'll be asked to leave. People will lose faith on you. And then you come back and play another 4 years. And I cherish those words from one of my teammates where he said that, you've batted the best. And the reason I tell you all this is, all of us in our journey to be successful, in our journey to achieve what we want, we want an arm around our shoulder. Somebody to come to you and say, you're doing a great job. You're probably the best. What you've done, nobody else has done. But you will also actually go through the phase where somebody will say, you're past your best. There's a young professional waiting who's better than you. But it's your own music within. It's your own mind within, the own sound within. And for those 4 years, I knew that every series was a test for me. Like for you, it'll be every project, every job your boss gives you, because you're scrutinized. Because every time you'll go through this, is he good or is he past his best? Is he still good or is he past his best? And I realized that being under pressure for those 4 years in such manner got the best out of me. So to all of you in this room, sometimes when you don't have an arm around your shoulder, when you have people judging you, when you have people losing faith in you. But if you don't lose the music within, if you don't stop trying, if you don't stop working hard, you'll actually realize the best in you. You'll actually realize that you're more talented, you did the best even more than when the world thought there was nobody to replace you. And what sport did, what pressure did, what expectations did was made you realize that it's about you. It's about what you want to do with yourself. It's about how far the distance you want to go. It's about what you want to achieve. There is no guideline. There is no restriction. There is no limit. There is no one who can say that you can only create a 5,000 crore company. There's no one who can say you can only create a 20,000 crore company. There's no one you can say you can play 10 test matches, 50 test matches, 100 test matches. It's about you, your life, your dreams, and what you want to achieve, and how far you're ready to go that distance. So as I finish and as I say thank you to all of you, thank you to Dr. Satya, the Blue Ocean team, the Blue Ocean Corporation. Remember one thing, and I say that to everyone before I finish, that it's never over till you actually believe it's over. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Saurav Ganguly. Let's give him a standing ovation, shall we? I think he deserves it. Absolutely incredible. Yes, please do stay on the stage. Mr. Saurav Ganguly, what an inspiring journey. Thank you so much for taking us through all of that. An amazing sportsman, an amazing businessman, and an amazing storyteller. So thank you so much again. And now for a token of appreciation, please, I would now like to invite Mr. Abdulaziz, the chairman of Blue Ocean Corporation, and Mr. Sadipta Chatterjee, who is the Senior Program Director for Procurement and SCM at Blue Ocean Corporation, who now have a token of appreciation. And yes, some incredible key messaging that we've heard here today. Leadership as a young cricketer and navigating pressures and expectations, transforming leadership in sport into business as well. A good leader is only as good as his team was an excellent quote there as well. And identifying the right talent. And of course, taking fear away and the fear of failure. What a great honor to have you here. We cannot thank you again for sharing with us so brilliantly. Really, really wonderful to have you here. And what an inspirational hour we've just had. My goodness, so much to take away from that. So thank you once again. Right. Next, ladies and gentlemen, we have the honor of welcoming a true trailblazer, a passionate leader, dedicated advocate, and tireless change maker. Our guest of honor has touched countless lives through her impactful work with the Divija Foundation. Her unwavering commitment to social welfare and community upliftment continues to inspire and empower all of us. So, ladies and gentlemen, please do join me in welcoming to the stage the incredible Miss Amruta Fadnavis.
Respected dignitaries, Mr. Saurav Ganguly, who has inspired us to another level. And in fact, I can see him in the coming days batting for Indian politics of development. And I'm sure we all are extremely inspired by his session. Mr. Satya, Dr. Satya, Dr. Abdul Aziz, Mr. Jayesh, distinguished guests, dignitaries from the forum, a very good afternoon. It's truly a privilege and honor to stand here before all of you at the International Procurement and Supply Chain Conference 25. I would like to begin by expressing my heartfelt appreciation to Blue Ocean Corporation for organizing this stellar gathering of minds and momentum. This event not only is just a conference, but a catalyst. It's a crucible of ideas and innovations that will shape the supply chain of tomorrow. Today, we meet in Dubai, a city that needs no introduction. With its awe-inspiring skyline, cutting-edge infrastructure, and relentless pursuit for excellence, Dubai has emerged as a model of global connectivity and transformation. It is only fitting that we explore the future of supply chain in a city that itself stands as a living testament to what vision, ambition, and meticulous planning can achieve. From the medication we take, to the groceries we purchase, to the clothes we wear, the smartphones we use, and even the ideas which reach us through digital platforms, everything is a part of supply chain. These complexities, often invisible networks, quietly underline our lives, our economies, and our future. In earlier decades, supply chain management was considered a backstage function, an enabler, a driver. Today, the perception is not just outdated, but it is irrelevant. Supply chains are now at the heart of business resilience, national security, global competitiveness, and they are no longer just operational backbones. They are strategic assets. Take, for example, the COVID-19 pandemic, which brought this truth into sharp focus. Whether it was the global effort to distribute vaccines or the challenge of keeping shelf stock during lockdowns, supply chains professionals stepped into the spotlight. They became unsung heroes who helped maintain stability, enabled continuity, and quite literally kept the world moving. This is why being here among more than 800 professionals, thinkers, and innovators is truly inspirational. You are not merely attendees. You are the architects of the future. Together, you are redefining global trade and reimagining how goods, services, and ideas traverse the world that is interestingly interconnected, unpredictable, and ambitious. Let me now turn to the important role of United Arab Emirates in the transformation. In just few decades, UAE has evolved into global nexus for trade, innovation, and sustainability. Guided by long-term strategic visions such as UAE Vision 21, UAE Sentinel 2071, the country has embraced economic diversification and digital transformation and at an unprecedented speed. With sophisticated ports like Jebel Ali, airports like Dubai International and Al Maktoum, free trade zones as mentioned by His Excellency, an ever-expanding network of roads and railways, you see a picture of nation determined to be the center of global commerce. But infrastructure alone doesn't define leadership. What truly sets UAE apart is its commitment to sustainability and technological innovation. In a world grappling with climate change, economic inequality, fragile supply chains, the UAE is leading by example. AI power logistics, smart warehousing, digital custom system with a vision which it has to be accountable to the planet and its people. In 2025, global supply chains present us lessons, shifts, and opportunities. The last few years have been a whirlwind, from COVID-19 pandemic to geopolitical tensions in Ukraine, Middle East, and beyond. We have seen firsthand how disruptions in one corner of the world are reverberated across this continent. Yet, through it all, global connectedness remains strong. Also, today we are seeing a strategic shift away from over reliance on any one geography. Yes, China remains a key player, but companies are expanding and sourcing and producing to other hubs such as India. I must say here that India, under the leadership of our Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji, and under his vision for a technological savvy country with AI and technology at the forefront, is going to also take over. Just like Saurabh ji said, India can, with concentration, do it on technology and AI front. The integration of artificial intelligence, automation, and data analytics in other great trends which are being followed by India. In fact, it is a revolution. A digitally driven supply chain is not just faster or cheaper, it's smarter, more sustainable, and more aligned with today's consumer expectation. In a world where customers expect same-day delivery, transparency, digitization is no longer an option. It's become foundational. However, of all the trends that shape the world, the one closest to my heart is move towards sustainability. Sustainability in supply chains is not just about reducing carbon footprints. It is about rethinking how we source materials, packaging products, and plan transportation. It's about circular economies. It's about reverse logistics and environmentally conscious partnerships. By embedding ESGs, that are the environmental and social governances, these principles into the heart of supply chain strategy will help in building ecosystems that serve profit, people, and planet simultaneously. Friends, the future is not just about surviving the next disruption, it's about thriving. Dynamic environment that demands constant evolution. It's about transforming challenges into opportunities and redefining what is possible. So let us commit to build resilient, responsive, responsible supply chains, not only for the benefit of business, but for the well-being of societies and sustainability of our planet. And before I wrap up, I thank Blue Ocean for the Special Ambassador for the Community Welfare Award, which was given to me at the hands of His Excellency for the work which you recognized. And also, once again, I thank you for orchestrating this vital platform. Thank you to every delegate for your contributions, your ideas, and your leadership. May the dialogue we start today blossom into lasting partnerships and meaningful change. Thank you. Dhanyawad. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
Thank you. Please do stay on the stage, as of course, as always, we have a token of appreciation for you. But first and foremost, thank you so much for your inspiring words, taking a look at supply chain management at the heart of business resilience there. And yes, we would now like to welcome on stage Ms. Disha Gakwad, who is the Director of Strategic Partnerships, who is here to please hand over the token of appreciation for Ms. Amruta Fadnavis. Thank you so much. And yes, thank you so much once again to our guest of honor there, Miss Amruta Fadnavis, talking about supply chain management as the heart of resilience, redefining global trade there, importance of the UAE, of course, in trade transformation. Very well said indeed. Please put your hands together one more time for Miss Amruta Fadnavis. Thank you so much. Yes, thank you so much. And what an incredible couple of hours we've just had. Absolutely inspirational indeed. And just a quick reminder, if you do have any photography you'd like to share, please do so using our hashtags. And also on the back of your lanyard, you can also, of course, take a look at the QR code and get any photos from that as well. Now, in order to digest all of that information that we've heard so far, we are now going to invite you for lunch. So please do be back here at 2:00 as we have a panel on shattering stereotypes, a very important discussion as well. We will be back at 2:00. If you do have any further questions, please do speak to the team or any of our speakers that come off the stage. And of course, we have the photo booth outside, so please do make use of that. Thank you so much.
Before You Plus isn't just a channel, it's an experience. Every show
Turn up the speakers. Smash the kick down, turn up the speakers. Turn up the speakers.
Before you plus. It's an experience. Every show, every movie, every moment is crafted to take you on a journey.
You talking to me?
We bring you the best in drama, blockbuster movies, lifestyle shows.
Let's get ready to dive into some exciting story.
And food that makes your taste buds dance. Come, be a part of this incredible journey. B4U Plus, full on entertainment.
I'm Rachit Rungta and I head Central Supply Chain at Reliance Retail for consumer goods. I've been attending the International Conference for Procurement and Supply Chain held in Mumbai by Blue Ocean Corporation. And it has been a wonderful event right through the day. There have been some very enlightening perspectives shared by the various speakers. Our own session was very informative with all the panelists sharing their views on how supply chain can be the next growth driver for India and the collaboration that we can have with UAE and the Middle East. Thanks a lot for the opportunity to attend this wonderful event.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. أنا مهندس أحمد رشوان، شغال في شركة إيكوم العربية. أتشرف بالحصول على CIPM CIPS CICCM من بلو أوشن. تشرفت بمعرفة برضو الطاقم جميعا، الأستاذ شعيب والأستاذ محمد عطية، والانستراكشر حقنا مهندس أو أستاذ مزمل، الله يديهم العافية جميعا. وأنصحكم بالبلو أوشن.
It was really a nice moment to join this amazing international procurement and supply chain conference. Thanks for the organizer, Blue Ocean, for this nice event to gather all the professionals in those fields, and for the nice arrangement and setup and the wonderful arrangement of the panel speech and the other segment of this event. Thank you very much, Blue Ocean, and hopefully it will add to the market, it will add to the professional people and to the society of procurement supply chain. Thank you very much.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. دكتورة داليا غيط، أنا استشاري في supply chain management في الكواليتي والدكتوراه في نفس المجال. أنا سعيدة جدا بهذا الملتقى والمؤتمر اللي بيتعمل تحت أمبريلا بلو أوشن، وبشكر جدا المملكة وبشكر اهتمامها بالمؤتمرات وبالديفلوبمنت للناس الموجودة، خاصة للمرأة. موضوع السبلاي تشين مانجمنت موضوع مهم جدا، في تحديات كتير قوي، في تشالنجز كتير هيدن وغير هيدن، زي مثلا موضوع المخازن والمخزون الراكد اللي عندنا مشاكل كتيره فيه، واللي الاقتصاد الدول غالبا بينوء بحمل هذه المخزون الراكد، زي موضوع المشتريات والافشنسي، زي البلاننج واهميته. فمؤتمرات زي كده بتضع ايدها بالذات على النقاط اللي فيها مشاكل وعلى طريقه افشنسي عشان نوصل للفعاليه والكفاءه في الاداء بوجه عام. سعيده جدا بوجودي في هذا المؤتمر الرائع يعني، ودايما ان شاء الله متكرر، وبنلتقي بهذه الكوكبه الرائعه من الخبراء في كل المجالات في السبلاي تشين مانجمنت.
It is great to be here at IFSC in Mumbai, and good part was really to understand and the buzzword which is going on now, ESG, the sustainability part of it. The world is changing on the sustainability, and India as such, we are taking a leap into that and working a lot of structure way to move into environmental, social and governance part of it. And we as a company and organization having a target of 2025-27 to achieve this target of ESG. We have already completed our scope 1, scope 2 and working on scope 3. Good to be part of this session and conferences and contributing my part of it on agile procurement, which is really taking a next step of efficiency movement in the world of agile procurement. And I think it will be good to know other speakers talking about various subjects. And congratulations Blue Ocean.
السلام عليكم، يعطيكم العافية. احنا اليوم في مؤتمر سبلاي تشين اند بروكيورمنت مع بلو اوشن، الله يعطيهم العافية، ترتيب وتنظيم أكثر من رائع. إن شاء الله نختتم المؤتمر هذا بأخذ أحد الجوائز ريورد اللي موجودة. الله يعطيكم العافية. المعتصم المسيلحي، شركة سابك، المشتريات الMRO.
It's my pleasure to be with you today in this conference. Really, you are changing my mind about the Blue Ocean, about the procurement, supply chain, contracting, all this industry. I learned a lot. I have a lot of update about this industry through Blue Oceans. My pleasure to continue with you today and in the future. Since I started 10 years with the Blue Ocean, thank you very much.
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Ahmed Al-Shabi from National Housing Company. Today we are attending the event organized by Blue Ocean company regarding the supply chain and procurement, and they are talking about how we can do improving the AI in the supply chain, and also how we can to let's say improving the sustainable items like for the supply chain for all ecosystems. And I think this is good, and I am excited to listening from them everything from the expert people to enhancement that in our organization or in our kingdoms. I think this good opportunity to everyone to listening that, and I hope that to have good value to our people here.
I'm Abdullah Zahrani. I'm a procurement manager. I really think Blue Ocean Institute. Really, I attending here International Procurement and Supply Chain Conference in Riyadh. A lot of experience here for discussing. A lot of people who know about procurement and supply chain. We have a lot of benefits here. Really, it's nice event, and thank you for Blue Ocean about that.
السلام عليكم، معكم عبد الله شويهي، أعمل في شركة سيزار انترناشونال. حضرت اليوم المؤتمر السبلاي تشين المقام من قبل بلو اوشن، صراحة عمل رائع ومذهل وأشكرهم.
B4U Plus isn't just a channel, it's an experience. Every show, every movie, every moment is crafted to take you on a journey. You're talking to me? We bring you the best in drama, blockbuster movies, lifestyle shows,
Let's get ready to dive into some exciting story.
and food that makes your taste buds dance. Come, be a part of this incredible journey. B4U Plus, full on entertainment.
Hi, I'm Rachit Rungta and I head Central Supply Chain at Reliance Retail for consumer goods. I've been attending the International Conference for Procurement and Supply Chain held in Mumbai by Blue Ocean Corporation. And it has been a wonderful event right through the day. There have been some very enlightening perspectives shared by the various speakers. Our own session was very informative with all the panelists sharing their views on how supply chain can be the next growth driver for India and the collaboration that we can have with UAE and the Middle East. Thanks a lot for the opportunity to attend this wonderful event.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. أنا مهندس أحمد رشوان، شغال في شركة إيكوم العربية. أتشرفت بالحصول على CIPM والCIPS والCICCM من بلو أوشن. تشرفت بمعرفة برضو الطاقم جميعا، الأستاذ شعيب والأستاذ محمد عطية والإنستراكتور حقنا مهندس أو أستاذ مزمل، الله يديهم العافية جميعا. وأنصحكم بالبلو أوشن.
It was really a nice moment to join this amazing international procurement and supply chain conference. Thanks for the organizer, Blue Ocean, for this nice event to gather all the professionals in those fields, and for the nice arrangement and setup and the wonderful arrangement of the panel speech and the other segment of this event. Thank you very much, Blue Ocean, and hopefully it will add to the market, it will add to the professional people and to the society of procurement supply chain. Thank you very much.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. دكتورة داليا غيط، أنا استشاري في سبلاي تشين مانجمنت في الكواليتي ودكتورة مجال. أنا سعيدة جدا بهذا الملتقى والمؤتمر اللي بيتعمل تحت أمبريلا بلو أوشن، وبشكر جدا المملكة وبشكر اهتمامها بالمؤتمرات وبالديفلوبمنت للناس الموجودة خاصة للمرأة. موضوع السبلاي تشين مانجمنت موضوع مهم جدا، في تحديات كتير قوي، في تشالنجز كتير هيدن وغير هيدن، زي مثلا موضوع المخازن والمخزون الراكد اللي عندنا مشاكل كتيره فيه، واللي الاقتصاد الدول غالبا بينوء بحمل هذه المخزون الراكد، زي موضوع المشتريات والافشنسي، زي البلاننج واهميته. فمؤتمرات زي كده بتضع ايدها بالذات على النقاط اللي فيها مشاكل وعلى طريقه افشنسي عشان نوصل للفعاليه والكفاءه في الاداء بوجه عام. سعيده جدا بوجودي في هذا المؤتمر الرائع يعني، ودايما ان شاء الله متكرر، وبنلتقي بهذه الكوكبه الرائعه من الخبراء في كل المجالات في السبلاي تشين مانجمنت.
It is great to be here at IFSC in Mumbai, and good part was really to understand and the buzzword which is going on now, ESG, the sustainability part of it. The world is changing on the sustainability, and as such, we are taking a leap into that and making a lot of structure way to move into environmental, social, and governance part of it. And we, as a company and organization, having a target of 2025-27 to achieve this target of ESG. We have already completed our scope 1, scope 2, and working on scope 3. Good to be part of this session and conferences and contributing my part of it on agile procurement, which is really taking a next step of efficiency movement in the world of agile procurement. And I think it will be good to know other speakers talking about various subjects. And congratulations, Blue Ocean.
السلام عليكم، يعطيكم العافيه. احنا اليوم في مؤتمر سبلاي تشين بروكيورمنت مع بلو اوشن. الله يعطيهم العافيه، ترتيب وتنظيم اكثر من رائع. ان شاء الله نختتم المؤتمر هذا باخذ احد الجوائز ريورد اللي موجوده. الله يعطيكم العافيه. المعتصم المسيلحي، شركه سابك، المشتريات الام ار او.
It's my pleasure to be with you today in this conference. Really, you are changing my mind about the Blue Ocean, about the procurement, supply chain, contracting, all this industry. I learned a lot. I have a lot of update about this industry through Blue Oceans. My pleasure to continue with you today and in the future. Since I started 10 years with the Blue Ocean, thank you very much.
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Ahmed Al-Shabi from National Housing Company. Today we are attending the event organized by Blue Ocean Company regarding the supply chain and procurement, and they are talking about how we can do improving the AI in the supply chain, and also how we can do let's say improving the sustainable items like for the supply chain for all ecosystems. And I think this is good, and I am excited to listening from them everything from the expert people to enhancement that in our organization or in our kingdoms. I think this good opportunity to everyone to listening that, and I hope that to have good value to our people here.
I'm Abdullah Zahrani. I'm a procurement manager. I really think Blue Ocean Institute, really I attending here International Procurement and Supply Chain Conference in Riyadh. A lot of experience here for discussing, a lot of people who know about procurement and supply chain. We have a lot of benefits here. Really, it's nice event, and thank you for Blue Ocean about that.
السلام عليكم، معكم عبد الله شويهي، اعمل في شركه سيزار انترناشونال. حضرت اليوم المؤتمر السبلاي تشين المقام من قبل بلو اوشن، صراحه عمل رائع ومذهل واشكرهم.
B4U Plus isn't just a channel, it's an experience. Every show, every movie, every moment is crafted to take you on a journey. You talking to me? We bring you the best in drama, blockbuster movies, lifestyle shows,
Let's get ready to dive into some exciting story.
and food that makes your taste buds dance. Come, be a part of this incredible journey. B4U Plus, full-on entertainment.
Hi, I'm Rachit Rungta and I head Central Supply Chain at Reliance Retail for consumer goods. I've been attending the International Conference for Procurement and Supply Chain held in Mumbai by Blue Ocean Corporation. And it has been a wonderful event right through the day. There have been some very enlightening perspectives shared by the various speakers. Our own session was very informative with all the panelists sharing their views on how supply chain can be the next growth driver for India and the collaboration that we can have with UAE and the Middle East. Thanks a lot for the opportunity to attend this wonderful event.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. أنا مهندس رشوان، شغال في شركة إيكوم العربية. أتشرفت بالحصول على CIPM CIPS CICCM من بلو أوشن. تشرفت بمعرفة برضو الطاقم جميعا، الأستاذ شعيب والأستاذ محمد عطية والانستركشر حقنا مهندس أو أستاذ مزمل، الله يديهم العافية جميعا، وأنصحكم بالبلو أوشن.
It was really a nice moment to join this amazing international procurement and supply chain conference. Thanks for the organizer, Blue Ocean, for this nice event to gather all the professionals in those fields, and for the nice arrangement and setup, and the wonderful arrangement of the panel speech and the other segment of this event. Thank you very much, Blue Ocean, and hopefully it will add to the market, it will add to the professional people and to the society of procurement supply chain. Thank you very much.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. دكتورة داليا غيط، أنا استشاري في سبلاي تشين مانجمنت في الكواليتي، والدكتوراه في نفس المجال. أنا سعيدة جدا بهذا الملتقى والمؤتمر اللي بيتعمل تحت أمبريلا بلو أوشن، وبشكر جدا المملكة وبشكر اهتمامها بالمؤتمرات وبالديفلوبمنت للناس الموجودة، خاصة للمرأة. موضوع السبلاي تشين مانجمنت موضوع مهم جدا، في تحديات كتير قوي، في تشالنجز كتير هيدن وغير هيدن، زي مثلا موضوع المخازن والمخزون الراكد اللي عندنا مشاكل كتيره فيه، واللي الاقتصاد الدول غالبا بينوء بحمل هذه المخزون الراكد، زي موضوع المشتريات والافشنسي، زي البلاننج واهميته. فمؤتمرات زي كده بتضع ايدها بالذات على النقاط اللي فيها مشاكل وعلى طريقه افشنسي عشان نوصل للفعاليه والكفاءه في الاداء بوجه عام. سعيده جدا بوجودي في هذا المؤتمر الرائع يعني، ودايما ان شاء الله متكرر، وبنلتقي بهذه الكوكبه الرائعه من الخبراء في كل المجالات في السبلاي تشين مانجمنت.
It is great to be here at IFSC in Mumbai, and good part was really to understand and the buzzword which is going on now, ESG, the sustainability part of it. The world is changing on the sustainability, and India as such, we are taking a leap into that and working a lot of structure way to move into environmental, social and governance part of it. And we as a company and organization having a target of 2025-27 to achieve this target of ESG. We have already completed our scope 2 and working on scope 3. Good to be part of this session and conferences and contributing my part of it on agile procurement, which is really taking a next step of efficiency movement in the world of agile procurement. And I think it will be good to know other speakers talking about various subjects. And congratulations, Blue Ocean.
السلام عليكم، يعطيكم العافيه. احنا اليوم في مؤتمر سبلاي تشين بروكيورمنت مع بلو اوشن. الله يعطيهم العافيه، ترتيب وتنظيم اكثر من رائع. ان شاء الله نختتم المؤتمر هذا باخذ احد الجوائز ريورد اللي موجوده. الله يعطيكم العافيه. المعتصم المسيلحي، شركه سابك، المشتريات الMRO.
It's my pleasure to be with you today in this conference. Really, you are changing my mind about the Blue Ocean, about the procurement, supply chain, contracting, all this industry. I learned a lot. I have a lot of update about this industry through Blue Oceans. My pleasure to continue with you today and in the future. Since I started 10 years with the Blue Ocean, thank you very much.
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Ahmed Al-Shabi from National Housing Company. Today we are attending the event organized by Blue Ocean Company regarding the supply chain and procurement, and they are talking about how we can do improving the AI in the supply chain, and also how we can do let's say improving the sustainable items like for the supply chain for all ecosystems. And I think this is good, and I am excited to listening from them everything from the expert people to enhancement that in our organization or in our kingdoms. I think this good opportunity to everyone to listening that, and I hope that to have good value to our people here.
Abdullah Zahrani, I'm a procurement manager.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. I hope you're all suitably refreshed after that delicious lunch, and you managed to get to meet everyone properly as well. Of course, we're all here to do a bit of networking and really get to know each other properly as well. So I really do hope you managed to do that as well. So please do take your seats as we get started this side of the lunch break with a panel discussion. As you can see, we are all set up and we move on to an exclusive women-led panel discussion on a crucial topic, shattering stereotypes and women breaking barriers in UAE supply chain management. We have put together, as you can imagine, some very accomplished professionals who have made a significant impact on the UAE supply chain sector. And they're all here to share their insights on overcoming challenges, driving change, and also breaking barriers within the industry. So in order to lead discussions and to do the formal introductions, I'm now delighted to hand over to Ms. Sophia Poland, who is the Group Procurement Director of Al Masood. A very warm welcome to Sophia.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. Nice. I hope everybody's awake after lunch. And I'm here today to moderate a panel discussion. And it's still puzzling me. We are still discussing the women breaking barriers in the UAE in the region. But if the subject is still there, that means that the pain is still there and the barrier is still existing. I would like you to give me 1 minute to specially introduce our guests, because I have prepared a special introduction with the keyword, and let's see who will catch this word, which briefly describes this lady. So it's my pleasure to introduce a true spark in the world of supply chain, someone full of energy, igniting ideas, enthusiasm, and action wherever she goes. Jill Masters leads supply chain for Merck across the EMEA region, deriving operational excellence in one of the most complex industries, pharmaceuticals. We're lucky to have her here with us, and please join me to welcome Jill Masters. Next, I'm excited to introduce someone who's truly embodied the spirit of being open to the world, open to new ideas, and continuous growth. Alona Kavalchuk is a supply chain director at Meyer Group. Outside of work, Alona is an advanced scuba diver, with over 100 dives, bringing the same calm and curiosity to the ocean as she does to the supply chain. Please join me welcoming Alona Kavalchuk. Our next speaker is driven by power force curiosity. Nina Falk is a senior manager at Al Shaya Group, where her curiosity fuels innovation, continuous improvement, and cross-functional collaboration. She knows how to ask the right questions, exploring new possibilities, and turning ideas into actions. Please welcome Nina Falk. It's my pleasure also to introduce someone who is defining quality as energy, not just in her presence, but in performance and impact. Jade Marjoram. As an Associate Director of Procurement at Mace, her leadership is marked by focus, collaboration, and consistent drive to elevate procurement as a strategic function in the organization. Please join me and welcome Jade. And our next speaker is exemplifying agility, the ability to lead with adaptability, speed, and precision in ever-growing supply chain landscape. Dr. Evgenia Dudinova is a procurement director for grains and commodities at Actia Group. Her leadership style blends analytical rigor with agility needed to thrive in today's fast-moving environment. Please welcome Dr. Evgenia Dudinova. Ladies, thank you very much. It's amazing to have such a diversified and amazing experienced ladies. And not only we have ladies who represent very, very complex industries, but they also represent very, very, very different countries. We all come from different sides of this world. And I would like to start maybe specific questions on specific industries here, where maybe I'll just address this question to Jill. Jill, do you still have these complications or barriers in pharmaceutical industries? And if you do, can you please give us an example and maybe how did you overcome those challenges?
Thank you, Sophia. So yes, I work for pharmaceutical. It's a regulated industry. It's very technical. So as a female, I've often found myself in the middle of technical discussions. I recall entering the room for a technical discussion with my male colleagues, facing male counterparts, and immediately finding myself being bypassed with those technical questions. It's frustrating when those things happen, but really you cannot let that frustration take over. Breaking barriers is really not about confrontation. It's also not about sitting back and being quiet. It's really about letting your expertise and presence take over. So what I did was I took control of the room. I started asking technical questions back so that everybody knew that I was the person in the room there to be the expert. And eventually I found myself having the conversation and leading the conversation. So really it is about knowing your self-worth, having confidence and making your voice heard.
Yes, that's amazing. Thank you very much, Jill. That confidence is extremely important in the male focus and the male predominant business. So I pass it to Alona. In the food industry, in the food supply chain, what kind of challenges are you facing as a female leader?
Yeah, talking about supply chain in any sphere and business overall, let's be honest, it's mainly predominantly male area. And we can look around each of us and we can see that here it's, I think, like 90% of men. So we need, of course, to bring more ladies to business. And sure, business is a male rule world. But it's important to bring our own perspective, a women perspective, how we can deal in this world. And speaking of retail and FMCG business, there are a lot of efforts and a lot of pressure on supply chain and logistics because there are big warehouses, there is a difficult supply chain, and to find a woman there is quite difficult. But I would like to say that my best head of warehouses, head of DC, were women. When I was in Belarus, I had 6 warehouses, and on 5 of them, the leaders were women. And the best one was the height of her was 1 meter 60 centimeters, and she was a leader. And this is not about whether she female or he is a male. This is about the talent and how you stand yourself as a leader. And I agree with Jill that this is about us not to be afraid to be on the leading position.
Thank you very much, Eleona. Yes, we've been talking for decades about inclusivity and women and men and the proportion of that. And this subject should be out of our discussions anymore. And to be honest, as I said earlier, I'm surprised that we're still talking about it. But I think there are still biases which are existing especially in complex industries here. And I would like to invite Nina. You've been working on a complex project. What do you think? What biases do you think you faced during managing those complex projects? And maybe give us examples or how you feel about it.
The key bias are during negotiations where you're the only woman on the table, and obviously the bias are mostly initially when you come into the room and they are thinking where's the decision maker while you are actually presenting the decision maker. What I have learned that if you come with an open approach, and especially if you're here from a different region, there's every market favoring a different approach. You have to understand it, you need to adapt it, and you need to play with your empathy in it. I just give you a very basic example. In the Arabic culture, they say, hi, how are you? Kifek, shukbarek, how's your sister, how's your mom? In Germany, you say, are you okay? Okay, let's move on. So, we go straight to the point. You have to understand that relationship building here is very important. And first of all, listen to get the image of the people around your table. Listen in and then plan your strategy around it. Once you're within and have allyship and you've been responsible and reliable throughout the journey, you will get the trust. And I think the biggest compliment you can get as a female leader is that one of those comes back after some time and say, it's been the greatest to work with you. You really stand out, while we have been working already with so many people on this project. So this is one of the greatest success stories because it doesn't change just my work, what I'm doing, but it also changed the perspective of someone else, especially to allow and also support women, which they feel they're given bigger responsibilities because they have seen people driving it.
Yes. Thank you very much, Nina. Empathy is very important, and women are positioned rightly there. and not just thinking strategically, but with an empathy. That's a good one. And Evgenia, maybe you can tell us a little bit more about biases you experience in your environment.
Yeah, thank you so much. First of all, I would like to thank Blue Ocean Corporation for inviting me. It's such a pleasure and honor to be such reputable attendees and speakers today. I'm already 9 years in Middle East, and I started my career back in my time in Kargil in Russia when I was leading wheat export out of Russia, male-dominated area completely. I would love to add that I gained much more trust and support than me after moving to Middle East, rather than I was being in Black Sea, by the way, which is quite European part of the world. So I believe in my experience is all about the actual results which you don't talk about but show. Even your P&L results, I think they're much more loud than just how to say womanizing speech. Yes, I believe by the end of the day, it's not about, like I like how previous speaker mentioned, it's not about the gender, female or male. It's about the actual fruits which you share and bringing to the table, to the common goal of the company. And what I've seen in my experience, or with my previous employers, current one Actia Group, we have lots of women. I took one more woman on board from my career up after I moved, and she's one of the best calibers with whom I worked with, despite of the fact that she's mother of 3 kids and she's managing hard work balance, and basically, again, I would like to say that it's all about trust and your actual P&L results.
Results, yes, exactly. Thank you very much, Evgenia. Jade, I would like to specifically ask the question about your very, very demanding and male-driven business. It's a construction. So maybe you can tell us how you manage this difficult environment and what difficulties do you face?
I think construction is known as an industry to be very male dominated, and that's due to the expertise and the technical nature of what we're doing. I suppose for me, having gone from procurement in central government across a number of different categories, and then shifting to work for a consultant, which is construction consulting, the shift for me was different, but it's the same. And I think the equality element really is about, it's not about women and males. There obviously has been a shift in generations. So, you know, I've joined a business and I'm at part of a generation where we have a lot of opportunities as women, right? So I appreciate that. But actually, it's about your skills, your capability, how you navigate those conversations. An example, you know, I go to lots of different meetings, those with execs, those with project teams, those with contractors, so right through that tiered supply chain. And I suppose one of the things that I always recognize when I walk into that room is, what are the people? Who are the people in the room? Not are they male, are they female? And the way I approach the conversation is to actually just carry, what is my expertise? What is my discipline? Now, procurement being not just about, you know, construction specific procurement, but procurement being one of those teams as part of the organizations which is normally seen as challenging. Again, adds another metrics to that. So my recommendations are, and how I adapt my day-to-day role is to keep showing up, being professional, and positioning the conversation with confidence. And that confidence really is really what makes or breaks those conversations that women have within those meetings, within those technical conversations.
Thank you very much, Jade. So far, I've heard confidence. So far, I've heard results. So far, I've heard empathy, right? Agree? Yeah, great. Evgenia, for you again, we're coming back to you about changes. And if you can maybe just tell us about some programs or initiatives you've done in your experience to bring more female into the industry, procurement, supply chain. What do you think you as a leader can do to bring them for them to be more interested in this role?
Well, I believe I'm promoting a lot, not only Actia Group, but also women being in trading. For my 15 years of experience, I was a quite motivated speaker in most of the conferences. But what I would like to add is not only words, it's the actions, right? It's a lot needed to be brave to say, but more needed to be brave to do, and do not give up or stood back. Yeah? When you really face the barrier, regardless of the barriers, is it bureaucracy, is it some logistic issues, whatever it is. So basically, when personally I was going through the process of hiring one more team member, as I mentioned, it was my initiative to approach that person. As I said, she's a lady. We hired her. She's 3 years with us. It's a great support to our team, which is again overall male dominated, and not only GCC or Middle East region. Wherever you see the grain trading or commodities procurement supply chain, it's mostly men's. But what I'd like to say, I also joined CCIS France mentoring program, which we spoke about briefly, when you can apply, and it's free of charge, by the way, when they can support you to find a mentor, or if you would like to be mentee, or if you want to be mentor for someone, they will help you through CVs and portfolio of people who wants to be mentees. And it's all about, by the end of the day, your personal initiative and how much you would like to invest time, efforts, and energy in building this circle. And I believe it's important to understand this is not a competition, it's support. And the more we overcome together, the more easy is going through the whole supply chain, regardless of the industry. We all seen how destructive was the COVID time. Yeah, so I think combined forces, it's important, and support. I would mention
Yes,
the importance of support.
Absolutely, support is another key word. Just take a note, guys, ladies. Thank you. And in continuation to mentorship, I'll just address this question to Jill. Tell us about your experience and how did you mentor women or any team of your members, but which will attract females to the profession.
I think Evgenia, she made some really lovely points there about mentorship, and I also heard Nina say a lovely word as well, allyship. And I think it's really important that mentorship is intentional. It needs to be followed through. It should not be a tick box exercise. And also mentorship and allyship can come from male or female. I had an amazing male mentor years ago when I first was trying to develop my leadership style. I felt that I was emotional, typical woman, right?
Yes.
And I thought that emotion would hold me back, and that couldn't possibly be a leadership style. The positive side of mentorship, he helped me to reframe. He showed me my strengths and my perceived weaknesses through a different lens. And I think this is really what mentorship and allyship is about. It's helping women see their strengths and weaknesses or perceived weaknesses through a different frame, and frame it so that they can really be authentic leaderships. Hiring policies and companies matter. We all want to have good diversity statistics, but what really matters is culture. So companies really need to have that culture of mentorship and allyship and raising women, and that really will be what not only attracts the women but retains them. And I think one other final point I would make would be on storytelling and also representation. And I think within a company, if women see themselves represented in other women, it really, really helps to break barriers and helps them to believe in their own ambition.
Thank you very much, Jill. Thank you. That's amazing. Alona, what's your take on mentorship? Maybe you can share your experience, please.
Yeah, what I would like to add here, first of all, I agree with Jill and Evgenia that mentorship is a very important when we talk about women leadership. Because as I said, business is a male predominantly area, and many women are afraid to go to the business because they think that, okay, I need to behave like a man. I need to play the role that men play. And here, the personal example of female mentor is very important, because I believe that the truth is that if she can do this, I can do this. It means that if one of us sitting here on this stage could do something, could achieve something, that any of the female or male persona can do this as well. And I would say that we shouldn't play the role of the game of the male. We shouldn't be like a male. We should keep our feminine strengths, because this is what can bring a positive input to any business. Because yes, we can be emotional. Yes, we can maybe cannot succeed in some areas where where only male can do, where the power is needed. But at the same time, we can bring more positive inputs using our strengths.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Alona. Jade, what about your intake on the being as a leader? What you will do to bring new leaders, a younger generation, to be successful in the field?
I think creating a space for people to grow and develop, again, male or female, something which Mace has done really well is in the graduate programs, you know, the performance and the soft skills is driven from the start. So our excellence program not only covers our technical capabilities, but also around how you approach things. I was lucky to be the MIA regional lead for the procurement training. So I've got to meet some really great young professionals who are, you know, looking to grow their career, not just within construction, but within businesses. And one of the key takeaways from that was actually, you know, those young professionals, they have got the confidence, and they do really want to grab hold of what's to come. So that future focus in the development of those programs is twofold. One is around the technical, but then the soft skills. So that's where the mentorship comes in. And I think as leaders, if we can inspire the young generation to really want to grow, to be confident, to give them the space and the opportunities, then they will succeed, you know, through significant rates quicker than probably myself when I was starting within those roles. But yeah, I think it's about what are the future leadership traits that we want to support young professionals develop and grow so that they can really succeed. And also the business is going to benefit from that.
Thank you, Jade. Inspiration is another one, right? Yeah. And Nina, is there anything you would like to add in your experience? What did you do to drive the females and to encourage them to be in our industry?
Definitely encouragement is a great word, to speak out and be visible. The mentorship is not just also get advice, but also to grow your network. Find a mentor who is an industry leader, connect with them, reach out to them to learn from them. You will learn from any conversation, but the most important thing that also the individual has a clear goal, what he wants to achieve with the mentorship. It shouldn't be company driven where the company says, okay, everyone does a mentorship, please sign up. If you drive it from yourself, these individuals, they are set for success. Because I had a lot of mentees as well as I had a mentor, but the mentees who came with a clear goal, they wanted to work with me, they wanted to work on themselves, is the ones who really grow. They've made something out of the mentorship, but also now I've seen them blooming in their ideas, they've been mentors now. So I think it needs to come from the person itself. Plus you need to encourage them to be visible. I mean, usually I say to everyone in the company, once in a month, you go and grab a coffee with someone you don't know, because you don't know what this person will tell you, or when in your journey, this person could be useful to you. If it's a project you're working on, or is it your next career step, or is it just something super random, it can always give you an advantage. And it's nice to connect with new people, learn either factual or learn a different approach, way of speaking. It just gives you a lot, especially in the region where we have so much diversity and learnings all the time we can take.
Amazing. Thanks. Connection is the one is a right word to summarize? Connections? Yeah, network. Yes, yes. Thank you very much, Nina. Thank you. And we have a very interesting question to close our panel is the piece of advice you would give to yourself, knowing that you've you've completed many years of experience, you've become a brilliant leader You've broken the barriers already. So what can you give? What advice can you give to the audience, especially female audience, who's still at the beginning of the journey? Maybe Jill, if you would like to.
I think the one piece of advice that I wish that somebody had told me would be that my strength is be me. That there's no one real leadership style. There are many different leadership styles, but the most important one is to be the one that's authentic to you.
Very good. That you can't fake it.
Can't fake
Yeah,
it.
amazing, amazing. Thank you, Jill. Thank you. Alona, what advice will you give?
So I would say that I would say to myself that be inconvenient, because society wants us to be convenient, to be invisible, and to increase your visibility is very important. And I participate in many meetings inside of the company on different levels, and even on top levels when there is a meeting room with 20 people, and let's imagine best case 30% of them are women, and mostly men asking questions. Women, they're afraid to raise the hand and ask the question because they're not comfortable, they're afraid to be silly, to ask the question that the answer everybody knows. But men behave differently, and this is increase their visibility. So I would advise myself to ask more questions, to be more curious, don't afraid to take a risk, to participate in many projects as possible, which actually I did. But again, it's advice not only to myself, but to everyone here. And yeah, don't afraid to ask questions because you can get the right answer.
Thank you, Alona. Be bold and courageous, yeah? Thank you. Nina, what about you? Any advices?
I would advise myself that you don't compete with others, you only compete with yourself to be better
Yes.
every day.
Yes.
I always seen the challenge everywhere, but now my pure focus is to work on myself better, learn more, take more initiatives, to get the best version of yourself, and things just come to you. Secondly, I've been very shy before, so now I'm not shy anymore. I advise every lady to speak up in any conversation if you have something to say. 12 years ago, I was an intern, and I was in one of the biggest German industrial meetings between a mechanical company and Siemens in the negotiation for the prices. And there was all the CEOs, top management, and I didn't say a single word. I went out of the meeting, and my manager at the time said, "Nina, how did you find the meeting?" I was like, "It was great. I couldn't say anything." He said, "What would you say?" I said, "The copper prices went down. We should get better prices." He's like, "Wow, you could have made the conversation. No one knew you're an intern," but I was so shy.
Yeah.
So now I changed it, and once you have the best knowledge, use your knowledge, make it visible, because everyone has something to say. And I think the knowledge is the biggest strength you can get.
Yes, exactly. Thanks very much, Nina. Thank you. They say you can't change the world, but you can change your perspective, how you see the world. So, and that's where your confidence will raise. Jade, what about you? Please give us your valuable advice.
I think take time to develop and learn from all the experiences that you come across, negative, positive. Alongside that, believing in your ability. So as you move into any role, but let's use leadership as one, translate your ability into that and be confident with it. I think going back to the equality, everyone has an opportunity to be part of a conversation. So being part of that, leading the way, and every experience counts. So keep being confident.
Yes, thank you very much, Jade. Thank you. And Evgenia, please share your advice with us, please. That will be very valuable too.
Thank you. Good I had the time to listen everyone before answering on this question. Actually, I would like to give a real example and the advice which I learned, by the way, from a man that was a Gorsky grain oil supply chain leader in Russia, Rob Hansen. He's from Netherlands. That time I was just commercial management training in Cargill. He was already big boss and senior trader was scared of him, by the way, but never I was. And what I learned from him, he many times coming into room, not an aggressive way, but a really challenging way. And he never accepted word not. He was always asking, why not? And he was keep asking 1, 2, 3, 4, actually up to 5 times until this why not. There was no why not anymore. There was just answers as the barriers which has to be removed to get to the direction which he was asked. We were asking about in the beginning. What I learned from this example: never be satisfied with not. Actually, every not opportunity for grow, and every no why turn to why not, because after these 5 steps, you will realize that all this no will be your opportunity for innovation, to changing direction, to bring diversification, for many other things. Because behind every no, there is opportunity for growth. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Evgenia. Thank you. Well, I wanted actually to carve a little bit of time for questions, please, because, you know, I would like to hear from the audience the questions to our valuable panels. Please, if you have any questions, please be bold, be brave, be confident, be open, engage the conversation. That's what we just discussed. No? Nobody? Oh, yes, there is a question there, please.
I'm afraid that I'm going to ask something will put me in trouble, but I'll try to
Try.
say it. No, this is a good space. My question is for all of you. It's a belief of me. Do you believe that keep talking about this issue about male and female is making things better or worse? So do you believe that we need to stop talking about this and keep things flow, or keep talking about this matter is helping? This is a question for me.
Okay. Okay, go ahead. It looks like we're all going to answer this. Jade, please go ahead.
I think that's a good question, actually. I don't think you're in trouble. We see your trouble earlier on the stage. I think it's just the way we talk about it, actually. And I think the conversation, the way that we actually are bringing together a panel today is really to focus not on the topic, but what do we do? So what's the action? What's the positive action that we can take away from having a panel focused on, you know, procurement women, and how we grow that? Really, it goes back to the basics, which links with men, women, all different ages, genders, you know, it's all relevant. Skills, capability development and growth. So supporting individuals to succeed. I think that's the main topic of conversation. We need more women in procurement roles, but we also need more people in procurement roles. And as Sam mentioned earlier, you know, actually spending time to develop, having the right skills, framework and capabilities in place is really where we're going to succeed in the procurement industry.
Thank you, Jade. Thank you.
Yeah, if I can add here, what is the biggest scarcity in the business now? Maybe HR will help me if we have HR here. So it's talent. And actually, if we talk only about, let's say, male as a talented person, we actually we don't put our attention to other 50%, which is women. So if we want to increase the number of talented people in the business, we need to look at the both sides and to support the women who maybe, again, maybe shy, maybe not so active because of their role that society put on them. That's why we need to talk about this. And I really like the one movie, you probably know this, Don't Look Up. Yeah, we cannot talking about this, but the problem is here. There is an elephant in the room, and we shouldn't be silent about this. And the glass ceiling that we discuss with Evgenia just on the break, it still exists. Let's be honest on this, and this is where we need support, because to break this glass ceiling and to bring more women in the top level position, maybe we need to support them. Maybe we need to create some better conditions for them, because yes, we're different. We are really different, but this is where support is needed.
Yes, thank you very much. You wanted to add something, Evgenia?
Yeah, I think it's a very good question. Thank you for bringing it out. I think we're the only one panel which was questioned. So basically, a woman being challenged on the stage. Good. So what I would like to answer is that it's not about just we're not nobody talking here about discrimination. We're talking about diversity. And diversity of regardless your supplier book, it's you want to be diversified, right? You want to make sure that you have many origins available. You want to make sure that you have diversified commodities options book. You want to make sure that many countries is involved. Of course, when you have on board team which is balanced, I would say, yeah, because it's not only IQ, it's also EQ, yeah. And I believe there is it's not a belief, there is an article, official scientist made the report that when man is applying for job, even if he's 60% qualified for it, he would still go, he's brave enough to do it. While a woman would be 95, she would not apply because there is still this 5% which she would like to work on and improve. She's still hesitating. So it's about bold move, and I think we need to just encourage women to be more bold, and we need gentlemen support, of course, to go through all those challenges, to overcome together, back to back. Thank you.
Absolutely, Evgenia. Thank you very much. Just to add and to answer your question, it did improve. And the testimony of this is that, look, all here, all leaders, yeah, all have a great experience and now sitting here giving advices to big leaders and male leaders as well. So thank you very much. Anybody else would like to ask the question, the last question? Yes, please, that we have there in the middle.
So I've just been listening to all of you talking about how you've climbed up to where you are. I have one question to each of you. What keeps you moving?
The challenge.
Yeah.
I was going to say the 5%. There's always something to do. There's always more to learn. There's always something, and keeping, as Jade said, that challenge at the forefront of your mind and pushing towards it. That's really what keeps me moving.
Same here, plus the change and the people. Logistics is such a diverse industry in terms of the countries you're working with, because most of it is cross-country connected. So for me, it's very much the people and the challenges as well.
Yeah, I would say that, when you grow in your career, you can achieve more. It's honest. And when you grow, you can get more resources, you can make big projects. And this is what's driving me, because I'm interested in the lean big projects. And on the level of top management, you can, as I said, bring more people, bring more resources, and it can give you more power to lead the project. And I'm very competitive.
Thank you. Anybody else? Yes, Evgenia?
I'm giving today all real examples. It's a very good question. Thank you so much. And me personally, what is motivating me to keep going? Yeah, it's my family. By the way, my biggest supporter and believer in me is my father. And I remember when I was in school, coming to him saying, "Daddy, I got second place in History Olympics." He was asking, "Why not first?" And basically, this question was always leaving the area to improve. It's to me, it's a pleasure and honor to be in food industry. We are the one who are feeding the world. We are the one who are building these plants. And especially during COVID time, it was obvious that supply chain, food industry, medical industry, it's very important, key basic elements of society, regardless are you on the western part of the world or you're on the eastern part of the world. And me personally, I'm very patient about agenda of feeding the world. Thank you.
Thank you, Virginia. Thank you very much. Well, just to answer your question quickly, for me, it will be self-challenge. I wake up in the morning and ask a question, what I can do better today as myself, not as somebody else, but myself. I would like to wrap up this amazing conversation today. The last question was about the advice. My advice to you all, not just to female, is be like a river with fresh water. Water in the river is always fresh, and that means by constantly learning, constantly be courageous, constantly be confident, learn new things, don't stand still. The true leaders don't stand still, they change. Thank you very much. And to our incredible panelists, Jill, Aleona, Jade, Dr. Evgenia, Nina, thank you. Oh, sorry, Jill. Thank you very much for inspiring you with your energy, agility, openness, curiosity, and strength. And thank you, everyone, for being with us today.
The microphone might come on. Yes, and thank you so much to Sophia.
Thank you.
Absolutely brilliantly done. Some incredible advice there from all of our panelists. Please do stay on the stage as we have, of course, a token of appreciation for you. So welcoming now Miss Lama Atui, who is the Assistant Program Director for HR and Soft Skills at Blue Ocean Corporation, and Miss Salma Kanan, who is the Senior Faculty at Blue Ocean Corporation, who are now going to be handing out a token of appreciation to our panelists. And first, if we could have Miss Nina Folk, the Senior IT Project Manager at Al Shire Group. Please do step forward. Thank you so much. Nina Folk there, some key messaging as well, and some brilliant advice in terms of authenticity, asking more questions, taking risks, speaking up, and learning from each experience that we go through. Thank you so much to Nina. And now moving on to Jade Marjoram, the Associate Director of Procurement at Mace. Please do come forward. Let's put our hands together for Jade. Thank you so much to Jade there for your contributions in that previous panel. Thank you so much. And now to Jill Masters, Head of Supply Chain for the Middle East and Africa, Russia, CIS and Turkey at Merck Group. Please do come forward. Thank you to Jill there. And now to Elena Kavalchuk, who is the Supply Chain Director for Mare Group. Please do step forward. Thank you. Thank you to Alana there for your contributions. And now to Dr. Evgenia Dudanova, who is the Procurement Director for Commodities at Agatha Group. Yes, wonderful to have you here. And now finally, Sophia Poland, Group Procurement Director for Al Masood. Brilliantly moderated. Thank you so much. And now let's have a final group photograph with all of our panelists to mark the occasion. Please do come on up and we'll get that final group picture to remember the occasion. Let's hear it one final time there for our panel there. Brilliantly done on shattering stereotypes there and breaking barriers in UAE supply chain management. Thank you so much once again. And any further questions, please do make sure to speak to any of our speakers in the upcoming breaks. However, we are going to keep the stage as is, as we go from one topic to another. And this time, we are now going to take a look at decarbonization strategies in the energy supply chain and some key insights for Middle East Energy 2025. This next session is going to explore key strategies and challenges as we work towards a sustainable and low-carbon future in the energy sector. And to do the formal introductions and to lead discussions, I'm now delighted to welcome your moderator, Mr. Vishal Kumar, President and Regional Head for APAC, MEA and India at ITC Infotech. A very warm welcome to Vishal.
Thank you. So I have a little story first. When I got contacted by Dr. Menon that this is going to happen, and I said, I have no idea about this subject or this topic. He said, don't worry, he's just moderating with a bunch of people in a room of about 20. I said, okay, that's fine. And then the agenda comes out and it says 800 people registered. And then it also says that you're going immediately after lunch. So here I am thinking how to wake people up, because post-lunch, obviously, most people snooze. And the minute I was told that this is not going to be immediately after lunch, I was celebrating. I said, okay, great. All I have to do is do slightly better than the previous act. And then Sophia arrives with a bunch of fabulous panelists, which is great. So here I am trying to emulate. If I can do half the job that Sophia and the team did, I think I've done some justice. Ladies and gentlemen, earlier today we heard the captain or the ex-captain of the Indian cricket team speak about the fact that you strive to do better with people around you. Dr. Menon did one thing right. It's a bit cliched, but he has left the best for the last. You're in for a treat. You certainly are. I have a fantabulous team with me. This is a team of practitioners, tech gurus, subject matter experts. And 3 out of the 5 on my panel have received awards earlier today. I think that deserves a round of applause. With experience oozing out of their pores, I have the enviable job of the next 40 minutes to bring that experience to fore for your consumption. I'm not here to create a society of mutual admirers, but I'm going to introduce a distinguished panel which needs a spotlight. May I please start? After stints in America, London, Egypt, and various parts of the world with likes of Zamil Watania, he is now the Group Procurement SVP at Al Ghurair. May I please request Dr. Ahmed Sedki. Welcome. After amazing and successful stints with Dubai Properties, TCOM, the Telecom and Digital Government Regulatory Authority, this distinguished gentleman is now the Director, Admin Affairs, the Department of the Federal Tax Authority of the UAE. May I please request Suleiman Abdullah to join us on stage, please. Welcome. The next gentleman actually has flown all the way from Johannesburg, South Africa, to catch the last of the slightly good weather this country has to offer. With a career spanning roles across planning and supply chain, predominantly his home country in South Africa, he is now the regional lead of global channels and alliances at the Association for Supply Chain and Management. May I please request Grant Sonepol to come onto the stage. Welcome, Grant. Please. Next, please welcome on stage a gentleman who has had an immensely successful and rich experience in organizations like the Abu Dhabi Airports, Strata, the Emirates Nuclear Energy Corporation, Advanced Military Maintenance Repair and Overhaul Center, Cleveland Clinic, Abu Dhabi. He now heads, ladies and gentlemen, the procurement of the Central Bank of the UAE. Please welcome on stage Adel Janevi. Welcome, Adel. This gentleman, last by no means least, is the tech guru of the panel, although he did correct me that his tech experience has been only in the last 6 years. In his prior life, he's been at the heart of supply chain and logistics management of organizations like Roger Foams, Bay State Milling, Isan Salam Al Gur Group, before joining SAP as Senior Advisor and Partner for SAP Procurement Solutions. Please welcome my last panelist on stage, Irfan Kavaria. I'm almost embarrassed to say it's an all-male panel here. Gentlemen, thank you. I'm humbled. I don't think I need to give an introduction because that'll be just a sheer waste of time. My name is Vishal Kumar. I have been in Dubai for the last 12 years. I'm the president of a company called ITC Infotech. It's a century-old company, not in tech, of course. We're a large FMCG company out of India. My job today is to actually hone into the experience that these gentlemen bring on board. I had the unique opportunity of being in Mumbai as part of the delegation that Sheikh Hamdan took to Mumbai. And every single session that happened was around sustainability, around supply chain, and everything that he did in terms of inauguration was around the subject of how do we make the world a better place. I was intrigued to hear the number of sessions that happened in the morning. Abdulaziz spoke about imagine, embrace, and execute the future. The gentleman from PepsiCo, I think Mr. Susu, spoke about the fact the future is created, not inherited. I think that sort of struck with me. Of course, the GMR gentleman, Subir, spoke about the VUCA, the BANI, the circular economy. All of that is sort of culminated into our conversation today. Gentlemen, decarbonizing the energy supply chain obviously involves reducing greenhouse gas emissions, obviously through the entire process of energy production, distribution, and consumption. It obviously involves transitioning from fossil fuels, and we being in UAE are very hydrocarbon-led traditionally. So it's fascinating that in this context and with that context, we find ourselves at the forefront of change again. So I'm not going to give you any sort of golden nuggets of my own experience, but I'm going to delve right into starting with Dr. Sedgwick. Doctor, why do you think that decarbonization in the energy supply chain is so critical? I mean, let's just set the context to begin with.
Thank you, Vijay, for bringing this question. In fact, before I start, I'd like to thank Blue Ocean for organizing this and for giving the opportunity to connect with our peers and the broader family of supply chain and procurement. In answering this question, I would always add one point. Every act in life is more likely part of negotiations. However, when it comes to decarbonization, it's non-negotiable. It's a need because this aspect is extremely critical, not only for our businesses, but also for our communities, where we are all members and part of, and we need to give back to all of them. So talking about decarbonization is not only in the energy supply chain, but it's also to everyone. However, with connecting energy and supply chain and the global presence of this section or sector across the world, it is the most contributing industry in carbon emission and GHG gas emissions. So this segment contributes to a flat, significant 70% of emissions that goes across all industries. And it starts with the upstream, where at the production or manufacturing or extraction, going down to the downstreams, to the logistics and so on. So passing through all of these, it includes a lot of procurement and supply chain members, since we deal with upstream massively and also the downstream. So we have to contribute as the gatekeepers within our organizations, helping in decarbonization and promoting and driving initiatives and setting ideas and act as change agents to act on this topic and bring it to the best levels we can do. This can happen through promoting sustainable ideas and sustainable resources rather than the traditional ones, using AI tools and technology to bring in better ways of what we do, and also getting that tools to monitor and spot on the emissions, okay, and also the control of the methane leaks, which happens in operations, then passing into logistics as well. Thank you.
Fascinating. Thank you. Now, whilst what you're saying is very contextual from a global perspective. I think I'd like to bring in you, Suleiman. Um, Honing down into MIA, what do you think are the sort of big challenges that we're facing in decarbonizing the MIA energy supply chains, if you may?
I'll take it a broader approach here. In MENA, especially UAE, but in MENA, we have really high ambition, and the differences between the high ambition and the infrastructure. And this gap needs to be filled with change management. So I'll give an example of, I had the privilege of leading a workshop with one of the governments in one of the countries in Africa about change management and leadership. The workshop was for 3 days, and they were officials from government. And it was 3 days, and last day, the minister of the government came and said, Suleiman, we have vision, we have goals, we would like to change, but when things go down, stop. So basically, it can apply in any region, but in MENA, we have high ambitions, we have high standards, we have good structure and infrastructure. Now, how to speed up the process of implementing the vision is change management. When it comes to change management, linking the capabilities, linking the cost, linking the limitation of policies is very important to bring the value. The second challenge, I think, where the problem lays is still, I think there is a gap in the knowledge, especially for Scope 3 and ESG reporting, and how to link it with more corporate goals and strategies. So this gap need to be filled. So from my side, these two gaps, broader, need to be focused on. I'll not talk about the strategies and policies, procedures. I think sustainability, everybody knows what's need to be done. The problem is, this gap, I always say this, is easy, or maybe we are blessed in this country and most of the maybe MENA countries about visionary leaders. But when it comes to implementation, you will see the gap of people who can understand the vision, understand and able to translate that vision to an actionable plan, and really leading that plan and implementing it with the results. So that's change management, and we always need a special level or a special skills of leadership. I call them transformational leaders.
Thank you, Suleiman. And that lends very nicely into when you spoke about gap. You see, I'm not going to be throwing numbers, but I think all of us know about net zero by 2050. The startling fact is that our solar has to go up by 12x just in the Middle East for us to come anywhere close to that target, right? Other forms, blue ammonia has to be 15x. So whilst everybody here appreciates that there is a need for action, Grant, I want to bring you in here. How do you believe, what's the best way for us to start the process of even determining the gaps, right? And what are opportunities for us to actually then eventually decarbonize the energy supply chain? So could you bring it from that perspective for us, please, Grant?
Sure, Vishal. So I think to bring it up one level really quickly, what I always think of in terms of is a framework. So there are various frameworks out there that exist for sustainability. And we're talking specifically about decarbonization, which would fit within the environmental aspect of sustainability, but it's actually an and not an or. So we have to also include the ethical component as well as the economic component. And that's been touched on a little bit already in saying, why do these things sometimes fail? And usually it's because the economic component stops making sense. So that's what typically happens. So in order for us to resolve that, there's a few things that we can do. Identifying, first of all, the regulation. So the gap in the regulation. Where are we versus that regulation, and do we achieve it or not? Without regulation, it's nice to have in some cases, right? We want to reduce the amount of carbon we use in our supply chains, but it's because we want to be good people on the planet instead of actually a regulation that we're taking into account. The other thing is related to policies and processes within our organizations. If we have a look at a framework of some kind, we can see where are our gaps in policy, where are gaps in process. And the other big component of the gap, I think, is in education and in skills. So really having people understanding what it means when we talk about sustainable supply chains, decarbonization in supply chains, and how to best upskill ourselves to encompass that. So I'd put those things on the table for now.
Interesting. I think skill covered in the last panel as well. I think it's crucial. It's critical. I think there's also a role of procurement in here. And, we were talking about it earlier today, Adil. In your opinion, what's the role that procurement can specifically play in this entire journey of decarbonization?
Yes, that's a very important question, and that's why we're all here, being all procurement leaders, professionals from all over the place. To start with, here in our country, we see how our leaders, how they're spending, and how they encouraging about the enhancing of the.
Do you mind just getting the mic closer if you don't mind, please? Thank you.
Yeah. So we see that our leaders really emphasizing on us and encouraging to utilize, our knowledge to enhance the lifestyle, and this is also have to be coming with and the energy consumptions or the way we consume energy. So let's go back to procurement. The role. Procurement is start with anything. You have to start with setting the strategy and the policy. So when we put a procurement policy to support the sustainability or decarbonization, first of all, we need to interpret the ASG standards and regulation into our policy. So that's why when we evaluate our suppliers who participate in our tenders, that they have to have certain standards, like they have the green ICV now. You have to have the ISO 1401. You have to have the 5001. It is all standards that give the privilege for suppliers actually to participate in procurement tenders. And also we look into the local supply and the green procurement. We look for suppliers locally that better than going internationally. This will reduce the emission, the shipping process or administrative. Going also for the green procurement, we put emphasize more on suppliers that use friendly reusable items, or biodegradable products, friendly environment in general, or probably use in their plants the solar energy rather than the electricity or the oil generated electricity. This is like a second story. Then go to the next step when we go procurement. Now when we evaluate any procurement, we have to take into consideration not only the cost. It's not only about the cost. It has to be we do call it the life cycle cost analysis, which is to take into consideration the total cost of ownership. This is taken into consideration that's what we call it the value-based procurement. This is in consideration that also the energy consumption for this equipment, for example, if it's equipment, using into consideration the maintenance required, into exactly the disposal of the item, how this impact the environment, how this can impact the society. Going back to the relationship with supplier, always have this kind of close relationship with suppliers in terms of the collaboration and the training about the new trends in the procurement market, about the importance of sustainability. It's about the also incentives them to apply, use the scientific based tracker to track the carbon emission. This is through the blockchain and for the tracking and the real time monitoring.
Yeah.
Going next to the list step in procurement, here we have to use the technology. Technology is very important when it comes to procurement. Now, using this technology, for example, the AI and the data analytics, this has give us good prediction about the demand. This is also reduce the number of waste when we do in production. Also, we improve the circular economy. This is very important when we introduce the reverse logistics. That's when we, let's say, rather than just dispose the item, we have to return it. Establish a returning program with the suppliers, so we can return it, they can use it. I had this bit before when I was in Cleveland. We were using this, the lending and leasing of equipment between other hospitals, so I didn't have to buy it. I go, I lease it from a hospital and they get it back from me. The borrowing strategy. This is better than, and also returning to suppliers. For example, we have this kind of medication used in the past. we don't have to, I mean, it's about expiry. We select and we said to other organization, of course. So Tesco, we don't have to dispose items. We don't have to dispose product. This is reusing our product, and this will, of course, I mean, will help with the reducing the emission or process manufacturing, which is definitely at the end will increase emissions.
Yep.
Going at the last stage of income procurement cycle, that's the transportation and logistics. Having this news and technology, AI, it will also to smart I mean, monitoring or efficiency of the running a warehouse with energy consumptions, better energy consumptions. We also using the AI for the route. We've been calculating this route that will reduce the transportation needed. Using the Etihad rail, which is the rail shipping rather than using vehicles. To emphasize on using electrical operated vehicles rather than using the diesel operated vehicles. So all this, I mean, also the using the packaging materials, using the reusable or biodegradable packing materials also is very important. This is lots of aspect that procurement can contribute to when it comes to sustainability and decarbonization.
Thank you. I think procurement obviously has a massive role to play, but the two things that I picked up blend directly into Irfan has been reaching to go on the tech side of the house. I remember when I started working 30 years back, you very easily could differentiate the role of technology in other businesses. It is so integrated today, Irfan. What do you think is the role that digital tools play in helping companies in this space? I think they have a lot at their hand that they can use, right? So over to you.
Yeah, absolutely. First of all, good afternoon, everyone. And it's a great question, Shahal. So let me start by sharing some data. As per one study, supply chain functions contributes to over 90% of organizations' greenhouse emission. Now, this is not something which the supply chain guy is going to like it, right? But there is another study, which is a good news, by World Economic Forum and Accenture that says supply chain functions can, by 2030, supply chain functions will reduce this carbon emission by 30% using digital tools. So this is where digital tools are very important, right? Now, as the age-old adage says, you can't measure something you don't see. Same goes for you can't decarbonize something which you don't see. And this is where digital tools plays a very vital role in order to give you the data. Like organizations use digital tools like IoT, cloud platforms, AI, analytical tools can really spot where the leakages are happening in the supply chain, right? And then by turning this data into action, okay, you have the visibility, you got the data, what you're gonna do with it.
Yeah.
That's where it's kind of really then the onus goes back to procurement and supply chain function, that how you gonna turn this data into actionable insights by, let's say, for example, optimizing your supply chain or your logistic routes, right? Or by selecting the right suppliers, as Adil was mentioning, the suppliers who are not only just providing you certificates or have sustainability in their marketing brochures, but are actually really putting into actions, or by improving your efficiencies into your supply chain operations. By using the digital tools, then you can really turn around, your what you call it, the supply chain. It's not just who's just generating those greenhouses, but are actually reducing it. As we say, and we all will agree here, sustainability is the job of everyone, right? But the digital tools gives you that superpower to actually become sustainable and practice sustainability.
Fascinating. I will have a follow-on question for you on what you said, but probably later. We spoke in the global context, the MIA context. We read a lot. Suleiman, may I please bring you in this? We read a lot about how does UAE lead the way when it comes to this entire initiative. And in your experience, how is the UAE leading this from regional context, Suleiman?
I believe, and I think everybody is believing that UAE set a benchmark for everyone, not only in the MENA region, even internationally when it comes to sustainability. We already have Master City for clean energy. We have the strategy for net zero, very ambitious goal by 2050. Recently, we also applied the zero bureaucracy initiatives within the organization. It's also applied in the procurement process. I'll give just an example. And one of the things when it comes to zero bureaucracy, one of the challenges you will face that, or we face that, they always say that why you need all these cycle of approvals. Eliminate all of them. So it's very important to understand, not just memorize. Zero bureaucracy doesn't mean you eliminate everything. I use the phrase saying that zero bureaucracy doesn't mean zero compliance. Zero bureaucracy doesn't mean zero governance. You need to understand the goal behind it. And when it comes to federal government, and recently I think the policy is being published, there will be a center of excellence on the federal level, where the leader of procurement will be part of it, in order to drive the changes, the goals that the government already set. And one of them is sustainability. How to speed up the goals of the government, to reach the goal by 2050. And what needs to be done, I believe, is more systematic approach where it's not only a government, because we're talking about the private sector as well. So if we will be able to link the private sectors with the government sectors, where every 1 dirham is linked with the sustainability, I think this is the goal now for implementation.
Fabulous. Yes, we speak about the fact that this needs to be done. There are organizations that are grappling with it. But Dr. Setki, can we really drill down and look at actual levers that organizations within the sector can use for action? A lot of people in the audience will be really, from a hands-on perspective, some of the levers called out would be useful from your vantage.
See, before I deep dive into the actual thing and the tangible ones, it starts from drafting culture within organizations as a generic thing, and then going into policies and all of that, and setting up the teams and their skills and talents to cater to that and to contribute to this vision and working on decarbonization. However, if we talk about tangible things, let's talk about onboarding green vendors. Let's talk about engaging green means in what we do, developing scorecards, bringing in vendors to uplift their awareness and knowledge about how we should move into sustainability rather than doing things traditionally. Okay, it comes with a cost, but if we look at the long term, it is controllable, and with negotiations, which we all do, we can bring it to acceptable levels. That's one. If you talk about logistics, instead of the traditional ways, you can see electrified or electricity-based ones. You can do consolidations to make sure that you don't grow a lot of trips and so on, so you can make sure that you reduce the emissions and all of this. If you go more to this, you can go to even warehousing when you talk about the MRO scope, which we all work on in our organizations, where you can try to have proper demand planning, and you can try to reduce your stocks and inventory, and that all contributes. Apart from all of this, and we are in an age which is a modern one, and everyone is transforming in a way that caters to what helps us do what we do in a better way. So going digital and using AI tools, ML tools, and digital twins, IoTs, Internet of Things, all of that helps us to cater to whatever we need to do with less emissions into our businesses. So I think being the front line, whether you are in procurement or supply chain, we carry on our shoulders a lot of responsibilities to contribute to our businesses in a way that we promote our brand properly and also contribute and give back to our communities in a better way through green means of doing what we do.
Excellent. And whilst the intent is right, oftentimes what goes missing and is a challenge is data. especially in the entire supply chain. I mean, for the longest time, we said data is the new oil. Now data is the oil, right? And Grant, if I may, please bring you in. What do you some of the best practices around understanding the full view of the supply chain when it comes to data? Because if that's missing, you could aim for the moon and you get nothing in return, right?
Well, I'd like to start off with a micro class on greenhouse gas emissions reporting, because I think the greenhouse gas emissions reporting framework fits very nicely into product lifecycle management, and that slots in almost exactly. So just to quickly take us on this journey, a scope 1 greenhouse gas emission would be anything related to our organization that is being produced in terms of greenhouse gases, right? So if we own a generator in our factory, that generator is going to be a scope 1 emission for us. However, if we're renting that generator from somebody else, that becomes a scope 3 emission because it's a third party that is providing it to us. Then we have scope 2, which is actually any energy related emission that you're procuring from a utility, for example. Scope 3 is anything that your supplier is producing to assist in your supply chain. So when we think about that, what we're actually talking about is a much bigger picture when we're thinking about the utility that's trying to reduce its reliance on carbon. We're actually talking about a greater societal impact on the overall greenhouse gas emissions that we are producing, and thereby having companies make their scope 2 emissions much lower. So this is really what we're trying to do here, and that framework already exists. And just to tie it in a little bit more to the product lifecycle management component of it is, we're talking about things like electric vehicles. It's not really useful to have an electric vehicle that's still getting electricity from a carb-based utility.
Yeah.
So that's the bigger picture that I think we need to think about, and think of that as the sort of the best practices that we've got to keep in mind.
Fair. Obviously, that touches back into tech. So, Irfan, very quickly onto you as well. How can technology help energy companies specifically gain better visibility into their supply chain? Because you spoke about tools, but what else is out there where we can identify the carbon hotspots per se, and also the improvement areas as a follow-on?
Yeah, I think Grant touched on it. It's the data. What I would say is data is a new fuel for a cleaner energy future, right? Now, how do you get the data? Is by implementing the right tools. I love data, I love stats. So there's another stats for you guys. By 2027, 72% of organizations in the energy and natural resource companies are investing into digital tools, AI, and analytics. It's a good news.
Wow.
It's a great news for companies like SAP, and it's better news for me, more bonuses for me, right? Now, coming back to the serious question of how does the digital tools would help and gain visibility? If you ask any organizations, and they'll be transparent and they'll tell you, they have a lot of blind spots where they don't actually know where the leakage is happening. And when I say leakage, what I mean is by where the carbon emissions are coming from, right? The tools, the digital tools help you to redesign this, rethink this, and rearrange your supply chain. That helps you then to gain visibility into your data. And then data, then as we say, data tells you the story. And if you're reading the right stories, it will give you a very clear picture, right? So tools like Sustainability Control Tower or integrated planning tools can really help organization to identify those blind spots, then put in an action plan, as I mentioned, the right suppliers or re-optimizing the part of your logistic network. That really then leads to blocking those leakages and being a really sustainable organization or somebody who's really committed to reducing the carbon emission.
On cue, I've been told there's little time left. I have plethora of questions for you. We could go on and on that, but I still want to give an opportunity to the audience. If I know it's a deep, heavy topic of discussion, but if anybody has any questions to this eminent panel, which will otherwise be very difficult to get together again, please raise your hand.
So, before we go
Please.
to other questions, we have just spoken about the regulation that
Yes,
UAE puts up. So yeah, I mean, in order to support all this initiative that is going on, the UAE has, set some strategies and regulation support the decarbonization initiative, starting with the decree law, Federal Decree Law 11/2024, which is recently issued for the climate change, the reduction of climate change emission for the greenhouse. When we're talking about the greenhouse gas, and now it will be mandate for all business in the country to monitor, track, and to report it as part of the in the report. And this is will most probably will take effect in the Q4 2025.
Right.
This also will support the decarbonization. Also, we have the decarbonization industrial strategy or law that all industry in the industrial manufacturing has to reduce emissions by 79% by 2050 and 2.9 tons. I mean gigatons. I was saying, and this year we also the determination contribution list that UAE had made has reduced the emission. I mean, they put clear guidelines for reducing emissions. For example, to be about 47% reduction by 2030, and this is different criteria state for different industries. For example, for like I mentioned earlier, for industrial manufacturing, it has to be about 79% reduction in the emissions. Going to the national hydrogen also strategy that will support the blue and green hydrogen trading, especially now with all the big contract with Japan and Germany about the fuel and using the fuel, the green, we need hydrogen fuel. Also the industry, we saw the lots of them. Also the decarbonization roadmap for the to reduce the emissions. So now also the diversifying the source of energy, clean energy. Now, I mean, previously when I used to work in MS Nuclear, with the 4 plants, I mean, nuclear plant, they were capable of producing 5.6 gigawatts. This is enough to 25% electricity in the whole country. This is by itself, this means they're reducing by 22.4 million kilotons from the emissions, which is equal about more than 22.4 million cars. I'm not sure what the numbers, but I mean, it's about that's a that you took in from a street completely. Also, the hydrogen production, local production, it would be by around 1.4 tons by 2030, which is also reduced. I mean, it would increase the sufficiency of energy by 60%, which is mandated by Department of Energy, that reduce emission and have a clean source of energy around 60% in 2030.
Wow. Thank you. And yes, you know, you can be a good corporate citizen and want to do the best endeavor, but with regulation in play, I think that just makes sure that everything is done as per need. Before the lady comes and say time is up, we do have a question from the lady here. I'll just take one. I'm sorry, because we're running out of time. Please.
Now it worked?
Yeah.
Yeah, I have to lead by example, as I said from previous session, and ask the question, of course. Question is very simple. Actually, when we talk about sustainability and decarbonization, sometimes it sounds like a secret knowledge. We talk about scope 1, scope 2, scope 3, and now start speaking about scope 4, actually, when we talk about decarbonization. But can you give an example from your personal experience when you, from simple action, you can reduce the carbon emission in supply chain? I think it will be very valuable for audience, because I believe that in supply chain and operational efficiency very much related to decarbonization. Thank you.
I could open it to anybody, but I believe, Dr. Sidki, you probably would be, and anybody can please add on to that. Thank you for the question.
Thank you for the question. If we talk about what we own is shifting from a normal model of generating power into something like solar energy, for example, that can be implemented anywhere. And I think as we drive now, we see the solar panels everywhere. Imagine if you have some venues or some land, which is of a massive area where you can implement those panels and start working on generating clean electricity which I think the authorities also is encouraging everyone now to utilize and to enter and to connect to the grid, and they revise regulations from time to time to cater to that, to encourage private sector to go into this. This is a one point. It goes also with getting the right vendors in place. In procurement, for example, you can onboard somebody who's already established in sustainability aspects and going green and using clean electricity in production and so on. And also you can work with SMEs to try to shift them from wherever they are to gain the knowledge of how you can scale up and start shaping up. Now, I think also in UAE as well, you can see that the year of sustainability and how it is being driven, and having COP28, and how the vision of the country is shaping up to cater to going green and going to net zero. Same way, we need to cater to this by increasing knowledge and promoting it internally, being the front line of the company who does market intelligence, discovers new things, and so on. In addition, procurement is not about only procuring now, it's about selling the idea internally and shifting mindset. Why would I invest in an asset or a capital that spend that I have to spend to get this thing done? So I think there's a big opportunity for us, being now a strategic function rather than a support function. And we just need to take it in and sell it internally and see how can we do it better.
Thank you very much. I would love to have taken more questions, but I'm well out of time. I think we're not trying to boil the ocean here, no pun intended. But some very interesting insights from the best of the best from the industry, of course, as we navigate through this transition. And as His Excellency Sheikh Nayan said this morning, that this is a space where, as we shape the future, it is something that is and continue to change and touch real lives. This is not just about industry, it is real lives. Gentlemen, thank you so much. It's been an absolute pleasure to moderate. A huge round of applause for the stalwarts on stage, please.
There to our panel, absolutely brilliantly done, tackling that topic of decarbonisation strategies in the energy supply chain. And as always, we have a token of appreciation for you. So handing these out, let's welcome now Vipin Vaidyanathan, who is the Senior Director and Head of Consulting at Blue Ocean Corporation, along with Dr. Ahmad Badawi, who's the Senior Faculty at Blue Ocean Corporation. A very warm welcome, gentlemen. And first and foremost, let's welcome Mr. Grant Swanepoel, who is the Regional Lead for Global Channels and Alliances for the Middle East and Africa at the Association for Supply Chain Management. Grant, please do step forward. We have a token of appreciation here, and we'll get the photography done. Yes, thank you to Grant for your contributions here today. Very kind of you to be with us here as well. And thank you to Grant. And now let's say a huge thank you to Irfan Kapadia, Senior Advisor and Partner at SAP Procurement Solutions, to collect his token of appreciation. Yes, thank you once again to Irfan Kapadia. And now let's give over the next token of appreciation to Dr. Ahmed Sedki, Senior Vice President of Procurement at Al Ghurair. Thank you to Dr. Ahmed. And now a huge thank you to Adel Al-Janaibi, who is the Head of Procurement for the UAE Central Bank. Thank you once again to Mr. Adil Al-Janaibi. And now let's say a huge thank you to Mr. Suleiman Abdullah, the Director of Administrative Affairs, the Department of the Federal Tax Authority. Thank you so much to Mr. Suleiman Abdullah. And of course, let's say a huge thank you to our moderator for brilliantly leading that discussion, Mr. Vishal Kumar, President and Regional Head for APAC, the Middle East and Africa and India at ITC Infotech. And now, please do join us back on stage for our group photograph, just to mark the occasion for our panel there. Please do join us as soon as the photographers say yes. Please do come forward. And let's get that final group photograph with all of our panel. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it one more time for our panel there. Thank you. Absolutely brilliant decarbonisation strategies in the energy supply chain for the Middle East Energy 2025. Thank you so much once again. Really fantastic to have you all here. And yes, we are going to move swiftly on to our next keynote of the afternoon. And we are going to have to rearrange the furniture a little bit, as you can see. But in the meantime, I'd just like to give you a quick reminder of the photography that you can download. That's on the QR code at the back of your lanyards. If you've had a photograph taken, your face will pop up. It's very clever technology, that, and very quick for the event team as well. If there's anything you'd like to share, our hashtags are IPSC 2025 Dubai and Blue Ocean Corporation. If there's anything that you might like to share across your social channels. And of course, we would love to hear your feedback. We've had 10,000 plus Google reviews so far. So please do join in, and why not give us a Google review? And also, just to let you know that your certificate of attendance as well, if you're looking for that, will be emailed to your registered email address. So please do check your inboxes for that. Just a couple more chairs to get off the stage, and I'll be doing the next introduction as we move on to our much anticipated keynote, where we dive into the topic of beyond sustainability and rethinking the future with regenerative supply chains, where our next guest is going to share insights on how regenerative supply chains go beyond traditional sustainability by healing and restoring ecosystems, empowering communities, and revitalizing industries. They very much pave the way for a truly sustainable and resilient future. So it's now a great honor to welcome to the stage Dr. Satya Menon, Group CEO of Blue Ocean Corporation and Vice Chairman of CILT UAE Chapter. A very warm welcome.
Thank you, Laura. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I think this is the toughest time for any speaker to be on stage. One, you are sleepy. Second, I am sleepy after a heavy lunch. So to speak and to make you listen is going to be a very tough challenge for me. Like sustainability and like regenerative supply chain. So I have been to many conferences, listened to a lot of speakers on sustainability. But if all of you here put your hand to your heart and think beyond the boardrooms, beyond the regulatory frameworks. Do people on the ground really know what sustainability? The people who are working in your organization, a common man, your family member, your children. So possibly children might be much more educated than many of us are today because of the curriculum they have in the school. Because what I feel, whatever we speak in the boardrooms, whatever we speak in the conferences, whatever regulatory frameworks which put pressure on organization to report the sustainability metrics or ESG, unless people take it to their heart that if we don't act now, things will be very difficult later on. As every day passes, as every month, year, we are into worse and worse situations with respect to the climate. Now, we are all contributors of this. So let me start my topic beyond sustainability. We have been talking about sustainability from 2000s. People have seen some improvement. Companies have realized they have to go into carbon neutrality. But what's regenerative supply chain? So rethinking the future with regenerative supply chain, how businesses can restore, replenish, and reinvent their impact through these practices. A billion years ago, Earth was born. Lush, full, thriving of life. Then the industrial era came. And today, the Earth is dying. Pollution, deforestation, climate change, exploitation by humans, mining recklessly, possibly, using chemicals, pesticides in the soil, all have contributed to this, which is pushing our planet to an edge. Will Earth survive the next billion years? So most of us, or majority of the common people, I'm not talking about people who are CEOs and directors or senior professionals or possibly ministers or government authorities, majority of the common man, they don't care, actually. We can say whatever we want to say here. This is my honest feedback. They are only surviving for the day, possibly for the week, for the month, for the year. What will happen after 100 years? That's what. Keep your hands on the heart and think. Many of the people are not bothered. But it's time for us to create a big change from the grassroots level. I've seen a lot of panelists, speakers talking about, regulatory frameworks, the metrics, supply chain audits. One of the panelists just now before my speech said, data is very important. Somebody said data, the metrics what we use is for marketing purposes. It might not be the reality on the ground. We need to make a big change in this thought process. So let's watch a small video on global warming, where we are.
Once our planet thrived, a cradle of life, a sanctuary for all. But now, temperatures soar, ice melts, fires rage, storms destroy. Global warming is tearing it apart. Our Earth is screaming for help. Billions suffer. Homes are lost. Futures are stolen. If we don't act now, this is the legacy we will leave. A planet in ruins, a future in flames. But it's not too late. we can heal our earth. Renewable energy, reforestation, sustainable choices. Together, we can protect our home. For us, for them, for the future. The earth is in your hands. Act now.
So we all know, we are all supply chain procurement professionals. We know it's the supply chain that keeps the world moving. So the entire process, right from procurement of raw materials to delivery of finished goods to the end customer, all these above stages, from manufacturing to discarded products, we generate a lot of waste. We have been working on a linear supply chain for all these years. Till the time people started talking about sustainability, and sustainability became a norm for many organizations. So a lot of consumption of energy, which we contributed to the greenhouse, the logistics, like it has a big chunk of contribution to the greenhouse emissions. In the industrial era, we produced possibly more than what we could consume. From handmade products, people went into bigger factories and produced en masse. Many of them went as garbage, possibly into the landfills, and again created the issues with respect to the fertility of the soil, or again contributed to the greenhouse emissions. In US, I was reading a statistics. I think last year, in the attics of the people, they found products worth more than $1 trillion, which they purchased based on a sale, or which is not required, which was an induced purchase, and which they had to clear and possibly put it under the garbage. So a lot of products were manufactured, were not used, and just dumped. So it's supply chain, according to me, across all the departments in any organization or in any country, it is the supply chain which can contribute to sustainability and beyond sustainability. Earlier, supply chain was very simple. You just buy, get the goods at the lowest possible price. The focus was always on cost, speed, how fast you can deliver to the customer, and obviously profits to the organization. So it created a lot of pollution. A lot of products were wasted, like I said, and resource depletion. It was like a machine. So we were eating the earth like a machine. Then came sustainability. In 2000s, businesses realized that if you continue to do this, we will be very soon out of our natural resources. Natural resources, which is as basic as our food grains, the agriculture, the coal, the mining, everything is going to come to a standstill. And most importantly, all these are going to create a big shortage of food. So that's why a lot of countries today talk about the food security. Then came sustainability. So then we talked about how to reduce the emissions. Like I've seen many panelists been talking about how to be carbon zero, carbon neutral, how to reduce emissions, how to cut waste, use renewable energy like solar. So three components we have talked about in supply chain sustainability. Many speakers, many conferences we have seen even today as well. So we have a green supply chain, which integrates environmentally responsible principles and benchmarks, includes product designing, material sourcing. So right from designing the product, you think about green. Can this product be recycled? Can this go back to the factory and made into a new component or a new product? transparent supply chain. So this is one of the main area which I feel where the sustainability becomes, there is a bottleneck for the sustainability. Companies, they might be having sustainable practices, but as like in any supply chain, a link or a chain is only as strong as its weakest link. A chain is only as strong as its weakest link. So if your entire supply chain, you are the organization who does sustainable practices. Okay, you focus on, you have a lot of CSR activities, you do afforestation, you reduce papers, which helps to cut down the trees. But what happens to your supplier's supplier? What happens to your customer's customer? What happens in your supply chain, right from the starting point to the end point? This transparency is very, very important to maintain sustainability across your supply chain. Otherwise, one person does well doesn't make the entire supply chain sustainable. Circular supply chain. So this also became very popular. You return, refurbish, you use it. For example, the fishing nets. Fishing nets is one of the biggest contributor to the plastic waste in the oceans. Now, if you can retrieve all those fishing nets, or if you can reuse, for example, to make into a carpet tile, the plastics which goes into the ocean, if you can find an alternative use for those kind of products, it can really help the environment. So circular supply chain again gained prominence, but there were a lot of challenges. Higher costs of return, the reverse logistics takes a lot of money. So if you have the organizations have to send the goods back up the chain, money. So will it help the organization sustain? So we are talking about sustainability. Sustainability is not only about the environment, but it's also about the organization, whether can it sustain. So cost is a big challenge. Supplier pushback. Supplier doesn't want to take the product, rework on the product. For example, it's sending like a laptop up the supply chain, getting it repaired, and it comes back and resold as a new product to a customer. So can the suppliers accept it? So there are a lot of supplier pushbacks. There are a lot of confusing standards. There are regulatory frameworks, I agree. There are sustainability audits, like my friend Grant from ASCM. He said ASCM has a very robust audit structure for sustainability in supply chain. There is a good framework which Blue Ocean is implementing in many organizations. But again, it's very difficult for us to go into any organization and convince them. Out of 100, possibly 2 might accept it. Again, what I've seen from my experience is, it is not because they genuinely feel, okay, we to contribute to the society or to the, to the environment. It's because of some pressure from the government or from the higher management, things gets implemented. Again, monitoring is very tough. Like I said, transparency is very important. How you can overcome these challenges? Technology, clear standards, train the suppliers, and audit regularly. Audit, and audit. So you need to set a standardized benchmark. You need to use digital technology. Today we have AI, we have IoT, we have a lot of things, big data available to us. And if you put everything, today we are operating on cloud as well. So the data transparency is much easier. The blocks between two organizations, earlier the data was in 2 servers. It's very difficult to get the data. Now data is available on the cloud, IoT. We need to break those barriers by bringing all the suppliers into one common platform, all the customers of us into the common platform, so that we can get this successful. So like everyone knows, it's not about only environment. We have to survive as human beings. We have to take care of the people. We have to take care of the planet, and obviously we have to be profitable, because if there is no profit, the organizations will not invest in sustainability, and we have to also take care of the people. Now, the topic of today, which is thinking beyond sustainable supply chain. What if supply chains could restore degraded lands? What if earlier the concept of, we are talking about linear still, we are not talking about circular supply chain. In a linear supply chain, because many products might not be able to go back to their source for recycling. What if in a linear supply chain, the end product, instead of getting wasted, dumped in garbage, can it add value to the environment? Like, for example, can it add more fertility to the soil? Can it have, I'm just saying, throwing, caution out of the wind. Can it be carbon negative, the product which the end product, if it when disposed? That is what we are thinking about regenerate supply chain. Turn deserts into forests, reverse carbon emissions. Can it absorb more than it emits? And empower communities. So this is the crux of regenerative supply chain. So we are talking about repair and regenerated. So this is not a dream. This is already happening in many places. We will see some of the examples. So regenerative supply chain. Regeneration is just not about doing less harm. It is repair, growth, thriving. Core idea of regenerative supply chain is to restore ecosystems, to empower people, and to sustain profit. So we are talking about planet, people, and profit here also. But instead of sustaining what we are having, so in sustainability, what we are talking about, you sustain what is now and do not do more damages. So that's why you're talking about carbon neutrality. You don't emit more. But in regenerative, what we are talking about, carbon negative. We are talking about repairing, for example, the soil, repairing the earth. So can supply chain contribute to this? So supply chain which gives back more than it takes. So as of now, we are just digging the earth, taking everything from the environment and eating it like a planet. But can the supply chain reverse the idea and make every product which is from the manufacturer to the end customer, the last mile delivery, can it help reverse all these things? What's happening? So how regeneration redesigns the game? So it heals the ecosystem, it uplifts communities and create net positive outcomes. So it began, the concept started becoming popular in 2010. So regenerative agriculture. So that's where, the core lies. It started from there. We as Blue Ocean, we did a project in India, or not I cannot say project, it's like a test for farmers in India, where their crop yield, can we increase the yield of the crop using organic material and increasing the soil biodiversity. Are we technical in agriculture, Blue Ocean? No. But using supply chain principles, can we help reverse the trend? So we are going to take up few farmlands and few factories in India. Our consultants are working on that to see whether we can reverse the trend using AI tools and using supply chain principles. So if we are successful, possibly we might roll it out to the other parts of the world. So regenerative supply chain gained mainstream attention through the Ellen MacArthur and Paul Hawkins. So they were talking about circular economy and climate crisis. So the core principle revolved around the circularity. So reuse the materials. Let the material go back up the supply chain. Or if not, if it cannot go back right to the source, in between the supply chain, some links, for example, in a distribution center or in an intermediate factory or in an intermediate country, can these products go back, get repaired, and which can be reused? Carbon negativity, this was I was talking about. It's no more about carbon zero. Can we absorb more? Social equity. So it talks about the people also. Now, generally, for example, when a tourism happens, so we are lucky, most of us are lucky to be in a country like UAE, a place like Dubai, where tourism does not harm the ecosystem. But if you go to many places in the world where there are a lot of tourists going in, I don't want to name the countries or the cities, you will find there is a lot of degradation happening, whether it's a beach or whether it's a forest, where there is a lot of plastics you can see thrown around in the beaches. You can find plastic thrown in the forest, in the openly in the dump. We have places, but still, see, I come from a place in India called Kerala, where there are places, there are forests, protected areas, where you cannot even take a plastic bottle. There are checkpoints by the government where they will check your vehicle. Are you taking any plastic items? If you are there, you are supposed to dump it there itself. You cannot take inside that protected area. So we need to have possibly rules or regulations like this or initiatives like this, which helps us to go into the carbon negative zone. So the shift from sustainability to regeneration is about net positive impact, not just damage control. So sustainable versus regenerative. So from reducing harm to healing. So in a sustainable approach, we talk about cutting down the waste. In regenerative approach, fix what's broken, like planting trees or other initiatives. From using less to giving back. Sustainability talks about, okay, less use of, fewer resources, use less energy consumption. So in regenerative, give more. For example, energy consumption, make it less. That's a sustainable. In a regenerative approach, you say you implement solar panels and you generate more electricity and give it back to the grid. So that means you are giving back more than you are consuming or you are generating. So this becomes a regenerative approach. Far away to nearby. So this is a typical supply chain, not an issue or a problem, but possibly we can call it as an initiative, which started after COVID. During the COVID, all the supply chains got disrupted across the world. So the organizations or countries which had longer supply chains faced severe shortages of material. The shelves were empty in the supermarkets or in the pharmacies. People were suffering. From then, the organizations or the countries, they started thinking about, instead of sourcing from far, why don't we source from near? Which means, let's empower the local communities. For example, if you're living in Dubai, instead of importing from somewhere else, let's start producing what we need in UAE, which is another government initiative here. which helps us to reduce the logistics cost, which helps us to reduce the carbon emissions because of the transportation. Now, you might think how feasible it is, because most of the goods are manufactured in the east and the consumption happens in the west. How is it possible that we can cut off the entire supply? But if you see the new policies from various governments, supply chain disruption is already happening. The tariffs or the ecological problems or climate changes have all put us in the after COVID as well. So many countries are encouraging their manufacturers to set up base within their own system. Like for example, in India, we have Make in Bharat, Make in India concept. We have something known as Atmanirbhar Bharat. That means self-sufficient India. So that means you don't look outside. Whatever you need, whether it's goods or agriculture or clothes, electronics, everything you produce within your own country, which helps in a way. Okay, one, it boosts the local economy, and second, it helps to reduce the carbon emissions. From surviving to thriving, keeps the supply chain going despite problems. Build a stronger supply chain that grows healthier over time, ready for anything, which is the regenerative supply chain we're talking about. From profit only to people and planet too. So in sustainability, we talked about making money while being eco-friendly. In regenerative approach, we talk about making money, but also you help the local communities, the local ecosystem. For example, let's say in a hospitality industry, you use a lot of, I'm sure all of you stay in hotels, you use a lot of toiletries, you use, dental kits, the towels. Instead of sourcing it from overseas vendor, why don't you source it a handmade product from a local supplier, which is made of organic product, which can be recycled, and when if it cannot be recycled, can it be reused in another form, or when it goes into the earth, can it increase the soil biodiversity? So whatever happens within the same community, so a supplier who might be in somewhere in another part of the world might not really care about what happens to the local community or local ecology, but is somebody who is staying within the community, within the same locality, might be much more conscious. So can we source from them and help the community grow? So regenerative models drive 2 times faster growth than the sustainable only place. Okay, don't take me wrong. I am not saying sustainability is not good. People might kill me because that's what we've been talking about. What I'm only trying to make you think, is there anything beyond sustainability? The Red Sea project is one of the very new projects many of you would have heard in Saudi Arabia, which is for practicing regenerative supply chain. So they are focusing on the same thing to restore the ecosystem. So Red Sea is, I think it's the 4th largest or 5th largest coral reefs in the world. So all the islands they are not going to build resorts, and whatever money which is being generated, they are going to clean the coral reefs, because marine ecosystem is also very vital for human life. Generally, according to the studies, whenever there is tourism happening, so the coral reefs get damaged, bleached using chlorine and other chemicals, which kills the marine species. So Red Sea is going to completely, the resort is going to completely change that concept. They are going to give back to the society more than what it is taking. So they're going to restore a lot of coral reefs, not only to maintain or sustain them. So it aims for a 30% net conservation benefit by 2040, powered by renewable energy. The environmental restoration, 20 plus acres of new wetlands, 70% of 90 plus islands preserved. That's what I'm saying. They are not going to take out all the islands and put resorts in those. 70 plus 1,000 jobs and training for local companies. Now, Blue Ocean as an organization, we are training companies in Red Sea. Red Sea Global is the master planner for Red Sea tourism. So Blue Ocean as an organization, we have a contract with them for training in procurement and supply chain, helping them implement or align them or aligning with their vision of a sustainable or a regenerative supply chain practice. So there the Saudi supplies are prioritized. If you can see every country, every city, or for that matter, they want the suppliers to be registered locally. This is again a new trend happening around the world. If you want to do business in Saudi Arabia, you need to have a local license. Every country is now preferring local suppliers to overseas or faraway suppliers. Mazda City, I think we already spoke. I think friend Suleiman spoke about Mazda City's, zero carbon. It's again another major breakthrough or major initiative by the UAE government in Abu Dhabi. Dubai Sustainable City is built on the circular economy model. Now, if you ask me, are all these projects big success? My frank opinion is no, because we are still in the starting phase. We want, unless we get the public participation, nothing can be successful. The people have to believe that whatever the government is doing or whatever these concepts are, they are not only a boardroom concepts, but it is going to touch every one of our lives. Possibly, if it doesn't get restored, it doesn't get regenerated, we might not be alive. Possibly in the next 100 years, it can go much, much worse. So in the previous video, we have seen it 3 or 4% growth in the Earth's average temperature can really make a lot of, can turn Amazon into a savanna and into a desert land. So when will it happen? Will it happen today, tomorrow, day after tomorrow? Possibly that's a question for scientists to answer. But we as an individual, we as an organization need to focus on getting it right. Apple is a very classic example, the Daisy robot. They target that this year they will use 100% recycled material. So Apple have something known as a Daisy robot, which is recycling. I don't know, some of you would have seen the videos. One single Daisy robot, I think there are 3 or 4 in circulation, if I'm not mistaken, can can dismantle 1.2 million iPhones per year. Now, are they going to dump it into garbage? No, including the nut, bolt, the cobalt, everything, they are taking it piece by piece and using for the next Apple iPhone. 1 metric ton of recovered iPhone parts avoids mining of 2000 metric ton of metal rich rock. And Daisy can identify 23 phone models. So this is very classic initiative of reuse and recycle. Some of the products gets repaired and goes back. If you go to an Apple store and give your old iPhone, they might give some value for it depending upon the model, of course. But majority goes back to daisy bought and it gets repaired, or it gets stripped up of its parts and reused for the next iPhone model, not necessarily the same iPhone. So how to transition to regenerative supply chains? To assess, first is evaluate and make use of the existing sustainability frameworks. So like I said, ASCM has a very solid sustainability metrics and sustainability audit, which again, Blue Ocean, we help organization implement that. Now, if you go through those frameworks, it is very clearly identifies what are the gaps and how we have to overcome the challenges and how we fix those so that we have the right supply chain practices in the organization. You partner with collaborative suppliers. So when one of the key supplier identification parameter can be how good you are in your sustainable practices. Possibly you can, the weightage which you give for product quality, weightage which you give for the pricing, can also, an equal amount of weightage can be given to the regenerative practices or the sustainable practices which the suppliers are using. Now, again, my question to all the procurement people here, how many of you or how many of you in the organizations which you work for have these metrics? And what is the weightage given? Is it a very key parameter for you to select the supplier? If yes, that means you and your organization are on the right path for sustainability, sustainable supply chain, or a regenerative supply chain. Innovate, invest in circular technologies to optimize resource use. So right from the product design, start thinking about green, start thinking about regenerative supply chain. Either if it's a linear supply chain product, can it go back into the earth and regenerate the soil or the air? Or the product what we have designed, is it a circular one? If not, try to do innovation. There are, today world is changing. There are so many ideas, so many new systems are being coming into place. Use of AI is rampant now. So I'm sure every organization can innovate. Monitor and report. Set measurable goals for regenerative outcomes and use third-party certifications like ASCM. We just said. Now, all these are possible with only the supply chain leadership. The leader, all of your leaders in your organizations, do you really believe in this? Do you really believe in sustainable supply chain? Do you really believe in a regenerative supply chain? Do you monitor your supplier's supplier? Do you monitor your customer's customer? Are they following these practices? If the answer is yes, you are doing great. If the answer is no, you need to go back to your drawing board and start now. Because we might not see possibly another billion years. We might not be alive for another billion years. That's another story, but we might not even there for the next 100 years.
For centuries, we have taken, pulled from the earth, consumed without pause. But what if the end of one cycle could spark the beginning of another? We built a world on a straight line: extract, produce, discard. A chain that breaks the land, the water, the air. But there's another way. A regenerative supply chain. It's not just sustainable, it's alive. It heals what was broken. Soil becomes a cradle, not a grave. Waste turns to wealth. Every product, every process feeds the cycle. Restoring forests, reviving rivers, renewing life itself. Imagine a world where every harvest strengthens the earth, where every factory breathes life into the future. This isn't a dream, it's a design. A chain that doesn't just sustain, it regenerates. A legacy of abundance, not depletion. It starts with us. With every choice, every step. Together, we don't just survive, we thrive.
So with that, that's the end of my presentation. Thank you very much. That's it from my side. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much. Let's hear it one more time for Dr. Sathya Menon there. Absolutely brilliant. What an excellent insight there into beyond sustainability and looking into regeneration there. Right, we have 15 minutes, just 15 minutes to please go and get some refreshments and to obviously digest all the information we've just heard. We are going to be back with a whole host of Leadership Excellence Awards. So please do join us. You have 15 minutes. We will see you back here very soon. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, please do take your seats. The event, which of course is our Leadership Excellence Award ceremony. Please do take a seat and we will get started very, very soon, in the next couple of minutes, in fact, with our Leadership Excellence Awards. Thank you so much. 2 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Please do take your seats, and we are going to get started any minute with our Leadership Excellence Awards. Please do take a seat, and we will be starting in just a couple of moments' time. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, please do take your seats, and we will get started with our Leadership Excellence Awards. Just waiting for a final reminder to please do take your seats, and we'll get started in just a couple of minutes' time. Thank you. Well, ladies and gentlemen, a very warm welcome back to the International Procurement and Supply Chain Conference 2025, organized by Blue Ocean Corporation. Right, we move on now to one of the most anticipated segments of the day. It's the Leadership Excellence Awards. Now, this segment celebrates two true visionaries, individuals who have not only excelled in their respective fields, but have also become catalysts for change, inspiring others through their exceptional leadership. These are the pioneers who have driven innovation, broken barriers, and shaped the future of industries and communities alike. Their journey is a testament to what it means to lead with purpose, passion, and resilience. And it's time now to honor those whose impact goes far beyond success. They are very much shaping the world for the better. So to present these prestigious awards, I'm now delighted to welcome on stage Mr. Saurav Ganguly and Dr. Satya Menon. Please do come on up and do the honors to hand out our awards today. Thank you so much, gentlemen. And yes, Time now to get started with the Leadership Excellence Awards. And our first award in this segment is the Woman Leader in Logistics, recognizing excellence in leadership and impact in the logistics sector. This year's award goes to Dr. Noura Al-Subait, Assistant Professor at the University of Bisha, Saudi Arabia. A huge congratulations once again, Dr. Noura Al-Subait, taking home our first award for Woman Leader in Logistics. Huge, huge congratulations. Right, we move on now to the Pioneer in Media Leadership Award, honoring an individual who has shown exceptional leadership in media, shaping the industry with their vision and influence. With an impressive 40-year career in journalism, including 26 years at the Khaleej Times, this winner has played a key role in many major news stories and thought-provoking analysis. Please do put your hands together for Mr. Isaac John, Managing Editor of Khaleej Times. Congratulations to Mr. Isaac John there, taking home the trophy for Pioneer in Media Leadership. Right, we move on now to the Trailblazer in Women's Empowerment in Media Award. Now, this winner's leadership and influence have broken barriers, paving the way for women in media and inspiring future generations, which is why the Trailblazer in Women's Empowerment in Media Award goes to Miss Renuka Metil, Managing Editor of Forbes Africa. A huge congratulations once again to Miss Renuka Metil there. Right, we move on now to our next award category, the Titan of Global Business and Social Impact. And our next winner's outstanding contributions to business and social causes, coupled with his dedication to humanitarian efforts, make him a true leader in driving positive global change. Please put your hands together for Dr. Jitendra Matlani, the chairman of JM Global Group. Let's hear it one more time for Dr. Jitendra there, taking home Titan of Global Business and Social Impact. Right, with 2 decades of leadership in print, television, and digital media, our next winner's influence is unmatched, which is why the Transformational Leader in Media Award goes to Dr. Nilesh Kare, the Editor-in-Chief of Sakal Media Group. A huge congratulations once again to Dr. Nilesh there. Right, we move on now to the champion of multi-industry excellence. And the recipient of this prestigious award is the founder of La Plume, a company that has made significant contributions in IT services, travel, tourism, and healthcare. Please put your hands together for Mr. Vilas Bandaka to the stage to receive the Champion of Multi-Industry Excellence. A huge congratulations once again there. Now we move on to the Transformational Leader in Social Innovation, and the recipient of this next award has made remarkable contributions to the pharmaceutical, perfumery, cosmetic and food industries by delivering quality solutions that drive excellence, and that's been for 20 plus years. Please put your hands together for Dr. Sunil Manjekar, the president of the Gulf Maharashtra Business Forum Global and CEO, Handbook Quality Consultancy. Let's put our hands together one more time for Dr. Sunil there. Very nicely done indeed. Right, our next award is for Transformational Leader in Financial Strategy. And the winner, with almost 30 years of experience in audit and advisory services, is widely recognized for his expertise and leadership across various sectors in the UAE. So this year's Transformational Leader in Financial Strategy is Mr. James Matthew, the CEO and Managing Partner at UHY James Chartered Accountants. Let's put our hands together one more time for James Matthew there, taking home Transformational Leader in Financial Strategy. Right, we would now like to honor the trailblazer in legal excellence. And with his extensive knowledge in health and safety, road transport and corporate law, our next winner has been instrumental in shaping legal practices and defending clients across various sectors, including road transport prosecutions and public inquiries. Please put your hands together for Mr. Andrew Sanderson, partner at Kingsley Napley. A wonderful afternoon there for Andrew Sanderson, taking home that trophy for Trailblazer in Legal Excellence. Congratulations. Right, we now move on with the mastermind of tech-driven growth. And with over 7 years of experience at Zoho, our next Trailblazer has been a key driver in the company's strategic initiatives across the Middle East and Africa, empowering businesses with technology solutions that enable growth and transformation. Please put your hands together for Mr. Premanand Velumani, who is Associate Director of Strategic Growth for MEA at Zoho. A huge congratulations once again to Mr. Premanand Velumani. Right, we move on now to Iconic Entrepreneur of the Year. And taking home this trophy is a visionary entrepreneur who has built a remarkable legacy through his ventures, constantly pushing the boundaries of innovation and excellence in industries. Let's put our hands together now for Mr. Ashutosh Kandakar. A huge congratulations, iconic entrepreneur of the year. Let's put our hands together one more time for Mr. Ashutosh Kandekar there. Very nicely done. Right, we now move on to the strategic visionary for organizational excellence. And this year's recipient is a futurist and thought leader with over 15 years in driving innovation and strategy across multiple sectors. So let's put our hands together for our strategic visionary for organizational excellence, Dr. Hassan Ghodesi, board member of ES Global. Congratulations to all of our winners. Let's put our hands together for everyone. Please do come back on the stage. If you have a trophy in your hand, please do come on up. And also joining the group photograph, please give a very warm welcome to Mr. Abdulaziz, Group Chairman of the Blue Ocean Corporation, Mr. J.S. George, Director of Corporate Relations at Blue Ocean Corporation, Mr. Grant Svanapol, the Regional Lead of Global Channels and Alliances for the Middle East and Africa, the Association for Supply Chain Management, Mr. Sam Achampong, the Regional Director for Asia, Australasia, Middle East and Africa at the Chartered Institute of Procurement and Supply, Mr. Andrew Sanderson, Partner at Kingsley Napley, please do come on up. And let's get that group photograph with all of our winners here for 2025. Now, please do stay on the stage. I'm hoping we got our group photograph. Is that confirmed? Or just a couple more? And please do stay where you are, as now I would very much like to invite the management and faculty team, Ocean Corporation. Please do join us on stage. Please do stay on the stage. We still have a few more pictures coming up. So to all of our management and faculty team and the dignitaries, please do come on up for another group photograph. As I mentioned, this is the management and faculty team for Blue Ocean Corporation, now joining Mr. Saurav Ganguly and Dr. Satya Menon for a final group photograph. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for the incredible management and faculty team for Blue Ocean Corporation. And a huge thank you to Mr. Saurav Ganguly and Dr. Satya Menon and all the dignitaries that are joining us here on the stage. So please, thank you so much. Congratulations once again to all of the dignitaries, award winners, the management team, and of course, Mr. Saurav Ganguly and Dr. Satya Menon. Thank you so much. Please do take your seats as we continue with the program today. And we still have a couple of more segments to come up. And as we come to the conclusion of today's really fantastic event, it really has been an incredible knowledge share platform, some very inspiring conversations and speeches and presentations and dialogues that we've had here tonight as well, or this afternoon we've had. So a huge thank you. And it's time to express our gratitude for all the incredible moments that we have shared today. And now, to say a few words and to formally close proceedings before we move on to our next convocation, I'm now absolutely delighted to welcome Dr. Rajesh Bandari, the Senior Director of Academics at Blue Ocean Corporation, who is now going to say a few words just after a little bit of photography. We'll bring him up in just a couple of moments. Saurav Ganguly, Sam, and Dr. Satya, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Now that all the photography is done and the leadership awards are done, time now for our vote of thanks before we move on to our convocation. And I'd very much like to invite on the stage Dr. Rajesh Bandari, the Senior Director of Academics at Blue Ocean Corporation. A very warm welcome. Yes, in just a moment, we will have our vote of thanks. And that is going to be delivered by Dr. Rajesh Bandari, Senior Director of Academics. A very warm welcome.
Okay, good evening, guys. I hope everyone can hear me. Sorry, I'm just purposely asking because then, you can pay attention to me in around. Okay? Because they always say, right? Gratitude is the best thing what one can do, and the more you give, the more it comes back to you, right? So on this occasion, I would like to basically give a vote of thanks here on behalf of Blue Ocean Corporation. Okay, so what an incredible journey since morning, right? Everyone, even after lunch, I could see that everyone was around here with full of enthusiasm and also, contributing towards the success of this particular conference. So I say that it is my honor now and privilege to extend a heartfelt vote of thanks to all those who have contributed in making this conference a huge success. So first, I would like to have a special thank to our patron and chief guest, His Excellency Sheikh Nahyan bin Mubarak Al Nahyan. His gracious presence And the way in which he basically spoke about supply chain, it was so incredible. And this was the second time I experienced him, in fact, and it was also so much inspiring as well. So we really thank him, and we really thank for his vision and guidance to continue us doing this work, but not only today, but also for the future. Now, a heartfelt thank goes to our guest of honor, Mr. Saurabh Ganguly, which normally in India they call him Dada. He was so meticulously converting, the cricket and the sports into business and giving us lessons through that. It was really to learn from him, and this is really making stun, and everyone was around here and making a note of it just to learn through that how things can be also implemented into regular business as well. Then we go to the next thanking to the guest of honor, Ms. Amruta Fadnavis. Her eloquence and insights today really touched a chord with many. I could see that she was talking about when she came to the stage. I was just thinking about like now what she's going to talk about. And if you see the way in which she talked about supply chain, connecting that to the circular economy, I was really stunned to see that, like she as a woman also was able to, relate to what the topics were throughout the day, what we talked about today. Also, at the end, she used her local language, Dhanyavad, and that also shows that she was also related to the roots of what she had, and that was also been seen in her speech in motivating us. Now, we talk about, the delegates, which is you. Guys, can you clap for ourselves? Thank you so very much, right? We could see that this event would not have been so transformational unless your support was there and unless you are able to participate in such a big numbers here as well. So thank you once again. Now, it goes without saying that our internal team, they worked day in and day out, meticulously planning every small detail. We are finding everything comfortable here, but it was absolutely flawlessly done. That's what I personally perceive it to be. And we really thank you for all the efforts, what you have taken and the time in making this conference in such a fantastic event in here. Now, we also would like to thank the W Hotel Palm Jumeirah, for providing such a beautiful and accommodating venue. Your support allowed us to focus what truly matters, learning, sharing, and growing together. I hope every one of you have enjoyed the venue, you have enjoyed the food, and I hope so that, we look forward to welcoming you again here next time. Now, we always talk about delegates, speakers, and so on, but I would definitely not like to forget, the people behind the scenes, like the audio-visual team and the photography team. It was really a fantastic time. We were able to see also at the backside, you heard very clearly with the pictures. Can we give a round of applause to them as well, guys? Thank you. Thank you for your invaluable contribution. Now, before we conclude, we would like to facilitate few individuals who have contributed and deserve special recognition. In order to do this, can I invite our beloved Mr. Abdulaziz, Group Chairman of Blue Ocean, to honor this and facilitate these people. Welcome. To begin with, there is one individual who set the perfect tone for the day and carried us through with grace and charisma. May I welcome to the stage our incredible MC, Miss Laura Bookwell. Your energy, your charm, and professionalism has really left us, having a lasting impact. Thank you. Thank you, Laura. Okay. Now, in every time you see when we make an event of this kind, there are always some unsung heroes, right? Do everyone agree? So do you think that they are definitely welcome at the stage and they should be honored as well? So in this case, let's first, invite Sapna D. Elvis. Please. Geneva B. Baluyut. Ronali Augustine. Chandni Dhakan. Renalyn Copones. Srijana Rumba. Aruzhan Temir Khan. Can I invite all of them back for a group photo, please? Thank you, Mr. Aziz. Being a part of Blue Ocean family, I feel immense pride in our commitment to advance the global supply chain industry. Through IPSC, we built not just a platform for dialogue, but also a community of action. So let me leave with a quote: coming together is a beginning. Coming together is a beginning. Staying together is progress. Staying together is progress, but working together, they say, is success, right? So let us work together to embrace this relationship and further nurture it to actionable success. Now, close to this incredible chapter in Dubai, so what next? Blue Ocean is always known for always planning for the next step in there. So the next is we are planning for an international procurement and supply chain conference, which will be held in New Delhi in India. So it will be sometime this year, later this year. So until then, keep inspiring and keep leading. Thank you. Shukran. Salamat. Dhanyavad. Thank you.
A huge thank you once again to Dr. Rajesh Bandari, Senior Director of Academics there. Thank you so much and congratulations to everyone. And thank you for my award. Very surprised at that. So thank you so much. Right. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now very excited to proceed with the convocation ceremony for the students of Blue Ocean Corporation. This is a very proud moment for our students to celebrate their hard work and achievements, of course. And we very much look forward to recognizing each of them today. So I would very much like to request all students to be prepared to come up on stage when your name is announced. And please do step forward as soon as your name is mentioned, as it is time now to honor your time and commitment. So for the convocation ceremony, I would now like to invite Mr. Abdulaziz, our esteemed group chairman, on stage. A very warm welcome. I would also like to welcome Mr. J.S. George, the Director of Corporate Relations for Blue Ocean Corporation, who's also going to join us on stage. A warm welcome. And now please welcome Ms. Tarushi Jha, who is the Manager of Corporate Relations, who is now going to come up on stage and very kindly do all of our announcements for this next segment, for the student convocation ceremony. Right, it is now over to you, Mr. Tarisha. Miss Tarisha, over to you.
Thank you so much, Laura. I'm just going to stand here and read out the names. So let's begin this convocation. I request all the students to please come from left side of the stage and exit from the right. So let's begin. Mr. Mohammad Waris for CICCM from IPSEMI. Pareen Karandas for Certified International Warehouse Inventory Management from IPSEMI. Mr. Shan Papi Thomas. Vivian Thomas. Vakar Anjum. Raju Arijela. Congratulations, Mr. Raju. He has done Certified International Procurement Professional and Manager from IPSEMI. Mariam Muala. Is Mariam Muala? Can you raise your hand if you're in the hall? Minal Khilani. Is Minal there in the hall? Miss Mini Nair. Mr. Senthil Kumar. Mr. Shakib Mushtaq. Mr. Shakib, are you there in the hall? Dr. Vail Al-Shafi. Dr. Vail Al-Shafi. Mr. Umesh Ankolekar. Please raise your hand if you're there. Mr. Umesh, he has done certified CSFFP from ACI. Congratulations, Mr. Umesh. Next, can I have Dr. Noora Ahmed? She has done 4 certifications, Certified International Supply Chain Professional and Manager, and Certified International Procurement Professional and Manager from IPSEMI. Next, can I request Jihad Yusuf Ghaffar to come and stand here? Mr. Jihad, are you there in the hall? Mr. Muhammad Al-Hamadi. Mr. Muhammad Al-Hamadi. Dua Al-Jaberi. Dua Jaberi. Majid Alu Hayab. Mr. Majid, are you there in the hall? Jojan George. Mr. Jojan George. Devaro Alane. Mr. Devaro has done Certified International Supply Chain Professional and Manager with Certified International Finance Professional from IPSEMI. Congratulations, Mr. Devaro. Next, I have Mr. Subodh Yadav. Mr. Subodh. Mr. Subodh has done Certified International Finance Professional, Project Management Professional, Lean Six Sigma, Green Belt, and Black Belt, all from different institutes. Congratulations, Mr. Subodh. Mr. Manish Kaur. Mr. Manish. Mr. Manish, are you there in the hall? Everyone who's receiving the certificate, please stay back for a group photo. Next, can I have Dr. Mansoor Al-Qasimi? Dr. Mansoor. Wissam Badawi. Mr. Wissam. Robert Leo. Do we have Mr. Robert Leo? Elvira. Elvira Telnikova. Sohila Daoud. Sohila. Padmini Satish Kumar. Congratulations, Padmini. Let's give a huge round of applause for Padmini. She has done Certified Human Resource Professional and Management from ACI. Next, can I have Mr. Mohammed Shefin? Mr. Mohammed Shefin. Lohit Lankipalli. Mr. Lohit. Next, can I call Mr. Syed Ziauddin Ahmed? Mr. Lohit has done Certified International Commercial Contracts Management from IPSEMI. Congratulations, Mr. Lohit. Mr. Syed Ziauddin, are you there in the hall? Olaf Muller. Do we have Olaf Muller? Syed Ghazi Mujtaba. Syed Ghazi Mujtaba. Mr. Mohammad Hussain Isir. Mr. Mohammad Hussain. Angela. Angela of VT. Angela has done Certified International Procurement Professional, Certified International Procurement Manager, and CIPS Level 4. Congratulations, Angela. Next, can I call Irina Lungu? Irina Lungu. Monisha Mohan. Do you have Monisha Mohan? Wafa Sami Ibrahim. Wafa Sami Ibrahim. Desiree Jain. Wafa, please come. Wafa has done Certified International Supply Chain Professional from IPSEMI. Congratulations, Desiree. Let's give a huge round of applause. She has done Certified International Supply Chain Professional and Management from IPSEMI. Mr. Vishnu Rajan. Guys, please raise your hand if you're there in the hall. Mr. Vishnu Rajan. Milid Muawad. Mr. Milid Muawad. Donna Mammon. Donna Mammon. Abir Faisal Muhammad. Mr. Abir Faisal Muhammad. Hesham Abdul Majid. Senthil Kumar. Mr. Senthil Kumar. Amarjot Singh Upal. Please come, Mr. Amarjot. Let's give a huge round of applause for Mr. Amarjot. He has done Certified Winter Management Professional, Certified International Procurement Professional and Manager, and Lean Six Sigma Green Belts and Black Belts. Congratulations, sir. Jose Mario. Jose Mario. Naseem Mohammed. Mr. Amarjot has a few more certificates. Can I have a huge round of applause for Mr. Amarjot? Congratulations, sir. Next, can I call Clayton Greyjoy? Do we have Clayton Greyjoy? Muhammad Al-Kindi. Mr. Muhammad Al-Kindi. Sultan Amshash. Congratulations, Mr. Sultan. He has done Certified International Procurement Professional Manager and Certified International Commercial Contracts Manager from IPSEMI. DJ Murthy. Do we have DJ Murthy? Next, Mr. Omar Ahmad Al-Subayt. Mr. Omar Ahmad Al-Subayt. Marian Nehfru. Congratulations, Marian. She has done Certified International Supply Chain Professional and Certified International Supply Chain Manager from IPSEMI. Next, can I have Mr. Abdul Rahim? Mr. Abdul Rahim. Next, Raghavendra Kushwaha. Mr. Raghavendra Kushwaha. Please raise your hand if you're in the hall. Shiva Ramba Nambi. Shiva Ramba Nambi. Mr. Ahmed Zia. Mr. Ahmed Zia. Amal Premachandran. Sivan. Do we have Sivan Taliyat? Congratulations, Mr. Sivan. He has done Certified International Procurement Professional from IPSEMI. Let's have a huge round of applause for Mr. Sivan. Next, I would like to call Mr. Vattapalli Binoy. Mr. Vattapalli Binoy has done Certified International Supply Chain Professional, Certified International Supply Chain Manager, and the consultant level from IPSEMI. Congratulations, Mr. Binoy. Mr. Binoy has called our facilitator, Mr. Sudipta Chatterjee, and his consultant, Barsha Patnik, on the stage. Please join us, Barsha. Thank you so much, Mr. Binoy. I'm sure it was a great moment for Mr. Sudipta Chatterjee and Barsha. Next, can I please call Mr. Kaiser on stage? Mr. Kaiser? Mr. Kaiser Rashid. Mr. Kaiser Rafiq has done Certified International Procurement Professional from IPSEMI. Next, can I call, I'm sorry, I hope I'm pronouncing this name right, Jeffety Pengle. Jeffety has done Certified International Supply Chain Professional and Manager from IPSEMI. Nadifor Marion. Can I have Nadifor Marion on stage? Nadifor, please join us. We have two more certificates for you, which is Certified International Supply Chain Professional and Manager from IPSEMI. Can I please request all our students who have received the certificate to join Mr. Aziz on the stage for a quick photograph? Guys, please come. Please come on the stage for a quick photograph. We have a huge round of applause for all our students. Thank you so much, everyone. With this, we are coming to an end to our International Procurement and Supply Chain Conference 2025 Dubai. Thank you so much for joining us, and we hope you had a great day. We'll see you for our next conference coming soon. Thank you so much once again. Can I request all the Blue Ocean staff to come on the stage for a group photo? All the Blue Ocean staff, please come on the stage for a group photo.
Gani, down. Agyat, down. Rami, down. Arshad, down. Irfan, behind you there is one layer of chair, right? So can one set sit? Chairs are already there. Can all the girls go up and sit on the chair? Girls, go up and sit on the chair. Guys behind. Girls, ladies, go up and sit on the chair. Lama, behind, chair is there. Quick, fast. Raju, Adarsh, Manoj, get more chairs on the stage. Manal, yeah, just move these chairs. And guys, try to squeeze in. Don't just sit on one chair. We have to squeeze in. Put all the chairs together and try and accommodate maximum people. This side also some chairs needs to be there. Abdullah, can you please help to get some chairs on the screen on the stage? Quick, Rami, Amin, come fast, quick. Chair. Can you please come? Chair. Can you all just move little behind? Behind. One line. There. All the ladies. Behind. Move behind. Okay. ഇവരുടെ ഇവരുടെ ബാക്കിൽ ഒരു ചെയർ ഇട്ടാൽ ഇരിക്കാൻ പറ്റുമോ? ഇല്ലല്ലോ. ഇല്ല, കേറ. Okay. Okay. This line has to be straight. Move back. Back. Okay. Show it back. Okay. Done? Done? Okay. Okay. All of you kneel down like this. I need 20 people to come here. 20 boys. Come down. 20 boys. Whoever is behind, 20 boys, please come down. Wait. 20 boys. Yeah. Same like Raju. Same like how Raju is sitting, 20 boys. Sit down. More. Vipin sir, we can't see you. Can you please come here? You can stand here down. Okay. All done. Can we move that podium behind? The podium will move. KK, stand. Syed, stand on front of the podium. Stand in front of the podium. In front, not behind. In front. Yeah, Taru, just try inside. Go inside. Done. All good?
Yes.
Nishad, ready? Ready? Can we all smile? Pose for the photo. back up.
You want to speak? You want to speak? എല്ലാവരും കാണുള്ളൂ. Good evening, everyone. I think all of you are here. So I hope all of you enjoyed the day. Now, a lot of you, or majority of you, we don't see each other, correct? Lest the customers. So now you understand how big Blue Ocean is. You understand what our brand equity means. People who have seen the conferences in the past knows how big we are. Yesterday, Sheikh Nahyan, secretary, came and told, what is this, doctor? It's a small conference. I said, no, we have 650 seats. And it was full today, correct? No, generally your conferences are 1,000 plus, yeah, in Atlantis. So next time when you do 1,000 plus. So that's the expectation from others about Blue Ocean. And I have interacted with so many people today. Everybody was amazed. We have found a lot of new faces in this conference. And a big round of applause to Nova and team, all the volunteers who was there yesterday, all the people who went on to the stage, all the people who worked outside, who worked inside the hall. This is a great achievement for Blue Ocean. So what we have to do? Meet targets. Okay. Lama is party. So we have to start meeting the targets from tomorrow. No, from now onwards. Okay. I hope you have closed some business today. But gentlemen, this is what we are. This is how we will be. We will be better next year or next time. We will continue to do the great job. We had some hiccups in the past, but I'm sure all of you are very smart, intelligent. All of you are achievers. I'm sure from tomorrow onwards, things will go very fast. Yeah, we had an Eid, Ramadan conference. Everything is over now. So let's get back to work. And from tomorrow onwards, let's do something great so that we can party in May. Okay. So thank you very much and have a nice day. Nice evening. Yeah.